Don't mind the smoke, eh? I haven't even done anything. All I've done is push 2 buttons. And you're already beeping me here. Who is that? It is not important. What's going on, guys? Sorry, hold on. You know when you wear like long socks, like not knee-high socks, but you wear sports socks, right? And then you walk around all day and they've been in and out of your boots and you've been up, and then for some reason the top loses its elasticity. And it doesn't matter what you do. You pull them up, you take 5 steps, and then they wrinkle, they ease on down. That's what my socks are doing. It's driving me fucking crazy. Driving me crazy. Oh, so there's my Friday night rant right there, boys and girls. Sorry, I'm not STD, boys and girls. You guys aren't boys and girls. You're not children. You're ladies and gentlemen. No, you're not ladies and gentlemen either. Not a chance in hell. So what do we got going on Friday night? You know what? I got nothing going on Friday night. We got Jack. Old school, new school's in the house. Time to get started. Yeah, I'm a few minutes late. I know it's you. I said 7. What time is it now? 10 after. 2 minutes after. Plus there was a 30-second countdown, so I was only a minute and a half late there, old school. Mrs. TBT. Hello, driving and waiting to listen. Mrs. TBT, you're driving and listening. Well, where's Mr. TBT? I bet you he's sitting in the back sleeping. Yes, OB. Look at that. Mrs. TBT comments right afterwards. Dar comments. Right after that, Kev, we're screwed, man. I'm telling you, we are screwed. Nick Girl, what's up, Wheel Burner? Well, Nick, I got nothing going on tonight. We were shooting some video today, just some crap and some stuff, and Dar was doing some editing and did some running around. We got pounded with snow last night. Actually, we're still getting it right now, although it has eased up. It has eased up. The whole area, this whole area that I live in, we got some good snow. Went out and made sure the generator was good, make sure there was gas in it. Everything's good to go in the event we lose power. It's not a problem. Generator's more than enough to run the house. So we just thought we'd go live tonight. We're not going to. I know we usually go Saturdays, but we weren't. We're not going tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday, so we're going to the casino tomorrow night, and we're going to go drop a couple bucks, see if we can't make a couple bucks. But the whole family, all my kids are of age now. So the kids, Dar, I, Curtis, we're going to go play in the casino tomorrow night, have a little dinner, and then go spend some money. Chicken Hawk's in the house. Chicken Hawk, man, making those Texas Twinkies. My God, I make those for Dar. I make them for Dar now. Chicken Hawk, I couldn't tell by looking at them, but what I do is I take like the big jalapenos, cut them in half, clean them out, and then I fill them with cream cheese, herb and garlic cream cheese, and then wrap them in bacon and add a little seasoning to them. I couldn't tell if you had cream cheese in yours or not. If you did, if you do, great. If you don't, try the cream cheese. There's my boy. There he is. Evening. Hey. What's going on there, DBT? Andrew, glad you're here, man. Glad you're here. Sorry, I was just looking at your picture, your icon there for your name there. I was trying to see what kind of truck that is. Pretty good looking truck you got there, boy. Dar, that was me and Chicken Hawk and all your group chat. Yeah, I know who it was. Dar's not picky on who she cheats on me with. She's not. It would probably be a race to who got here first, Mrs. TBT or Chicken Hawk. And I think if the two of them were at the front door and she had to choose, Chicken Hawk, you're stuck with me, dude, because those two are running for the hills. Jerome Jones, good evening, brother. Seen you earlier today. Where'd we see you? I saw you in Snorlord. I think you made an appearance over in Cordova. Yeah, man. Fuck, you're everywhere. I like to see that. Jerome, I like what you say. I like the questions that you ask. I thoroughly enjoy seeing you in chats, man. You're a good shit. Plays on the freeway. What up, y'all? So there's another one. Seen, where did I see you today? I guess I saw you a couple places today as well. Havana, yo, happy Friday, Darren, Brian, and chat. Havana. I guess this sucks for you, Havana, because you guys are, what, 3 hours behind? It's only, what, 10 after 4 there? 5 after 4 where you are? Sorry. I'll start putting my lives up for 9 o'clock, so at least you got a little more time. Big Dog Leather is in the house. Evening Wheel Burner, how you doing, brother? Big Dog is also a member. Appreciate that. Come on with it. I got some oats for you. You can go F yourself. You think you're funny. The only thing keeping you in here is the fact that you got that Hellcat or that demon emblem sitting on your name there. That's the only reason you are here. Shorts is in the house. We are putas and putas. Okay, if you say so, dude. Sorry, my Spanish ain't that great. Oster's in the house. Another member. Appreciate that. Oster DM. You good tonight, Oster? Everything all right? I won't ask how the TRUCK is doing. Looks like hopefully you're doing well. And guys, hopefully you guys, what are we at now? We're at Friday night. So what, Christmas is almost a week away. Hopefully you guys are getting all your business vamped up and everybody's going to make it home for Christmas. The Uncomfortable Wife. I can't find the volume. That's not a problem I've ever had. Usually I got the biggest mouth in the place. So it's that little button on the side of your phone, you push it up like that and the little thing goes up and what do I know? Bill Freeman, Brian and Dar. Bill, you need to change your name. It's Bill Freeman and Spider. Bill Freeman and Spider. This is a package deal, dude. You don't come in without Spider. He's sitting right up here behind you on your shoulder or something right now. Have fun figuring out my wiring issues. My headlight cost me $140. Oh, you're having fun figuring out your wiring issues with my headlight. Cost me $140. Dude, that's something I don't mess with. You ask anybody that knows me, I do not mess with anything electrical. First of all, my truck's under warranty. But even when my truck runs out of warranty, it's not something I play with. I refuse, because with these new trucks these days, usually it's not just one wire. There's a wire for your headlight. There's a wire for this. There's probably 6 wires that have something to do with that. And I just don't play with any of it. Hey, now, keep it real. You guys got to go over. I'm only going to do this once, Campbell. Once for you. Go over to Mike Campbell's channel. Don't do it right now, but go over to Mike Campbell's channel. He did the Wheel Burner song. He did Nevada's song. And now he's taking a swing at hip hop. And I know there's 44 people in here right now. And 42 of you just rolled your eyes and went, oh my God, what? And I'm one of them. But he took a swing at hip hop today. So, and he sent me the song. Actually, I should have downloaded some of it on here, but I didn't because I was running a little late. We actually just came out of the basement because we decided we're going to watch Christmas movies with the family. So the whole family was downstairs watching Christmas movies, and then we kind of movie was over, and we all kind of went our own ways. And I'm doing this, Dar's doing that, and Curtis and Mike and Dar just went and grabbed Mike's pickup truck, and they're going out to play on the backcountry roads in the snow. 2-wheel drive truck. I'll be expecting a phone call any minute now. Hey, Dad, you want to come get us? Hey, kids, you're fucked. TBT, it's kids if you're on STD's channel. Good sir or madam if Nomadic is in the house, and shitbags if you're on OTJB. You got it all figured out, TBT. You got it all figured out. Small fringe minority. Yep, snowing good today. It is still snowing. We are supposed to get this all the way into tomorrow. And we've already dug out once today. Like we brought, actually, I cacked my snowblower. I got a 2-year-old snowblower, and the snow was so heavy and wet that it snapped the pins on the shaft, because there's a shaft that runs across that comes from the motor. And then there's the blades that slide onto the shaft, and there's pins that hold the blades in place, sort of. So when the shaft turns, the blades turn. And I snapped 2 pins. So that's how heavy and crappy the fucking snow was today. Now, luckily for me, Brianna and Mike volunteered, and they took care of the rest of it. Dar likes to get pounded, just not with snow. What can I say? TJ's in the house. Bull of the Woods. What's up? Is that long enough, TJ, or should I keep going? Okay, I gotcha. Shorts, how about those Chiefs? Who cares about those Chiefs? Happy Wisdom Day, Brian. Happy Wisdom Day. Oh, you know what, dude? I don't know if you're talking about wisdom or wisdom teeth or whatever. I was supposed to go to the dentist today. The weather saved me. I was supposed to go to the dentist and have 2 teeth ripped out, but they were closed. Couldn't get it done. So they called and said, we'll have to reschedule. And I went, oh, damn. Happy birthday, Sagittarius gang. Thanks, Havana. Thank you very much. Happy birthday. Thank you. IH guy. Okay. Our resident tech is in the house. Jerome, there's your tech right there. IH guy is your tech. Start asking him questions, because he's going to be the guy that's going to be, figure out your wiring issue. I think Dar is focusing on Come On With It, so I will get to keep my wife a little longer until she gets bored with him. Well, you know what? TBT, she's like a cat, right? And we're all just balls of string. And she'll play with the ball of string until with it, the ball of string with it, until she's, and then smack with it'll be gone. And then she, she's played with me 100 times and whack, and then I'm gone. And I don't know. I think Mrs. TBT's got the catnip, and we're screwed, Jack. Oh, sir, happy early birthday. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I just got, hold on a second, guys. I just got a text here that I really, okay, I hear you, Kev. TBT, I got you. I don't know if it's appropriate to say anything, so I just won't unless it comes up or comes out. Uncomfortable wife. Me too, Brian. Oh, you're probably I'm so far behind in the comments. You're probably responding to something I said 10 minutes ago, and me too. So I'll just agree with you, okay? Happy birthday. I guess I'm next after you. When's your birthday, TJ? I'm obviously tomorrow, the 17th. TBT, ha ha ha. Stanley's in the house. Stanley's in the house. John Nichols is in the house. What's up, troublemakers? You changed your picture, John. Like that. Wheel burner. Mine are better. Smoked cream cheese, brisket, and cheddar in my filling. Wow. Well, you know what, dude? I don't have an authentic smoker like the pictures you're sending me, but dude, that looks really good, and that sounds good. You put brisket, smoked cream cheese, brisket, and cheddar in your filling. I can't compete with that, Jack. You got me beat on that one. Those sound better, Chicken Hawk, and now I'm hungry, yeah. The International Man of Mystery is YouTube horror like the rest of us. You must be talking about Jerome Jones. International Man of Mystery. Hi, Dar, Brian, and chat. Karen's in the house. Thanks for tuning in, Karen. It's not the same without you. Everybody saying hi to Havana. After five after 5. Okay, so you're 2 hours behind. All right, I thought you were 3. Sorry. All right, Dar. Hi, Karen, wife Havana. Yeah, okay. Mr. B's from. What is it, bro? What is it? I did this 2 weeks ago too. Mr. B's from. I know where the fuck North Carolina is. Been there 1,000 times. Could probably get my residency card there. I've been there so much, and I can't say it. Mouth ain't working. Howdy from North Carolina, Mr. B's. Man, glad to see you. Chicken Hawk, Dar, I'll make them for you, Dar. Don't you mean you'll make them for us? I think that's an us thing, isn't it? Everyone's saying hi to Karen. Everyone's saying hi to Sandra. Dar, I'm looking forward to a Chicken Hawk. Go truck yourselves in the house. There's another member. We appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, sir, for being so free with your cash. you're $4.95 or however much it is. Bill Freeman. Yeah, Bill Freeman's here. Chicken Hawk is now excited. The night can start for Chicken Hawk. I was on Snorlord. I'm asking about flatbed training and jackknife, asking about the dedicated run for Tyson. That's right. That's right. And that's what I was saying earlier, Jerome. I'm sorry. You know what? I should have remembered that because I kind of follow you and watch your journey as you're going. And I should have, I should have remembered that and I didn't. But like I said, you're one of those guys that I like to be in a chat with. Even if I'm not contributing, I like to be in there and listen to because you ask intelligent questions and you ask intelligent people intelligent questions, which I like. I really do. Lady Boomer's here. All right, guys, party starting. Boomer's here. Bill Freeman, I didn't see you come in. How are you? And well, I think he meant to say Spider. See, that's what I'm talking about, Freeman. Bill, you need to change your name. Go change your name right now. Bill Freeman and Spider. Everyone's saying hi to Lady Boomer. I might get 4,800 miles this week. I'm superhuman. You are not going to get 4,800 miles this week. You can fucking talk about it. You can dream about it. You can even brag about it. But unless you're running 7 days and you got full recaps and you ran 700 miles a day and you didn't cheat and you were going downhill both ways with a sail up, you're not going to do 4,800 miles. Oh, look at Dar. Ooh, Witted. That is so sexy. No, that's not what she said. That's amazing, Witted. Witted. I was just telling you what she was thinking, Witted. She was like, that's amazing, Witted. That is so sexy. West Coast Fatty. Brother, how the hell are you? What's up, Wheelburner? Dude, I'm just hanging tonight. You hanging? Come on. Come here. Come here. You want to hang? Come on up here. She's tired. We had the girl out in the snow all day today, so she's been out playing. Uncomfortable. Damn weather. Sucking with my internet. Don't you mean it's fucking with your internet? I've never seen internet suck something, but I've seen it suck, but I've never seen it suck. I'm currently watching snow in Iowa. I will be home for Christmas, one way or the other. Old school, I hear you, brother. That's the one holiday I do not miss. I've missed every one of my kids' birthdays multiple times. Dar's birthday multiple times. My anniversary multiple times. Valentine's Day, Easter. I think I've even bombed a Thanksgiving or two. Always been home for Christmas. And if that meant dropping a trailer somewhere and bobtailing home, I do it. Christmas, I don't miss. It just doesn't happen. Mark's in the house. Mark, what's going on, brother? Wiring issues suck. They do. Wiring issues, especially in these new trucks, because you know that there's going to be 29,000 fucking miles of wire. And you got to, if there's a small little nick in it and you can't see it and you got to trace wires, dude, you could spend $1,000 and $950 of it will be on labor tracking a wiring issue, and it'll be a fucking $50 wire. I tell you, I do long for the old days and the old trucks. I really do. James, how are you tonight, man? Glad you popped in. Uncomfortable. I got you now on the laptop. Well, you know what? Go get yourself a flat screen, a smart TV. Hang it on the wall. You can latch that onto your internet, and then you can watch us on the big screen. That's what Dar and I were doing. We watched Snorlord on there this morning. We watched Cordova on there this morning. We sit in my room over there, and we have our coffee in the morning and watch all the lives. And then you just sit there with your phone, turn the volume off on your phone. You just go through the comments and make your comments on the phone. So the elf wants some alone time. Yeah, I saw those. That was damn sexy. Damn sexy. I guarantee you he doesn't want me. He doesn't want to know what I'm going to do with those, Sandra. Yeah, I promise you. Sorry, Mark. Hey, everyone. How's PA looking? Be safe. I'm listening and driving. Mark, I have been off the road all week this week. I've just been off for medical and appointments and this, so I have not been driving this week. I can tell you what my driveway looks like in about 3/4 of the way down that country road over there, but brother, other than that, I couldn't tell you. I haven't been out there. Jerome Jones, do you have the HID headlights? There was a problem with the KWs and the wiring harness rubbing in the hood and shorting out on the headlights. Dude, I hate HID headlights. I hate LEDs and HIDs. I've got LEDs in my truck in the Cascadia. But man, I hate those HIDs because you can drive in the snow and they don't generate enough heat to melt the fucking, to melt the snow off. They really don't. It really sucks. Oh, sir, DM, sorry to hear. Hope you're okay. Okay. So I just got a message from somebody here saying that Oser was in the hospital. So I might have missed that in the comments earlier. So I said, well, I'm not going to say anything unless somebody says something. So obviously somebody has said something. So Oser, I hope you're okay. I don't know, obviously don't know what's wrong, but whatever it is, brother, I hope you're all right. Our prayers and wishes and best thoughts go to you. Fuck it. It sucks. Hospitals, first of all, suck any day, but this close to Christmas sucks balls. Really does.
He's a foot bone infection.
Foot bone infection?
Boner.
Dar says boner, but foot bone. Okay, he's got a foot bone infection.
Hello.
All right, so TBT, or not TBT, Oser, foot bone infection. That almost sounds dirty. James would turn that into something really dirty. I won't do that to you. I really won't. Small fringe minority. Chicken Hawk. Love that name. You know what? Chicken Hawk. I love that guy. Love that guy. That guy and his beautiful wife, Special K. Great people. Great people. Love them both. Stuart, the hobby trucker. Dude, what'd you do? Change your name too many times and now you need to wait the 2 weeks before you can change it back again, Stuart? Glad you are here, my friend. Did Curtis watch the movie? Yeah, well, actually, Curtis came in the door. We were about almost halfway through the movie. And Curtis came in the door, and yeah, man, he grabbed a hunk of couch, and he sat down, and he watched the movie, too. STT, Shannon Thomas Trucking. Man, glad to see you, Shannon. You're all right? Hopefully you are okay. I know that you're running. Oser, are you okay? Dar's asking if Oser's okay. Everybody just ask Oser if he's okay so we get that out of the way and find out what's going on. Oser, are you okay? Curtis watched half the movie and then then he came home. No, Curtis came home and then he watched half the movie. The Uncomfortable Now. What's going on with Oser? He's got a foot bone infection. So I'm going to assume, now that's not always the best thing, but I'm going to hopefully assume that he is okay and he's getting proper medical treatment and that he'll be back at it in no time. Is that going to be the case, Oser, or is this gonna fucking screw you up, pal? I really hope not. I really hope not. Uncomfortable wife, jealous, love Christmas. So do I. Uncomfortable wife, I love Christmas. Shorts. Wait, Oser, what? Oser. OTJB clips, Oser DM, you okay, man? Good thing you're not driving, Curtis. Curtis is out with Mike and Brianna. We got some snow yesterday, too, those big fat flakes. That's what we got. The big fat ones, and they stuck to the ground. And then when you try to walk through it, it's heavy as shit. Like I said, it took down my snowblower. James, you got 46 centimeters in Ottawa so far. Bro, I don't know what a centimeter is. What's a centimeter? I know. Give me that in inches. Somebody convert, please. There's got to be a Google freak in here somewhere. Hi, Shannon. No snow here, Brian. Had some yesterday, but it's all gone now. Well, that's good. Good, Karen. Glad to hear that. All the ladies in the house. Yeah, Shannon saying hi to all the ladies. Camel Boss, Bill and Spider. There you go, brother. There you go. Small Fringe. Thanks. It's actually my airplane's name, but I ended up with it. My channel was so posé to be my airplane's channel. I don't know if I said that right. Chicken Hawk, I probably butchered. Dude, you got to start using normal words, dude. Like you're expecting way too much for this. Glad I live in Florida. Never standing snow. Bro, I hear you. I love Florida. I do right now. Tyrannus, Brian needs a wolf felt cowboy hat. No, dude. No, we're not wearing wool felt. We're not wearing wool anything unless it's like a warm hat. But I'm not wearing a wool felt cowboy hat. That's not going down. Oh yeah, okay. So Mark Wilkin, Brian replaced the pins with nuts and bolts. Works much better. You know what, Mark? I'm going into Napanee tomorrow. I'm going into Kingston tomorrow, and I'm going to be going by the steel dealer. And yeah, I'm going to pick up all new heavy duty pins. I'm not putting pins and bolts in because I prefer the pins with the cotter pins. If you put bolts, those things spin just too many times that eventually a bolt will come loose. Are you using a two or a 3-stage snowblower? Fucked if I know, bro. It's about that fucking wide. It's got a big engine on the back, 2 handles, and it throws snow 60 feet. That answer your question? Happy birthday. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, sir, what's up? Do tell. Happy birthday. Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Mr. B, so is everyone liking the Twitter files? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Twitter. Dude, I'm not a tweeter. I'm not a Twitter. I don't follow Twitter. I don't have a Facebook. I don't know. Do I have a Twitter? I got to ask Dar. Do I have a Twitter? I don't have a Facebook. That's just not my gig. Twitter and all that kind of crap. So if there's something going on Twitter, you guys all know long before I do, man. Let me tell you that. Shannon, please don't violate HIPAA. Can I throw the link? Can I throw the link up? You can throw the link up here, Mike, anytime you want. Not a problem. Shannon Thomas. Thanks, Havana. My B-day is the 21st. Woot! Yeah, well, Shannon, I wish I looked as good as you. IH guys, Special K and I installed an S-Bar D2 heater yesterday. Yeah, you're going to be loving that, aren't you? Aren't you? You know what it was, IH? It was because I was in his truck that night in Philly, and he had to idle the thing all night, and I just sat there, cha-ching, 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 because the truck idled all night long. So, I know he makes good money, but, you know, Tyrannus, happy birthday. Thank you, sir. What's the wife drinking? Still drinking purees. No, I didn't get my teeth yanked out today. Thank God, because of the snow. The snow shut it down. I don't know if I want to click on this next one. Go truck yourself. The big 7-0 only comes once. Son, I'm 53. I'm 29. Actually, I'm 30 years old. I'm 30 years old with 23 years experience. That's how we're going to put that. Oops, got to go. Wife's home for the weekend. Talk soon. Drive safe on those roads. All right, Fringe. Talk to you later. We say the same thing to you. Drive safe with the wife. Or drive the wife safely. Happy early B-Day, Shannon. Haha, truck yourself. Chicken Hawk. IH guy wasn't as painful as I thought it would be, but I had pre-install kit from the factory. No, let's face it here, Chicken Hawk. You didn't do shit. Special K went in, ordered all the bloody parts, had everything shipped out. All you had to do was put it together. Special K did all the heavy lifting on this one, Jack. You just sat there with the picture like this going, put A in B, put C in D. That's all you did, man. Very early January. That sounds really good, Chicken Hawk. Shannon saying happy birthday to all the December babies. There's a lot of us in here. Hey, hot seat. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. What the hell is going on with you? Everything good? Oh, the British have invaded. Damn. We were trying to sneak one out. The British are here. Stand at ease. Actually, no. When the British are here, you stand at frigid attention. Hang on to your wallet and don't bend over and grab the soap. That's what you do when the British are here. Let me tell you. Everyone's saying hi to the Brit. Mark, it's good to see you, Brit. It really is, man. I'm glad you're here. I've seen you around earlier today as well. I'm glad you're still out and around, making your rounds. It's not the same without you out here, man. TBT, they were good. We had them with our vodka cocktails. What the hell does that say? Shannon, you're gonna have to write in English. We don't understand. I don't understand in Russian. Everybody's saying hi to the Brit. Everybody's loving the Brit. Bone infection in my foot. Shannon, okay, there you go. Everybody's loving the Brit. IH guys loving the Brit. Dar's loving the Brit. Sherry Leach, hi at Wheelburner. Hey Sherry, how are you? There's a name I don't know if I've seen Sherry. I don't know if I've seen Sherry. Anybody know if we've seen Sherry? Does Sherry have a wrench?
No,
Give her one. I will give Sherry a wrench. That way, Sherry is wrenchable. That sounds bad. Sorry, Sherry. I didn't mean to imply that you were anything but a lady. But we want to make sure you're wrenchable. Why can't I find you? Look at that. Look at that. Sherry, I'm going to go back because I can't find you. I can't give you a wrench on StreamYard. Dar's going to find you, okay? And Dar, there's another one on here that Alwedo. From time to time, you shaved your beard off. How long is it going to take to grow back at this point? Happy birthday. Well, let me tell you something, Al. The beard's not coming off till next year. And I mean late next year. We're not taking it off this year. Oh, no, we're not. You shave your beard first. Yeah, we know. She was just in there doing it. Hey. Easy. Okay. Everybody, Lady Boomer, Britt, come on with it. Havana. Hot Seat sending you healing vibes, Oser. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody send Oser some healing vibes. Girl power in this live tonight. There is a lot of ladies in here tonight. A lot of ladies. You guys want me to step out and you guys take this? I love ladies. Oh, I'm not allowed to love ladies. Sorry, ladies. I can't love you. I got one at home here. First time chat. Oh, sorry, I lost that. First time chatting. Usually just lurking. That's all right. Usually just lurk. Nothing wrong with that, Sherry. You got something to say it. Absolutely. IH Havana, IH guy, good dude. How about yourself? Okay, you guys are all talking amongst yourselves again, so I'm gonna pass through all this. Did okay, never mind. Yeah, wife. I did see it. I did see it. Yeah, hold on, Dar. I just saw it now. Sorry, I just saw that now. My apologies. On StreamYard, they don't come up like that. There it is. There. My apologies. You know what this is, Mike? This wasn't necessary. He's only doing it because I fucking chastised him last week and gave him shit. He's one of my best friends, and I gave him shit. Well, god damn it, you could have at least got a fucking membership. He didn't get one, but now you know what he's doing. And I don't blame you, Mike. Thank you, appreciate it, but you can cancel it next month. You don't owe me. You don't owe me a goddamn thing, my friend. You don't. You truly don't. Between the songs, the music, the funny banters you do, and all of that, bro, you don't owe me nothing. I appreciate that though, but cancel it after a month. But I'm glad you took the premium. I'll take the big money. Thank you very much, Campbell. Thanks for the support. You got it. Oh wow, he finally pulled the trigger. You're talking about Mike, right? TVT. Did I do that on the live? Did I give him shit on the live? I am the only one that hits the thumbs up. Yeah, come on, you slackers. Let's take some attendance here. Everybody jump out for a quick sec and hit that thumbs up button, please. I'm back. I just had to potty. Well, okay. I'm glad you had to potty. Let's take a look at something here real quick here. Ooh. Okay. I just had to double check something there. Sorry, guys. SoCal Truckers in the house. The movie star, my brother from another mother, sitting out there in California. That was, I got to hand it to you, bro. You do come up with some pretty good ideas for your lives. You really do. You throw, you're going to work, you throw a live. You're sitting in the office, you throw a live. You're walking down the street, you throw a live. I wish I had that kind of time to do stuff. I really do. But smart thinking. Guys, anybody that doesn't know who SoCal is, he's got a wrench. I think he's got a wrench. If he's wrenched, definitely please go check out SoCal. Fantastic channel. The guy is just a fountain of knowledge. And it just falls out of his mouth like diarrhea. It just comes out. He doesn't even try. He just starts talking and people start learning. So, yeah, definitely check out SoCal. I make sure he's on my go-to. When I see the lives, I definitely tune in. When he drops a video, I definitely watch. It doesn't matter. I guarantee you, or I don't guarantee you, but I'm pretty sure I've been trucking more years than he has, and I'm learning from him. So it makes no difference how old you are, how long you've been doing it. You find the guys in this business that are not only doing it, but doing it right and doing it successfully. And they're also the ones, don't just watch the guys, watch who they surround themselves with. That was a really good piece of advice that was given to me a long time ago. Not even a long time ago, just a few years back. Don't just go after the guys that you think are doing well. Find out who they surround themselves with. Find out those people. That's how you get information. That's how you get reliable knowledge. That's how you'll get where you want to go in life. Camel Bill. Sorry, man. My mouse is just not clicking right today. Havana. Hey, Mike. Everybody's having a good time. Karen. Okay, I'm going to fucking throw this thing right out the window here. Really, I is. 18-wheel millies in the house. There we go, boy. Jumping Jesus, Joseph and Mary. Thank you, Britt. You are, I appreciate that. I genuinely appreciate that. Mark, you're too kind. You're far too generous. And you know what? The world ain't the same place without you, so I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Yeah, so SoCal went live today from a fucking where was he? He wasn't on a movie set, but he was doing. I think he was doing a commercial. He had some time to spare, so he went live while sitting in, I think, sitting in a bus that he was going to be doing a commercial in a little later. Man, if that ain't brilliant, I don't know what isn't. What is? Britt, thanks again for your generosity. Absolutely, Shannon saying hi to SoCal. Britt, SoCal. Uncomfortable wife. Yes, you can use my credit card when you pay it off. I don't need anybody's credit card. Generous Nomadic Brit. Yes. Sherry, Nomadic Brit has been very, very generous with our channel. He's been a huge supporter of our channel. And he's been very good to us. And we have always appreciated that. Millie. Actually, I forgot to call that out. My apologies, Millie. Millie's a member, paying member. We appreciate that, Millie. Millie's another one of those guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've heard me say it, and you've heard me say it 100,000 times, but go check out the Millie guy. Go check out the Millie guy. I call him the Millie guy. When I'm talking to Dar, I don't say, 18 Willy Millie. I just call him the Millie guy, right? That's just Dar and I. So it kind of spills over here. Go check out the Millie guy. Love Millie. Love Millie. Oh. That's what it was. Thanks, SoCal. A Spectrum commercial. Now, I don't think we have Spectrum in Canada. So you're a US star. You're a US star. God, I can't wait till I get my room built in the garage. We're actually building like a studio in the garage. And it's going to be fully enclosed in the garage and everything, and I can smoke cigars again. This sitting in here vaping is fucking killing me. Absolutely. There you go, Sherry Leach. It's not generous. It's called pass on karma. Well, you know what? Mark passes it on, and we do our best here to try and pass it on to the next guy. So we appreciate it. Oop, hold on. What was that? The fire truck vid was good as well. What are you, IH guy? You one of his groupies? Which we try, Dar says, which we try to do, Britt. We're announcing this month a donation we will give half of everything for the last 5 months. Yeah, that's going to be coming up. He even helped me out and gave good advice. Who, me? Not me, dude. I don't give up good advice to anybody. You want good advice from me? Pay up. No, I'm just kidding, man. Dude, if I've got something in my head that you want and it'll help you, just ask. Just ask. I'd like to think that I've been doing this just long enough that I can help the odd guy out. And you know what? We can't help everybody. But you know what? At the end of the week, if one guy or one girl out here on the road is doing a little bit better, then I've done my job. Snorlord's in the house. What the hell are you doing there, boy? You got your guitar in hand. You had a good live this morning. Enjoyed that. Again, there's another, ladies and gentlemen, there's another one. Go check out Snorlord OG. He's got a couple of channels. I think the Snorlord OG is the one, and then he's got the Snorlord, the Metalhead Viking Trucking, Jesus, Age Murphy. I don't know Snorlord. Sorry if I butchered that, but I'm sure if you go to Snorlord OG, you'll be able to see the other channel. And he's another one that's fantastic. He's out here usually goes live every morning, somewhere between 7 and 9. Throws out a live, does a quick load board scan, checks weather, checks loads. He's out here just trying to pass it on and help somebody else. Love them. Love them. I try to catch Steve, or sorry, I try to catch Snorlord every chance I get. Between him, SoCal, DIY, there's a few more, but I'm not as big a YouTube whore as I used to be. I'm not running around into everybody's lives, but now I've limited to the guys that I really enjoy watching, and I know I'm going to watch and get something from. So yeah, Millie guy. Sorry, bro. Oh, okay. You're good with it. Well, that's good. Considering with the size of your arms, you could probably wrap them around my head and crush me like a grape. So not about to piss off a guy that big. I have good people in my life that point me in the right direction. So thank the people in my life. You know what, Britt? That's a godsend. And thank God you do. I know a lot of the people in your life, and you know what? They are great people. They've helped. They don't just help you. They help all of us, dude. They help all of us. Old school, new school. 18 really reminds me of Milli Vanilli. Oh, let's not get carried away. Let's not get carried away. All you need is an air purifier. No, actually, you know what, Millie? I can't smoke a cigar in the house. You know what? I get away with a lot of shit in this house. I do. I'm really not even supposed to vape in the house. I do it in my little room up front, but I'm supposed to technically go out to the garage, just, you know, out of courtesy to the rest of the family. But sometimes I'm a little lazy. But a cigar is absolutely off limits, not inside the house. Good for you. Spectrum sucks. Stuart. Baller Studios, stepping up your game. Yeah, dude, we're gonna build. My son-in-law was he works construction and everything. So we were out there the other day, and we kind of measured it off to how much room we want, and it's actually going to be a raised studio because I got 30-foot ceilings in my studio or in my garage. My garage is 30 feet high. It's 2.5 car wide. It's what do you call it? A double and a half. I don't know what the hell you call it. 2.5 car wide garage. But it's got 30-foot ceilings, so we can actually put, because when you come out of the house into the garage, you come out onto a small porch, and then you walk down into the garage. Well, we're going to put the studio off the ground, so it's going to be about 8 feet in the air, and then we're going to build the platform's going to be built, the walls, the ceiling, all the shit, and yeah, I'm going to have like a full little studio out there. We can do this, and we can throw up some shit on the walls and do what we want, and as well. You got to remember. This is Dar's office that I'm commandeering here. So, and right below me is Curtis's bedroom. So on the nights during the week here, like last week, we went live. I was live till I think almost 1 o'clock. Poor Curtis is below me trying to sleep. So that Robert, 2 pounds, Yorkshire tight bastards, 2 pounds. What's that? What's the conversion on that? What, $75 Canadian? I think the pound is probably just about on par with the US dollar right now. So what's 2 pounds? It's about $2.90, but almost $3 Canadian. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that a lot. Wow, Britt is representing. You know what? Britt does not need to represent. Britt is just a stand-up man. Smelling. What the hell happened there? Dar. Darlene.
I know. It's because when you called the computer, what the hell happened? Where is it?
I didn't touch anything. That's just what happened.
Fuck.
I can text you instead.
No. It's okay. Just give me a second. It's just this live thing is not. It's gone.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
It shows me getting up. It shows that it's still on.
But it's not showing us getting there, so the camera's gone again. What is it, StreamYard, or do you have to go on something first?
Go on StreamYard.
No, but you have to go. Isn't it on?
We're still live.
No, this isn't it. I think you have to.
Okay, we're still live. There you
Oh
go.
shit! Get me off there. Maybe it's back.
My screen is blank. I'm watching me. I know you guys are all sending me text messages.
But you just can't see.
For some reason, my computer
I don't know.
is telling me.
Okay, so what do you guys need from me?
Action secure cookies.
Okay, let me know.
This is awesome.
No,
Not really, but
If you guys see me, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know either. Okay. Okay, just text me and let me know. Don't call me just text me when you call me. Okay. Love you too, bye.
I don't know. What happened?
My car truck exploded or something over at the parking lot, so I might have to go get them. She's just gonna let me know. This is a pop out or something fucking stupid thing like that. Where's the... I want to push this, but I don't want to push it because it'll get rid of it. It's also delayed. Switch to your phone. Go get my iPad. You're on there right now. You could just use that until I figure this out. I just don't want to end this if you're on it. Are you on it? Just add me to the screen, but you go on until I figure this out. I'm just gonna go out of this. Oh, here you go. It's done.
There?
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah. Here, I'll take it back out.
Don't have a clue. Guys, I don't have a clue what the hell just happened there. I really don't.
Every time you guys call me,
It just did it again.
My computer fucks up. So somebody.
I'm gonna lose my
It's
shit
okay.
here.
There.
Okay.
You just have to click back on.
Yeah. For some reason, this laptop tonight has decided to latch onto Dar's phone. So every time somebody phones Dar, it crashes the computer. Where the hell was I? Pay it forward. All right, you guys are killing it in the comments. There's no way I'm going to go back and look at all of that. So, Shannon Thomas, there you go. Shannon threw up Snortord's link. Another like I was saying earlier, guys. Another very, very, very smart man. And he's not smart with him. He's not full of himself. It's knowledge that he's passing on. That he's experienced. He's doing the job. You know, he's dispatching trucks. He deals with brokers. He's working for a company that, you know, he's got a boss. He knows what the hell he's talking about. I enjoy listening to him. Brian, the second donation was to promote all ladies on YouTube and treat them with respect. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely, my friend. Britt, it's kind of funny because coming from a guy with 5 daughters, I've always tried to treat Darlene and set an example with Darlene that my children see so that they know. And I guess it would be like setting the bar. I've set the bar so that my kids see that is what they are to expect, what my daughters are to expect from a boyfriend, husband, whatever, spouse. This is the level that you are expected to perform at in a relationship. And I've tried to set that bar as high as I could. I haven't always been perfect, and I haven't always reached that bar myself. But for the most part, that's where I've tried to do with all 5 of my kids. I'd like to think to some extent I've been successful at it. Yeah. So Cal, I'm actually getting a little hyped, and I won't run into any of these. I won't be running into any of these bullshit issues with computers and phones and bull. Right now all I've got is I've got a good mic, I've got a good camera, I've got all that. But when I can take all of that and put it out into a studio, and it's all completely separate from everything in the house here, I'm actually looking forward to that. So we're gonna be getting that set up. Or we're building it from scratch. So it's going to take probably a couple of weeks of building that. Big Houston, what's up, everyone? Sup, everyone? Big Houston's in the house. That's really cool. Appreciate you being here, brother. Thanks for the respect, Nomadic Brit. You got it. Nomadic Brit. Thanks, Shannon. You rock. No, Snorlord, you rock. And you play a pretty good guitar too, brother. Snorlord is also a metalhead. He enjoys a lot of the same music that I enjoy. He loves driving down the road, banging his head on the steering wheel while listening to it. So, Nomadic Brit is tits. Woo! That's pretty big there. Yes, Snorlord, Shannon is good people. Yeah, Shannon is great people. We love Shannon. We adore Shannon. Shannon should be like a YouTube treasure. You're here. Thank God I'm here. Sub to Snorlord. Sherry, that is a good call. I guarantee you will not be disappointed with Snorlord. Every once in a while, Steve goes off on the load board. Down the load board trail, kind of loses me for a bit, but I come back. SoCal, much love. Mr. Bees, bahaha. The burner calls the tech. So, dude, that's what I did. That's exactly what I did. I had to call tech support. Dude, let me tell you. Greg Atkinson, Greg, we were actually, I was hoping you'd pop in here. That recipe you sent us is what we are doing for dinner tomorrow night. That's my birthday dinner. Dar asked me, she goes, Greg sent us this recipe. Do you want to, and of course she sent it to me, and I looked at it before she got it out of her mouth. I went, oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So thank you, sir. That's for dinner tomorrow night. Curtis, clear your cookies next time. Yeah, that's probably what crashed my computer. It's Curtis's cookies. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right, dude. Fuck technology sometimes. It's unfortunate that we're in a world where we have to deal with it. We have to use it because I so much hate it. But Wilburner, I think you were about to say how sexy I am. Let me think about that. I think your truck is sexy. I think Special K sexy. I think Special K makes you look good. I think the truck makes you look good, but bro, I can't, I don't know. No. Sorry guys, my phone attached to the laptop and I've caused disrupt the screen on Brian. Yeah, there you go. Special K. Much love, Special K. It's because my Apple products are all attached. See, now you're talking fucking Chinese to me. I don't know. All of my Apple products are probably attached too. I just don't know it. That's why I have DAR. Special K is in the house. Yes, Shannon, she is. Shannon, wait till you meet her. You're gonna love her. Every time Chicken Hawk get out of the truck and it was just Special K and I sitting there, she's so down to earth. You can sit and we talked about trucks, money, cars, kids, relationships, the run that these guys do. Like, she's so well-rounded. She's so super cool. Shannon, you're going to love talk. You're going to love when you meet her. You really are. 18 Willie. No, it's my birthday tomorrow, dude. We're a day before. So TBT, that's not nice. Greg's recipe is a bowl of dicks. No, sir, it is not. If that's what you're eating tonight, bro, I feel bad for you, but that's not what we're eating. Has James ever heard his intro? No, you know what? Ever since you did that intro, James has not popped his head in here. So I've not seen James come by for a while. The Mike Campbell Show channel, Mike Campbell channel, respect. There you go. Brit's loving you there, Mikey. Hi, Oser. It's like -5 Celsius. Haven't a clue what that is in old money Fahrenheit. That's probably like 22. Rory, sorry, like 22, something like that. Special K, thank you. Tomorrow's the big day, but I'll take your thank yous today. Chicken. I don't know. What are you doing with your chicken? I'm not sure what you're doing with your chicken. Look at all you guys. You guys are ruthless, eh? You're still alive. There we go. Sorry, that was important. I hate doing that, but it was important. So uncomfortable. James. I like the original theme song, Wheelburner. That is a Mikey Campbell special. That really is there. He came up with that and he blew our minds when he first sent. And the first, believe it or not, he sent us, I think, 4 versions of that. Different, like just playing guitar, then a different type of guitar. He slowed it down, he sped it up, he put music to it, like complete, like drums and backing and everything to it. And believe it or not, the best one, in my opinion, is just the very first one he put up, the rough one. That, my opinion, I like that one the best. So we've, did the link get pinned? There you go. Dar put the link up there. Let's throw the link up. See if anybody's got anything interesting to say. I've been chattering here for 1 hour and 3 minutes, and my brain's empty. James, I liked Brian since Convoy days. No, James, you loved Brian since Convoy. No, I'm just fucking with you, son. I liked Brian since Convoy days. I appreciate that, James. I truly do, man. We had a good time down there. We learned a lot about who we were as people, and we learned a lot about our government. Did we ever? Millie, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm just going to assume, Millie, that that's a birthday gift, and I'm allowed to buy cigars with that, man. Am I allowed to buy cigars? Yeah, we're allowed to buy cigars with that. There's some coffees for you, my man. You know what, Millie? I appreciate that. I really do. Wheelburner and Dar. I head out to go lay bed. Not feeling well. Oh, 21, man. I hope you're feeling all right. Got a flu and 101 fever. Dude, get the hell out of here. Go lay down. Go relax. Have a good night. Leave the volume on so you can listen to my voice squawk. Gotcha. Hot seat. Oh, yeah. Look at that, eh? Look at it. Look at the representation we got running through the house here. I just lost that. Don't make me call technical support. There it is. Hot seat. We got British, American, English. What's that last flag? Hot seat. What's that last flag? France? French? I probably just pissed someone off. Wheelburner Express. I hope you feel better. Oh, that's me. I have empty brain issues. Snorlord, I've got the same brain issues right now. Empty as hell. I'm good for about an hour. Oh, hold on. We got someone here. Who's that? Oh, there's Sandra. Dar, did you hear that? Dar was just in the background going, "Oh, Sandra."
Hey now. Hi, Sandra.
So, Dar, your turn to come on now.
You want Dar to come on?
Yeah, bring Dar on.
Well, hold on.
Hey, I feel you with the bush.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Dar goes.
We think like right, Mike?
Oh, okay, sorry. Remember, I was saying earlier that Mike and Curtis and Brianna all took off in Mike's pickup, and they were going to go play in the snow.
And you were going to get a phone call?
We got the phone. That's what the emergency was with Dar.
Yeah.
We got the phone call.
That piece of shit broke down.
Oh, he blew it. According to we tacked it.
Yeah.
So
I saw that coming.
Dar's going to be leaving in a few minutes here, and she's got to go pick the kids up.
Oh no, you've got no IT specialist.
Yeah, so if anything goes wrong, dude, anything goes wrong from here on out, like I'm on my own.
You'll be fine.
Which may not be good. May not be good.
You'll be all good. Hi, Sandra.
I think Sandra can hear you, but we can't. Sandra, we can't hear you.
No, I think she can't hear us.
I don't know, but I saw her mouth moving, but
I can hear, but it's like 5 million voices at once.
Oh, okay. It actually sounds like there's a big delay on your end.
Yeah. Are you on a laptop, Sandra?
Yeah.
Mike, what are
I
you
live in
wearing? Is that like a
Manitoba,
hat
we all-
of some sort?
I'm wearing a toque. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
you're
got
sitting
this
out-
toque.
You're sitting out you're sitting out in the
No,
back
I'm in
room.
I'm in my living room.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah, it's cold as fuck out there. I'll go back out there in a minute. No, I ordered some clothes offline. I have a big
Come
gift
on, Dar,
certificate,
come on, we'll take
500
over and show.
$500 from work. So I ordered a bunch of swag, and I thought the toques would have the emblem on them, but they're not blue that say Harmac. We just got these plain red ones, but they're really comfy and warm, so I don't care. So yeah, I'm wearing my swag.
Nice.
I'm wearing my swag.
Dar says nice.
I got my best digs on here tonight, man. Can't you see? Look at that.
I'm all dressed up, bro.
Oh, so am I. Dude, I even got the 501 Levi's on. Look at this.
I got jammy pants on.
Well, don't stand up. We don't want to see you looking. We don't want to see you looking like you just came out of Walmart. You just finished your Walmart shopping.
I just finished the hip hop song. I got to represent.
That was actually pretty good. I was surprised.
Little catchy, huh? Little catchy.
For your first swing at it, yeah, it was pretty good, bro. It was pretty good.
Hey, it was all in fun, and I was kind of just trying to make people laugh. I seriously don't take it seriously.
Well, no, I enjoyed it. It was funny as shit.
Well, thank you.
I hung up the phone with you, and then you sent me the link, right? You texted me the link, so I just hung up the phone with you. I was in the middle.
Well, if I didn't text you the link, you'd forget in like fucking 5 seconds. So I was like, you better send the link.
Right. Well, you know me so well, right? So you sent me the link right after you hung up, so I had no choice but to go listen to it. That was pretty good, man. I liked it.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not a hip hop guy, but
I was sitting around playing with the Band Lab, and it's got this thing that it has beats and it has like songs, and they're all canned, like pre-done.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there with the mic, and I started doing the thing, and then I thought, well, I could put a guitar solo to that, and I could write some stupid lyrics and whatever. And the more I got into it, me and Kara were sitting around, and that kid was gutting herself watching me. And it became so fun that I had to finish it. Like I had to go through with it because we had a blast. It was like a couple hours of just laughing our brains out. So I couldn't resist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, I'm glad you put it up on your channel.
Yeah.
I'm glad you threw it up.
Yeah. I mean, if people like it, they like it. If they want to poke fun, that's why I did it, because I just thought it was hilarious. But
Mike, why are your eyes closed?
They're not.
Are you high? Stoned?
No,
Drank
they're
too
not
much?
closed.
Too tired?
No, they're not closed. They're wide open.
Mikey,
No, they're not wide open, dude. They're not wide open at all.
Dar's got a bee in her bonnet tonight, Mike. So watch out. The boss ladies in the house.
Squinted half shut, buddy.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
I think I'm just really fat, and my eyes have fat on them now.
Well, I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it out loud.
You just did.
Not really. I love you anyway.
I love you too. No, they're
We're
open.
all
I can
fat,
see
doesn't
fine.
matter.
I'm fat and comfortable.
Snorlord says, "Don't listen to the voices." Oh God, dude. I don't have any choice. Let me tell you, Stuart, Mike, Mike was had Cardi B. Stuart, you been drinking? Are you at home? I think Stuart's been drinking. Either that or it's
Hey.
the English.
Is there a chat on here? Because I got like this chat thing going on. Like, is that the live chat, or like would you have the little
Dude,
chat
I don't
thing?
know. I don't watch my chats.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Huh.
You know who knows all about this shit is Snorlord. He's pretty good with his. He's got the background. He's got the green screen or the blue green screen and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, it's Sandra. She's texting me.
Sandra's texting you.
Yeah, so Sandra had a bunch of stuff in here.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Dar
I'm
MB.
gonna try
Mike,
something.
Mike, do you have Bush Iced? No, I have just regular Bush. It must have came with my special membership. I mean, I got this whole special chat thing going on here.
Oh, that might be it, dude. Yeah,
No, that's not it. It's the chat for people in the panel.
Okay.
Oh, is
I
it?
don't have the live chat up. I just have this little thing. Oh, I see. When someone directs something to me, it comes up on this chat thing, so I know someone's talking to me. I got you. Okay.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It just isolates my personal chat, and there's a little balloon here, so I can see when someone's talking directly to me.
Nice.
That's pretty
So-
special. I like that.
Yeah, hold on.
No,
This-
it's just the private chat.
Just hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, I just found this.
It's a high-end show.
Snorlord's in here, and I know there's a way to do this, so I'm going to ask him for after he goes to Scotland and wears a kilt. Okay, I just figured out how to change the background because I just did it. Now, is there a way for me to download a picture? Like if I take a picture, Steve, if I take a picture of something or anything, how do I get that onto this? There's got to be a way to do that because obviously
Probably
when
have
I see
Dar
you,
on
when I see you do your lives in the morning, you've got a picture of your KW in the trailer behind you.
You have a picture behind you right now.
I know. I just put that
Hey,
up.
you went to a more special place in your house.
You like that? We're moving on up, man. I'm the White Jeffersons. I'm moving on up. Me and Wheezy. Dar's Wheezy. We're moving on up.
Yeah. Beans don't burn on the grill.
Yeah, that's what you think. Nomadic Brett Yorkshire.
Have you ever had Bush Iced?
What's that?
Dar, you should put a picture up. Come on.
She won't put her picture up right now because she's sitting in the bedroom and she's laying sideways on the bed. And none of you are about to see a picture of my wife in bed. That's not happening.
Woo! All right.
Better than the elf on the shelf we sent you earlier.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
that
I'm
elf
gonna
on the
try and
shelf,
put that
that
on
was
here.
that was rated R. But like I said, you don't want to know what we're gonna do with that. Let me tell you.
I'll let you watch your
I look
Christmas
like
show.
DIY now. Yeah. Thanks, IH. I'm not sure how I feel about that because when you move
Right,
around,
you have a grand piano in your house.
no, that's not my house. That's just that's a green screen, right?
That's
Are
bright.
you crazy? There's no. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. Let's go with this.
So
How's
you
that?
don't want to see the hole in my wall?
No, let's get rid of that.
What is it from?
There's a blur.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Nah. There we go. Let's just stick with that. My eyes get fuzzy, right? When I'm looking at somebody with a green screen and they move too quickly, and there's like a fade and a follow of the screen. It ends up getting my eyes get busy and I get a headache watching it. Send Caesars to Dar and Chicken Hawk. Yeah, like Dar needs Caesars. No, it's not our piano. Robert.
Dar, put a
No matter
picture up or
what.
something. Come on live.
Hold on, I'm trying to find one.
She's
Just come
gonna
on
put a
live.
Picture up of her kitty cat.
Yeah, it'll be a cat picture for sure.
How much for a wheel burner sideways on the bed pick? Dude, you already had one. Wait, you already had one. There's one out there. We put it
You
in the
never know
video.
what we might pay
I
for
was-
that,
Oh.
Brian.
I was in Chicken Hawk's. I was in Chicken Hawk and Special K's bed, doing the sideways lean on their bed.
Let me see if I can
Baby.
throw that picture up.
Dude.
Brian.
Oh, Dara, just come on live and show us your beautiful
Shut
face.
up,
You know I love you. You know I love
Exactly. We love
you. Come on. Shut up, Mike.
Dar already has ideas for a vacation fund for her from her OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, you know what? It wouldn't surprise me at all. Robert, you're being bitchy. Get over it, you slut.
Yeah.
Oh, Brett.
So,
The
my
mouth-
wife's
The
my
mouth
wife's OnlyFans has paid off our house, my car, and put $1 million in the bank. I just have to let her know that she has an OnlyFans.
Come on, Whit. Why does anyone ask for that pic? You're weird. You know what? I can't explain. I can't explain why Whittet does what he does and says what he says, but dude, it's cool. Bill, it is on the video when he met up with the Chicken Hawk. Yeah, go check that out. I was giving their mattress a really good, thorough examination.
Chicken Hawks in the house.
Chicken Hawks in the house.
You have any of those on there? You should have played James's, man. That was the best.
James.
Hey,
James.
that's
Best,
funny.
James Best hasn't popped in. He's
ladies,
not.
it took us forever to get
Oh, I
our-
thought he said somebody was tits. I thought
No,
he was on
somebody
there.
else said he was. Somebody else used one of James's terms.
Oh, I thought it was him when I heard that.
Here,
Okay,
here,
sorry.
hold on, you guys, hold on. Here's James's.
I love it.
Looks like the king is in the house. James Best. So don't be a shitbag, cause that ain't it. Oh, and by the way, hide the Taco Bell. Looks like the king is in the house.
You just got to learn how to work the
I
technology,
like
Brian.
that. I like that.
Yeah. Oh, so he's never been in?
You know what? It's really when you hit it, it's really sensitive. If you hit it
Yeah.
and say you hit it and it doesn't come on, so then you hit it again, and basically there's a delay. So when I click on it, I have to wait like 2 seconds before it starts playing.
Right.
But then because of the delay, I go, oh, it must not be on. So then I hit it again and it turns it off. So
It turns.
I'm telling
right.
you, you're asking a whole lot of me to be doing this. So like
I
you
am.
really are.
I have always asked a lot of you.
Oh, there goes. Yeah, the whole you do ask a lot of me. No, you don't.
Yeah. There.
Edgewood's in the
Edgewood.
house. Dottie, how you doing?
Got one for her
Got
too.
company. Thanks for the warm welcome. I'm out.
Here's those girls
All right,
only
Sherry.
for-
Thanks for popping in here. We appreciate it. And Sherry, I usually do a live once during the week while out on the road from the truck, and then we usually do another one from home here, usually on Saturday nights. Tonight's Friday night, but
Yeah.
stop in. Make sure you're in here. I'll be there in a while. I'm getting loaded.
Me
Is
too.
that good, or are you getting loaded like your trailer's getting loaded, or you're getting shit face loaded? Which one is it, Dottie?
Me
Half the
too.
people in the chat, look at this. Half the people in this chat are fucking loaded right now.
Yeah, they're all drinking Bush beer. I love my peeps.
Exactly.
Oh fuck, God. You guys.
I walked
that's
into
so-
the beer store
pathetic.
and there was a sign up saying Bush is one of the top selling beers nowadays. I said, "You're fucking welcome."
True. I got the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Do you?
If I would
Been
have
there, done
known,
that.
if I would have known, Mike, if I would have known that you were, if I would have known you were going to take to Bush beer the way you did, I'd have bought stock. I'd have dumped all the rest. I'd have dumped
Brian will
my
be
whole
rich
portfolio and bought stock in Bush beer.
Dude,
Oh,
I can
dude,
give you my
You
empties.
drank
I can
enough.
give you my
Just your
empties.
empties alone. Dude, remember those weekends
Yeah,
you'd come to my place? Mike used to work for me. And he'd get laid over at my place for a weekend or
Is that what we
something.
called it?
And
Work?
Dar and I would take his, Well, yeah, well,
Brad, I
We
can
just-
give you
we-
your
Dar
password
would-
to pick up all the
Dar would take all Mike's empties back, and she had enough for groceries, for Christ's sake.
I like coming to your place, leaving an empty cup and a spoon.
There you go. There you go.
Oh,
It don't get no sexier than that, baby.
Brian, that
Look
is
at that. There you
Yeah.
go.
I want to sneak into your house some night, leave an empty cup and a spoon in the sink. Dar loves that. Where'd she go? You there, Dar?
Snorler, I've had a
Yeah,
couple
I'm here,
of white
sorry.
Russians. I'm likely
Okay.
to say something stupid.
Just turn
Dude,
your
do you know who
camera
you're
on.
talking to? Snorler, do you know who you're talking to? You're not going to say, you can't say anything dumber than anything that I've said tonight. Or look around you here.
That's right.
That's always,
Come on in.
That's always good.
Come on in, Snorlord. You can't do any worse.
It's always good. Insult your guests while they're here. Look at the dummies I got in here, for Christ's sake.
Well, it's better than insult me behind my back.
Well, you know what? Well, Snorler's drinking White Russian, so at least he's got a level of sophistication, unlike you two
At
melonheads.
least he has class.
Yeah, he's got a little class.
I have no
Snorler
class.
to set the bar. Snorler to set the bar for where I want my beard to go. Like I think.
Oh,
I think.
yeah,
I think.
That
I
is
think if
some.
Steve put out. Shut up. Jesus
That is
Christ, I gotta
some
do-
awesome beard. That thing is.
Holy Christ! Trying to get a word in with him when he opens his eyes that much. You're trying to get a word
My
in.
bush
Oh,
is so
holy
much
shit.
smoother than this. Oh my
Oh my good lord! All I was trying to say was, I think if Snorler stood up, his beard would be down to his belt buckle, and that's the bar. That's where I'm trying to get to, but it's going to take me a little while. This is about 8 months. This took me 8 months to burn this out. So
Yeah,
I'm
me
gonna have
too.
that's it. That's
can't-
not 8 months.
You don't have the Santa Claus beard
This
yet?
is like 3 months. It doesn't do it. I can't get that length. No, I didn't mean to interrupt and cut you off. No, I saw him on live with Shannon Thomas, and that beard is like fucking amazing.
Yeah,
That is some.
that's pretty
That is
good.
something. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that.
TBT, I drive for Cascadia and had Taco Bell for lunch, Steve. So I'm 2 for 2. What I want to know, TBT, is when you have Taco Bell for lunch, does Mrs. TBT have Taco Bell for lunch, and who has to leave the truck first? That's got to be a bad night. That is.
Oh, that'd be wicked.
Bulldog, dummies. Who you calling a dummy, Bulldog?
Me?
I know
No, 'cause you called us dummies, so now
I called you
he's
guys.
yeah. So he's sticking up
Snorler
for us. He's like
from
fuck.
belly button.
Yeah, he's like fuck you, Campbell.
Yeah, our snow is wet, Rig Pig.
Dara got stuck in the fucking driveway 6 times yesterday trying to go to the city.
I thought you guys had an SUV. Do you not have an SUV? And speaking of, where is Robin? Chicken Hawk, TBT, come
Robin's
to.
probably sleeping. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Brian, I'm gonna post that picture of Robin in a minute.
Self on the
Uh,
shelf. Just
Are
wait,
we gonna
Dara.
get shut
That's
down
like
for it?
Right till
No,
the
it won't.
23rd.
Nothing's showing.
Wait
We're
till
gonna get shut down for it.
Well, hold on a second, Gar. Before you do, hold on. Robin sends us a picture, okay, and it's called. Gar, are you ready to put it up?
Not yet. I have to download it first.
Okay. So Robin sends us, I don't know why, but you know, you guys are pretty cool, and you know, a lot of you have my cell number. So you text me interesting pictures and we chit chat and this and that.
They actually sent it to me, not you.
No, Robin sent it to me too.
Wait a second. People have your cell number? Can I have
Yeah,
it?
Oh,
because
sorry.
we both have his
No,
cell number.
no.
Them
Fuck.
It's bad enough, Mike. You know where I live.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Post trip. Spectre's in the
This
house,
is like
ladies and gentlemen.
redneck shit.
Oh, I love Spectre. Hey, Spectre, how you doing, bro?
We got some
Love that
smart
guy.
people in here, man. I'm telling
I
you.
love that guy. Bring Spectre in.
Snowman
Spectre,
James,
come on
I
in.
love it. TBT, everybody say hi to. Okay, everybody say hi to Spectre. Let's get that out of the way.
Hi.
There we go. Rig Pig, hello, TBT. Yeah, where's Curtis? He was in the
Is he
vehicle
off?
that.
As in Robin? No, wait.
No, he was in the vehicle.
Uh-oh. Where are they?
I
Out
don't
in
know
the
where
road
Curtis
somewhere?
is. He was
Sitting
in the
there?
vehicle with Mike and Brianna, so I don't know where the hell he went.
Like are they broke down the side of the road just sitting there?
Dude, your internet's breaking
No,
up.
they're
I can't hear you.
They're back
Okay,
home.
sorry.
Don't know. Go ahead.
We're having trouble with our internet.
Are they
Our
back?
smart TVs freezing up too.
Okay.
Must be the
Spectre's
storm.
tired as hell. Did you guys hear about Jackknife situation? Yeah, actually, I did. I wasn't talking to him personally. I was on his live yesterday. Talking about fucking heartbreak. A week before Christmas, and he cacked his motor. Cacked the motor in the truck.
Ooh,
It's like, geez,
sorry to hear
Oh,
that, brothers. That's shitty.
that is absolutely rough. Absolutely rough. He's got a couple of options he's exploring. Hopefully, he thinks he's through. Hopefully, he makes the right one. Spectre needs a beard. Spectre does need a beard.
Yeah,
Absolutely
anybody's
right.
gonna need a
Yeah. Oh, Sandra lost her signal.
Yeah, we're having issues tonight too. Our smart TV keeps freezing up and the phone keeps
I
going
think
wacky.
it's the
So
wet snow everywhere.
yeah, something's fucked up somewhere.
Yeah. Post trip,
Everyone needs a
Snorlord, I got
Everyone.
a beard, that Irish beard going on.
everyone
Spectre
needs a
has-
beard.
Spectre has the cool voice that everyone loves. Yeah, he's got
He
that.
does.
He's
He
got
does.
that. He's got that southern. I don't know what is it. It's not the Alabama twang.
No, it's that Midwest twang.
Yeah, he's got. You can tell Snorlord when he does his. You can tell he's a Missouri boy. He talks like Missouri, Iowa, the Dakotas, that kind of thing. There, you can tell when he's talking. But
Sandra just texted me. She says this sucks because her internet is fucked up.
okay, Spectre, I'm going to let you in here, but nobody wants to listen to me. They just want to listen to you. So I'm going to let you in here. You got to just start talking. I don't give a shit if you just open the phone book and start reading. There you go.
Hey, can we play Spectre's intro, please, Brian? Can we do
I
that?
don't have it.
Yeah, you have
We
it.
don't have it.
I love that
Oh.
picture. That's beautiful.
Oh, Elf on a Shelf.
Oh my God!
Oh, okay.
I could have finished my night out without that one, but okay.
No, you have Spectre's. We played it before, but he wasn't on.
I'm going through them right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going through it right now. I don't have Spectre.
Really?
Dude, I
we
don't
played
have-
it before. That's all right. No big deal. We have it. It's there.
Sorry, Spectre. We've actually got an intro for you, but
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's
Mike,
loaded.
are you sure we played it already?
Yeah, it's the one with the army salute. Yeah, we played it here one night.
Let me
Oh
look.
well, I'd love to hear that at some point. No,
Darcy-
I figured I'd stop in. I'm tired, man. I'm
It-
tell y'all what. Running reefer freight right before the holidays, y'all motherfuckers eat a lot of turkey, chicken, and damn potatoes. I'm gonna tell y'all what. Good God.
None of it coming to Canada, so you can't blame us.
Man,
it's all you guys.
I have run like 7 loads of chicken and turkey and potatoes in like this week. I'm more out. I'm more the hell out.
Yeah, but fuck, dude. Like you're crying all the way to the bank.
Yeah, yeah, I am.
yeah, I am. You're crying to the wrong band here, man. Sorry.
Right. It's been a week. I'm ready for a break. I think I'm gonna do like 1 or 2 more, and then that's it. That'll be it for me till after the holidays. So
what are you doing? You're gonna shut her down just before Christmas and take the Christmas to New Year's off?
yeah, yep. Go ahead and I'm gonna take it out. I'll take it off. I'm not gonna be in the truck. I'm gonna the end of year stuff for the fleet and the carrier and all that crap. And
Yeah.
And I did. I got those 2 trucks, so I'll be preparing to go down and pick them 2 trucks up.
You did get them, eh?
I did. Good
Good price.
55.
You don't have to
apiece.
say what. I'm not asking you how much. Just you got a good price.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll tell you. I ain't afraid to tell you. I got them at 55 a piece.
What kind
No.
of trucks did you get, Spectre?
2019 5700 XEs, 13 speed, 308 gears.
You
There you
wait,
go.
So
Spectre. You wait. You're gonna watch. You're gonna watch just the money you're gonna save just on fuel economy alone, just on those trucks.
I got
I
the
shouldn't
printout
want-
on. I got them to do the printout on it, a read on it, and the lifetime in them trucks so far, they've been averaging 7.5 to 8 miles a gallon.
Nothing wrong with that.
I
There's
felt
nothing wrong with that.
all I could figure is with what I'm running in this truck right now, and then with whatever one, if I drive one or whatever, just it's like Scrooge McDuck, you know, from DuckTales. All I heard was ching 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 ching. I mean, it's gonna
Yeah.
make a huge difference.
It is, man. I'm really happy for you. I'm glad that worked out, man. I'm glad you got those.
Oh yeah.
So what are you
Appreciate
gonna
it.
what are you gonna do with the girl you're driving now? You're gonna just put a driver in it, or are you gonna retire her?
No, I think I'm gonna retire it for right now till the fuel prices get a little bit more under control. I mean, I'm making
Yeah.
good money with it. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm in it now. I'm doing great in it. I'm making great money. The thing is I want to keep a little bit more of it, and with the weather, the change in the season really hard. I mean, if I stay out of the fuel, out of the throttle, I mean, she'll get 6.5. The problem is there's too much damn wind this time of year, and if I hit wind, no.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
you know, it's like trying to pull a parachute through the wind, and it just ain't going.
Yeah.
So,
The only other thing I would advise you with those Western Stars is
mhm.
get yourself the grill covers. Those Detroit, those DD15s. I know
Yeah.
because I've got one. They like to be warm. They do like to be
Yeah.
warm. So
Yep.
considering you eat a headwind a lot of the time and it's cold,
Yep.
and just I don't know what they're worth. I think they're a couple $100 or whatever the fuck. Just put the grill covers on them, man. Those DD15s like to be warm. Don't let them get cool.
Yep.
Don't let them cool off.
Oh no, I won't. I'm gonna. I already got 2 on order because you know where we're running. We're running that Wisconsin lane all the way back down, and then turn around and go right back up. And then, but yeah, I already got 2 on order.
Yeah.
Those 2 trucks do come with APUs. They got 2 APU on them, so that'll be good when we stop. You know, keep them warm. And that is a good thing about the DD15s. Their fuel, like the return lines on the DD15. I didn't know if you knew this or not, but the return lines for the fuel, it's actually the hottest out of all the engine makers. And so the
I
grill
didn't know
covers
that.
are going to help. Oh yeah, it keeps it warm. I had that Cascadia I was running. You remember a couple years ago when that vortex came across?
Yeah.
I was up in Vermont, and it got like the -20 up there that night, and I had no problem with it. I mean, she stayed warm and no
Yeah.
issues.
Your APU, are they the battery?
No generator.
No?
Diesel. Yep.
Diesel, eh? Yeah. See, I don't have that. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I didn't have the option. Mine came with the batteries.
Yeah.
But I've also got the engine heater on it, so I do have that option as well. Like I've been up in North Dakota, or I've been up in North Wisconsin there, and you know we're in Celsius, so it's like -30, -40 degrees.
Yep.
And I can still shut that truck off and run that bunk heater, and I can no problem in the morning. I turn the key, and the thermostat's already 140 degrees. The engine's nice and crispy. You turn the key, it's already blowing warm air, and that's it. That's it. Like I said, that's it. Like -30, -40. So
Exactly.
I love it. I love it. But I didn't know that was. I didn't know that they ran I didn't know that they ran the hottest return lines.
Yeah, they got the warmest return line. It's weird. I think it's got a lot to do with the pressure system because Detroit's also got the highest fuel rail pressure. So
Yeah.
I think it's got a lot to do with that as far as the bleed off goes and stuff. So
So what
but I'm not
are they?
complaining.
Are they Thermo Kings? What do you got on the side of it?
Yeah,
those
Thermo
are good.
Kings.
Those are really good. Those are really good. Just first thing I do with it, man, is just take it in and change belts and all. Well, you've got your own shop, you've got your own shit. Your boys will go through those APUs. You know, get all that, get all the belts and everything changed up. You don't know. I wouldn't take a chance, but in that instance, there, dude, I'm a little bit jealous. I wish I had it. my next truck, I'm going to have the Thermo King put on. Actually, I'm gonna talk to Nevada because he's got the green APU, and he seems to be having really good luck with that.
Eventually I will get the green APU. I'm a big fan of Green's APU. What I like about it is they give you a parts list for everything that's on that APU. And
Yes,
every
that's what I
part
like.
that's on every part that's on that APU, you literally can go to like AutoZone or O'Reilly's or wherever and
Yeah.
get the part to replace it. Like I think it's got a Nissan fucking alternator on it.
Yeah,
That's what's on there. So, and I actually got this. I got to test one and I saw it. And out of all the APUs in the industry, they have the highest CFM as far as that goes. So the issue I was having is it. One time I had a black Cascadia. So even with the APU wide open, it couldn't keep up in the summertime. I mean, I was cooking in that sucker, and I needed something with a higher CFM. So I was looking at the green. And I think the green APU CFM is something like 850 or something like that. And
that's insane.
that is insane. That's like a house, you know.
Yeah, it is.
So
It is. Dude, you'll
they're good.
freeze
They're
yourself
nice.
out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna check that out. I don't have any issues. Like I'm gonna keep this on the truck. I'm not changing it, but when I sell the truck, I'll be selling the truck probably February or March, and
Right.
ordering a new truck, and I will be ordering it with the APU, and I'll have it all set.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, it's like I will not buy one of these newer trucks without a diesel APU on it. I've looked at the ones with the batteries and stuff. I'm not confident in their technology, and to replace one of those if it fails and goes bad, like the batteries, they're insane.
Yeah.
I don't trust them. I'd rather have the diesel APU on the side, and it's tried and true. So
Yeah, well, I think exactly that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick with what I've got. I've got the batteries, and they seem to be working. I've sat down in Laredo or sat out in Arizona,
Right.
it's 104 degrees out, and my truck is navy blue, and that APU, as long as I keep the center curtain drawn, that APU will keep me comfortable.
Good.
But it's, I'd rather have the diesel just for durability. The batteries, I still have to charge. I still got to charge them, right? So after 10 hours running that APU with the AC running full blast, you're running your truck, or you're idling your truck for an hour, my truck's an hour and a half to charge those batteries. So the diesel ones, hey, you just turn it on and let it go and just forget about it. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah,
the benefit I look at the diesel ones is like my truck. If I idle all night long, I want to say it's like I burn 10 gallons if I idle for a 10-hour period. It's like a gallon an hour if I idle. But with the APU, on those newer trucks that I'm getting, it's like 1 gallon or less for over a 10-hour period. So it is. Make a huge difference.
The green APU is rated for just under 1 gallon of fuel for 10 hours of running time.
Yeah. So
what's a gallon of fuel? It's going to cost you what? Let's say $4, right? Depending, but
$4. Yeah.
$4 so for $4 a day or $4 a night, as opposed to idling your truck, you're at $30. You're at $30 a night for idling the truck, or you're at fucking $4 a night for an APU.
Exactly.
The way we broke it down, and for me, especially being in Canada, my weather's a little more extreme up and down. If I went and bought one now and had it installed, it would take me a year and a half to get my money out of it, right? The savings for it to pay for itself.
Yep. Yeah, I was looking at.
I'll just wait until I buy the next truck. You there?
Right. I'm here.
Yeah.
I like last night. I really sat down and I went through the numbers, like you were telling me to, and I think my math came out to where if I can get 7 miles a gallon out of those Western Stars compared to what I'm getting out of this one right now, this time of year, I'm only getting like 4. I might get 4 when the wind hits me. I'm definitely not getting 4, but if I can get 7 miles a gallon, that's over $4,000 saved every month compared to the truck I'm running right now.
No shit, eh?
That's fucking huge, dude. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm making real good money, but I want to keep more of it. So that's the main reason. Did I lose you?
Sorry, I muted myself.
I was gonna say, what? I missed all
I'm
that.
talking. My red light was on. No, I was talking with a guy earlier today, and he's got himself a 95 W9 flat top, gorgeous truck. He's got an N14 red top in it. Beautiful
Yep.
engine. One of my favorite engines, right? Bulletproof. But he's
Yep.
the best he's getting out of it is like 5.5. That's the best he's going to do
Yep.
out of that engine. And but he doesn't have a truck payment, right? And we were having that same talk kind of like you and I were last week, and he was going, well, I don't have a $3,000 a month truck payment, but I'm spending, so we went through the numbers, and I said, okay, and as it came out, like with my truck, it came out to a $3,800 a month savings. His was $4,500.
Yeah, exactly.
$4,500
I'll tell you,
if on a $4,500 savings, even if your truck payment is you'll go get a new truck, you sell the W9, you get what you can't, you slap it down on a new truck, $4,500. If your truck payments, even if it's $3,000, dude, you're still putting $1,500. You're coming out 15. I don't know about you, but money is money. $1,500 is still a nice chunk of change to me.
No, you're absolutely correct. Like when you really math it out, right? Now these are some really crazy numbers. This is where I get crazy when I go down a rabbit hole. Like you just said, like when I did the math, if I can get 7, which I'm positive I'll get 7 out of them trucks. Now, with just one of them trucks. Oh yeah, I mean it's got a 13 speed with 308s in it, so I know I'm pretty confident in that. If I on just one of those trucks, right? Just one of those trucks, with what I paid for them and all the financing when it comes out, the savings that I'll save in fuel alone, if that $3,600 to $4,000 a month, it will pay for both of those trucks. Plus, I will make money off of it.
Yeah,
just one of them. Just one.
I joke around with a couple of the other guys I run with that are running.
Yeah.
They're not running so fuel efficient. I say, dude, every month I actually make money on my fuel.
Yeah,
and they don't get it. They don't get it. They're like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I make money on my fuel."
Yep.
And it just goes right over their fucking heads. And it's like, well, thanks for the chat, but if you don't want to, look at Snorlord, he's talking math is hard.
Right. No, I mean a lot of people don't believe it, but when like I said, when I sit down and I do the math, I mean, look, I'm for both of them trucks finance wise, like I said, what I would save in fuel alone at 7 miles a gallon on one of those trucks, just one compared to what I'm paying now.
Yeah,
it'll pay for both of those trucks, both of them, and I will also make about $1,000 off of it. Because look, the reality is, I ran 2,300 miles this week. That's what I ran. I ran my freaking ass off because of the way the loads were structured and stuff. My fuel bill was extremely high just because of the wind. Like I said, I was in the wind all week. I spent $2,500 in fuel.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, what can I do?
To me, Spectre, that's like 3,200 bucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm in Canadian. So, dude, if I came in the door with a $3,200 fuel bill, I'd light my truck on fire in my driveway and just stand there and watch it burn with a stick and marshmallows.
Now you see why I went out and started looking for something better.
Oh, Jesus. But I was in the same boat with the W9. So,
yeah. Like I was saying, I'm making great money. I'm not complaining about the money I'm making. What I'm wanting to do is I want to keep more of what I'm spending.
Yeah. And
I got to do something.
That's something I've heard on Snorlord's channel, on a couple other channels. It's not how much money you're making. It's how much are you keeping.
Yeah.
Right. You can go out and make 10 grand a week, but how much of that are you keeping? right?
Exactly.
How much of that,
Exactly.
once you've got your fixed costs done and you've got your variables figured out, once you've got all of that done, how much is left over for you to keep? And I don't mean, okay, everything's paid, the lights are on, there's fuel in the truck, and everything's okay, and there's $1,000 in the bank. That's nothing.
Yep.
That's
Exactly.
not. That's one of the areas that I'm kind of working with a couple of other guys that's not making a. They're going, oh yeah, I'm profitable. I said, well, okay, how are you profitable? Show me what you're doing. What do you consider profit? And they're going, well, okay, these are all my costs. This is this. We figure it all out. And the guy's got an extra $1,200 a month. And I said, that's not profit, dude. That's breaking even. If you're walking around with an extra $1,200 a month in your pocket or in the bank, and they're going, well, if I don't spend that $1,200, the next month I'll have $1,200 more, then I'll have $2,400. That's still not profit. I guarantee you, you're gonna be using and dipping into that $1,200. Profit.
I mean, $1,200 nowadays. That buys 2 tires at the price they are. So there you go.
Thank you. And that's exactly what we were talking about. Nowadays, profit is you've got everything paid, you've got a little bit of scratch in the bank, and now you've got a chunk of change over here, and you've got nothing to do with it. That's profit. It's sitting there. It's not. There's no little Post-it note sitting on that chunk of money to be used for something. That's profit. We turn around and we invest. Like I use that money with my business for other investments, which feed our business as well. That's profit. Take your profit, turn it around, turn it over, and get it making you more money somewhere else down the line. And these young guys in here these days, they're just more interested with turning the key. Like they're thinking like we used to drive 20 years ago. Diesel was 60, 65 cents a gallon. You could run down the road at 5 miles per gallon. You didn't give a damn. Those days are long gone, and that's what they want. They want to get back to those glory days of slapping $10,000 worth of chrome on their truck, driving 85 miles an hour, 5 miles to the gallon, great big ape hangers, and all that kind of shit. Now, that's all fine if you've got it and you can afford it, but if you've got a beautiful looking truck and it goes into the shop and you need to call the company you're working for to cover the bill, you shouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. I agree.
If your truck breaks and you can't stroke the check for that repair,
Yep.
dude, you want to reevaluate what you're doing here.
Exactly. I saw a couple comments. Oser said, Oser, I doubt your 680. I mean, I know that 680 is heavy, but it's nowhere near as heavy as the Star I'm driving right now. I got a 05 4900 EX I'm driving right now, and I'm telling you, this time of year it does. This time of year's, oh God, it's a monster, man. I think with a reefer, I can only haul about 40,000 pounds and be okay. When I can haul 42.5, but I get real antsy and I got to watch how much fuel I got on the truck because she's a heavy girl. But the hardest part, I'm telling you, it's like I never truly understood it till I started driving it. And then this winter, with where we're working at and the lanes we're running, that wind, I'm telling you, if we hit a headwind, the turbo boost just stays up there and it just pulls. And all I do is it's like somebody poked a hole in my fuel tanks and I'm just watching it go out. So I'm like, it's time to change something with what we're doing. So, I mean, and that's okay. That's what business is about. Like we made the switch with the reefers, which was a game changer. And now it's like, hey, I want to keep more of what I'm spending. Like I said, I mean, overall, I grossed $12,000 to the truck, but at the end of the day, I spent $2,500 of that in fuel. I want to keep more of that. I still making good money, but I want to keep more. I want to keep more.
Yeah, so, you know what it is? It's called, and I've probably done it in my business. I would say I've probably done it for. I was going to say 5, but I don't think it's 5. I think 4 times. As the market changes, as the industry changes, as the economy, as everything changes, you have to be prepared to pivot.
Yeah.
Be prepared to have a plan. Be prepared to pivot. If this happens, what are we going to do? If this happens, like I'm already thinking fucking as far ahead as February, March, and April, right? Like I'm already out of the first quarter of next year, for Christ's sake, trying to think ahead. I'm trying to stay ahead of this. I'm not always successful. I know that I'm not the only one out there. There's lots of guys out there right now. We're coming up coming up the last week of December. January is in a week and a half, for Christ's sake. It's like, things are going to change and we have to be ready to you know, like I said, take your business and be able to pivot one way or the other and be able to bounce. I've had to do it in 21. My business has been running 21 years. This is our 21st year as our owner operators. And I've had to do it four times. And it's usually it's been right during or right at the ass end or right after a recession. Like the one in 08 was big. The recession in 08 kicked the shit out of, like, we lost a lot of owner operators. We lost a lot of businesses in 08, 15, and then this one.
Yep. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people like Snorlord. He's known me quite a while. We literally live like about a couple hours from each other, but I live by a motto, right? And it's a quote that Bruce Lee has. And the quote is, you got to be like water, right? Water's the most destructive force on the damn planet. But yet it's also the one object or thing on this planet that can take any shape in any form at any point in time. You got to be able and willing to change. You just have to, and that's what that means is water can adapt to anything. And
it is. Water is the only substance in the world. It's the only substance in the world. It doesn't matter how airtight you are. If you have the slightest crack, it's the only substance that will find its way through that crack.
Exactly. And the thing is that I've taken more heat when I bring that up, is that change is the only thing that's a constant, and you've got to be willing to change in business, especially in this industry. And people are like, they get so stuck on the days of old trucking. Trucking was this way, trucking is that. Well, guess what? It's changed. It's gone. Yes. Let it go.
Dude, don't get me wrong. I love to sit around with a couple of old timers and reminisce and talk about the old days. I do. Yeah, I do. But if I thought that way in my business and in my life today, I'd have been out of business 10 years ago. Right? Yeah. You can only bleed money for so long.
Exactly.
Right? So, and a lot of the stuff you see, a lot of the good information that I see comes off of Snorlord's channel when he's not busy drinking White Russians, but he doesn't do that in the morning. So thank God.
True.
Yeah.
I like Snorlord. I go in there and I listen. I might not comment all the time usually because I'm working, but I do listen, and he's come a long way, and I get kind of jealous because I love putting out the kind of information he puts out and stuff. But of course, I'm busy. But he does. He needs to keep doing what he's doing. Keep doing what he's doing.
Guys like Snorlord are along the same lines as what I was talking about earlier. Is I like to try to find guys, and I'm not always successful with this, but I like try to find guys that are giving out good pieces of information, but it's not always them. I try to look and see who they're surrounding themselves with.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Look who Steve surrounds himself with.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, Jeff.
He's got Eric from CDN Freight Haulers. Smart guy. Super smart guy. Always good. Always quick and always free with his advice, and always. You've got DIY that likes to pop in. Another smart guy.
Adam. I know Adam.
Exactly. You look at these are the guys that he surrounds himself with. I hope your ego is not. I hope your head's not getting as your beard here, Steve.
Well, see, also Snorlord has he's got an ace in the hole that a lot of people don't know about. I'm not going to say the guy's real name, but his screen name is Pigtail, and me and Snorlord know Pigtail, and he's an ace in the hole. That dude. I'm not going to tell you what he does just because that's just the way he is. But he's a smart guy, a lot of damn knowledge, and he's local. I would say he's local to me and Steve. But he's been a great resource for us. But Steve does surround himself with a lot of smart people from a lot of different aspects of this industry, and it's a benefit. So absolutely.
We're all sitting around here, and we're all in this YouTube world, and I try to do that in the YouTube world, but I also do my damnedest to try to do that in my business. Yeah. Right. When I'm doing business, with this person or that person. Oh yeah, well, I out and out ask them. Oh, so this guy? Oh, how do you know this guy? Oh yeah, you've done business. Okay, yeah. Oh, you went to high school with this guy. Okay, I got no problem. It's not like I'm checking your credentials, but realistically, I am. Right? If you're going to give me advice, and we're talking about dollars and money, I want to know where your knowledge is coming. I want to know where you're getting your information from.
Yeah, it comes down to. It's like an old adage. You know, show me. You want to show me who you really are. Show me who your friends are, or who you associate with.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
and that's what it comes down to.
I agree.
Absolutely,
Absolutely agree.
absolutely.
And then we get bombed by Stewart. Look at him. He's in the
I love
Christmas
Stewart.
spirit. He's in the Christmas spirit. He's got his drink and he's sitting beside his Christmas tree. Look at this
Yeah.
guy.
Oh, you home? Is he home? Is that
He's
bloke
home.
home?
I'm the hobby trucker. That's what I
God.
do now. That's what I do
Hobby
now. I'm
trucking?
home every day.
I'm not far from you, Stuart. I'm just over here in Cromwell.
When you come across,
It'll probably be in the morning.
okay, I'll be here.
All right, I'll hit you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stuart's good people. Stuart's another one. I wish Stuart. Well, he is. His channel is growing. I've learned a lot from Stuart. When I got back into the reefer game, I beat Stuart's head up. I beat him up.
Yeah.
He's been a big help. Been a real big help. So
I
he's
haven't
another good
I haven't known Stewart. I haven't known Stewart all that long. I've probably only been I've known of him and been following him and talking to him off and on. I don't know, maybe about a year, but he was one of those guys that I used to describe that when I was new to the YouTube world and coming in here, he was one of those guys that I would listen to because although his mouth moves really fast, every once
Right.
in a while, a little nugget of information will fall out, and I can pick that nugget up and go, "Hey, I can use that." Stewart's
Well,
like that. Britt's like that. A lot of guys are like
Yep.
that.
Well, I'll tell you a little. I'm gonna brag on him. So we'll see how big his head swells up here in a second. I was watching
Well, he's got a
Stuart. Now,
big-
Stuart would come. Yeah, Stuart would come on my feed sometimes, and I'd catch him on other people's feeds. But this is what really made Stuart stand out to me. Stuart was an owner operator, had his own authority, had a beautiful truck, trailer, was doing really well, right?
Yeah.
When the market peaked for equipment, right? When the market peaked, he had the balls to sell his equipment, and he made twice of what the value of his equipment was, right? And people knocked him for that. And I was like, dude, that took some balls, but yet it was the smartest damn thing he probably could have done. Because now he can come
I
back
agree.
in when
And
the
I told
market's
him-
at its bottom, and it's like, that was smart.
Yeah.
Just smart.
Yeah. It's almost like he saw it coming and he set himself up. He got out
Mm-hmm.
at the right time. It's like buying stock, right? You buy
Right.
low, you sell high. Stewart bought low, he sold high, and now he's sitting there with presumably he didn't go to the casino and blow all that money. Presumably now he's got a nice little nest egg.
My wife
Yeah.
would kill
Well,
me if I did that.
but now you're set back up again when the market comes back down and you're ready to buy low again. You're in that position to
Right.
do it. You made
And-
Stuart. I told you that months ago when you were
I would-
talking one night. You were talking one night about how you were being criticized and everything, and I said, "Fuck them. They're all wrong. They were all everybody that criticized you was wrong." And James jumped on you, and like a lot of big names jumped on you, and I said, "Absolutely not, dude." I remember telling you this. I can even tell you the live. I was sitting out in my garage that one time and you were on here. And dude,
Yeah.
you made the right call then. It was the right call then and it's still the right call now, man.
I mean, I
And
would,
the
I
thing-
would love to sit here and say I knew it was going to, I knew 100%, and that's not the case. There was some luck, and there was a bit of a backstory to it, right? I mean, look, before I bought that Pete, I had a Cascadia, a 2012 Cascadia with a Cummins, and as much as I did maintenance on that thing, every time I would go out, it would be an emissions issue or this issue or a wheel bearer. It was always something, So you'd plan on going out for 2 weeks. You'd spend a week at the shop, and you all that time was gone. And I'm gone from the house for 2 weeks, and and I've only got a week's worth of revenue. I had that truck paid off. I mean, it was free and clear. I had the title and everything, and it came to the point. It wasn't a business thing. It was a family issue. The wife was saying, "Look, you're going for 2 weeks. You're making 1 week's worth of paycheck. Contributing 1 week towards the house here. This is stupid. What are you doing?" And pretty much I gave an ultimatum. I said, "Look, I've got two choices here. I really don't know much else other than trucking, or we take a risk and we buy a brand new truck and we let them issues, go disappear, and have something which is reliable. And that's what we ended up doing. And that happened right when everything shut down for COVID. I bought that truck. I dumped 40 grand down, and it was a $2,600 a month payment when and at the time I was living in Florida, rates coming out of Florida were sub $1. So, it was a gamble. I couldn't have predicted. There is no way I could have predicted that rates were going to come up the way they did. And it was my dream truck. I spec'd that truck out how I wanted it. And part of me was lucky. As far as the exit strategy, there was a little bit of, I saw that, when rates started to decline at the beginning of the year, I saw it was going to happen. I could see, I didn't predict the fuel going up the way it did. But I was like, you know what? When someone's offering you more than what you've paid for it, and you've put 200,000 miles on it, it's a no-brainer. It's business, right? And look, there's days I'm like, damn, I wish I never got rid of it. But the reality is, for me to make it work, I would have to spend so much more time away from home, to offset the cost of having a truck like that. To me, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. My family's more important than a piece of metal, and that's the reality.
I'm not going to bash on you for selling your equipment because I benefited from it. I got your trailer, so I'm not complaining.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, that trailer gave him some issues. I feel bad. That trailer gave him some issues. I feel bad. I sent all the maintenance records across. Look, I'm like, dude, I kept on top of it as much as I could, and if there was ever an issue that popped up, I took care of it. But that I'm sure that headache's probably been a headache for him. That trailer.
Yeah, it was bumpy at first. We had to replace the unit on the front, and then of course we had the whole wheel bearing issue that about burned me to the ground. But we got through it. And the thing is, and that's what I was talking about right before you jumped in, is that I drive a hood truck too. You've seen it, and it's like a block, and I'm making a move to, get better fuel mileage, and I want to keep more of it. But I'm going to tell you, and that's why I've told so many people. Nevada has called me. I've had other people call me and ask me what we're doing different. I've talked to my own guys, and I've told them, get under a reefer, man. And because I literally out of I'm giving a nugget and I shouldn't. I can literally come out of the Midwest right now with a reefer, and it's like reefer during this recession, the rates have done nothing but go up. When I can run consistently every week, 21 to 2,300 miles, and I'm doing 10 to 12 grand, despite the fact I'm spending $2,500 a week in fucking fuel.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer. But
dude, I'm working right now for a company. We just got bought out, right? The company I'm in, we got bought out by a larger carrier, and neither one of these companies have any reefers, right? None of them. They got flatbeds, Conestogas, and they got vans. No heater boxes and no reefers. And I'm actually I'm putting together a package to present to the owner of the new company, because this guy is aces. He's absolutely aces. And I'm actually going to go to him and say, okay, look these are the rates right now. This is because I know what these guys are making on their loads. I know where they're going, all of this shit. And I'm about to present them and going, listen, why don't you just, money's not an option for them. Why don't you buy 10 reefers?
Yeah. And
see what you can do with 10 of them. You've got a fleet of over 100 now. Put 10 reefers out there. Cross-border reefers right now in Canada, like we make, believe it or not, Spectre, we make better money than you guys do. For us to bring, especially because we big for the Canadians is our beef, right? Our beef, our pork, our chicken, all of that stuff that comes down to you guys. Huge money. And then we can run all of that down into the Midwest and come back with another load, paying even more, or at least breaking the same money coming back. So you're getting the same rate going back and forth for hauling a reefer. For what?
Exactly.
The price of the price of the reefer? Like, give me a break.
Dude, like where I'm running, like where we're running, right? Like one of the hot lanes that we're running, I've seen loads that are going from like Indianapolis up to Canada, or coming out of Wisconsin going to Canada. I think
Yeah.
the lowest paying one I actually saw recently when I'm just browsing and looking was coming out of Indianapolis. I want to say it was going to like Montreal or PQ. I don't know the you have to excuse me, but
Quebec.
PQ, wherever that's at. Quebec.
Quebec.
Okay. $8,000, and the mileage was like ridiculously low just across
Yes.
the border with it. And I was
Yeah.
like, I gotta find how the hell to do that, because
Yes.
that's
You want help with that?
retarded
I can
money.
show you how to do it, Spectre.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll reach out to you. I mean,
Spectre, for you, Spectre, for you, even better for you is you don't even want to come up to Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, any of that. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you want to be going to Alberta, right?
Right.
Alberta is our cattle. Alberta is Canada's version of Texas,
okay.
right? So for you, it's easier for you to run north and south than it is for you to run, from the Midwest up to the Northeast.
Right. I
Less
agree.
miles, less headwind, and you'll make more money because the loads coming out of, like, we've got huge places just like you guys have in Texas. Like, we've got like Better Beef, we've got massive cattle farms, and they do everything right on site. So you roll up, like, they load you, bang, you're gone. And if you can, if you can drop a trailer, even better, especially for the cross border. If you've got a trailer or two trailers that you can drop, they'll be sitting there fucking loaded because they can't get them out of there fast enough, dude. They can't get them out of there fast enough. If Stuart knows how to do it, man, talk to him. I don't know how to set you up. I don't know how to set you up.
It's hard. I mean, ever since what was it? The beginning of this year is when I got it right, Stuart. I think it was the beginning of this year, and I ran it for a couple. Yeah, I ran it for a couple months, and then I had two guys that wanted to do it. They're like, "Look, how's it working for you?" And I told them, they're like, "Well, let's get two more." So I got two more, and it really has. It's been a change, and I keep telling her, like I said, I tell it Nevada, guys that are maybe struggling and are in a position to get under one. Reefer, for some reason, reefer freight, and it's not for some reason. I know the reason. It's because people got to eat. People need medical supplies and all this stuff. Refrigerated freight is recession proof. It is, and the rates have done nothing but go up.
Yeah.
And people forget, right? It's not just food. It's not just pharmaceutical. It's not just produce. But when you get this cold weather coming in, all of the wine on the West Coast, has to be protected from freeze. There's so much stuff that has to be protected from freeze. Paint. There is so much stuff where you can always pivot slightly to a different, I don't want to sector, but a different bit of freight. And you can pretty much charge what you want at certain times of the year. And if you were a team, I mean, in the middle of summertime, good Lord. I mean, you can get some crazy rates because you being able to move freight across the country in half the time, that's more shelf life for the produce, and that means it's going to sell better. They can charge more for it. That brings so much more value to the producer and to the supermarket.
Right. And you want to know the funny thing is we're talking about this reefer, right? And here's a big myth. And I'm going to ask you because you've done it longer than I. How many claims you actually had in a reefer?
I've only ever had one claim, and it was from Pepsi, and it was a dry load.
Yeah, I've never had a claim to this day as far as the reefer. And everybody's big myth is, the claims. Psh, y'all are stuck on some old bullshit.
Okay, well, what about the myth? What about the myth? Because a lot of the I haven't pulled a reefer. It's probably been 15 or 16 years since I've pulled one. But I do remember that when you get into the food terminals, you're pretty much at their mercy, right? Loading times, unloading times, super stupid fucking appointment times.
Well, as far as appointment times, I haven't run into the issue with those. I mean, it is what it is. For me, it's the same appointment times as if I was pulling a dry van or anything like that.
Right.
Wait times, I haven't experienced any wait times. You just got to kind of understand when you're pulling refrigerated freight, yeah, you might get held up a little bit, but understand that those guys are working in like -degree temperature, so they're mandated to take breaks every so often so they don't freeze.
Yeah.
And it may happen. Now, I could, and I'll let Stuart chime in on it too. But here's the way I look at it: is when you talk about you're at their mercy as far as food and produce and stuff, I could see how that was the old ways before the ability to get reefer downloads came along. Because now what they do is they put like these little telltale temperature trackers in the back of the trailer, and that tells them if there's been any kind of spike or anything like that in the temperature. And then the next thing they usually ask you is, which I've had this happen, they say, "Hey, can you go get me a reefer download?" No problem. As long as your reefer is operating correctly, right? When they get that download, your insurance company takes over from there and says, "We're not paying it. Y'all fucked up." Because a lot of times they will load the product hot. They will not have it chilled. They won't have it blanched. And then, of course, you know, like I said, this is where I'll let Stuart jump in because he's been doing reefer a little bit longer than I have.
Yeah, no, it's the technology's there to protect yourself. I mean, and actually, if you do swing by tomorrow, Spectre, I've got a couple of things I want to. I've got these little USB plug-in temperature things that you're talking about. I've got one like a reusable one you can put in to keep just charge in and, you know, charge up and reuse. But exactly what he says. I mean, as far as detention times and stuff like that, it's no worse than dry van. You know, if you're going to a grocery warehouse, it's no worse. I mean, the reality is labor shortages and stuff like that, and you know, there's certain locations, you know, like Cisco in Denver. I would avoid it like the plague because they were always slow. But then I'd go to Walmart in, I don't know, freaking London, Kentucky. They'd have me out in half an hour, you know? So there's just certain locations which are better than others. My biggest gripe about reefer, and it comes in the summertime, if you do produce, having to go down the west coast of the country, making 3 or 4 different stops from 3 or 4 different farms, and then heading eastbound. I'm thinking to myself, can't they just have a local driver pick all this crap up and have it at one central location like a co-op and then ship it out? That would be my only gripe because I hate driving up and down the coast going to multiple locations. I'd rather have one pick and be done. That would be about my biggest gripe.
And then and I saw where somebody mentioned lumper fees. Look, the lumper fees are really no worse than the dry van fees. And honestly, I've gotten to the point where lumpers are a moot point. You're going to get reimbursed for it. They're going to pay you back. It's
FMCSA regulation. A carrier does not pay for a lumper fee. I don't know why people get such a hard on about this stuff. It's like if a broker doesn't pay you, call me up and I'll give you the code number where they have it states in the regs that a carrier is not responsible for lumping fees.
Correct.
That I was actually gonna ask you guys that about the lumper fees. If it's still going on.
In that big green book.
Oh no,
it's expensive. It's expensive, but if you get reimbursed, who cares?
Well, the lumpers have their place. Okay, here's the whole reason for lumpers. Number one, the receivers or the shipper, they don't want to take the risk of having a driver get hurt on the dock. That's a nuclear, you know, injury case right there. So they have these third party people that unload it, and just like Stuart said, is that it's in the regulations that they have to reimburse it. They have to pay it. All they're doing is saying, "Hey, pay it up front," and then it's a wash. I've never had a broker not pay me for a lumper, or I've never reimbursed me for a lumper, or I've never had a broker where if me or a contractor has to call and say, "Hey, we need a T-check," or whatever it is, they don't give it to us right there. That's why I'm saying this. To me, that lumper argument is just it's a moot point. It's like stupid.
The worst thing about lumper, right, is people say, "Well, why can't the broker pay it up front?" Okay. Well, in some cases they do. But what happens if every pallet falls over and they need to restack it and they have to spend double the amount of time? That's why it's not paid up front, is because but you don't know what, you know, if that whole load is shifted, now they've got to restack everything, and they're going to charge more. You know,
or the majority of the time is a lot of times, like I found this out today, is that the receiver will change their rack system or storage system, so now they need to restack it a certain way compared to what they were doing the old way. So it's a lot of that kind of stuff, but still, at the end of the day, you know, that's not really within our control, nor is it in the broker's control. And at the same time, they're going to pay it. I mean, like I said, that argument about lumpers to me, I hear it all the time, and I'm just like, you're stupid. You know, you're stupid. It's a mute point. You know,
Yeah.
it really is.
Well, you know what? Look at, as long as I've been doing this, I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware that it is in the regulations that it has to be paid.
Yeah, it is. I
didn't
can't
know that.
remember the code. It's not. It's got something. It's I can't remember the exact code, but it does. They it's in the regulation. They have to pay it, and it's mainly the reason of the people don't want drivers getting hurt on the dock, because now with OSHA, all these other kind of things, like literally you have to be certified to operate their equipment. I don't care if it's just a damn hand truck. You've got to be certified, or your company's got to have workers' comp and all this other crap, which most don't.
Yeah, I remember the days where we'd back the reefer and they'd say, "Here's your load sheet," and it'd be like 3 cases per pallet, you know, X amount pallets high. You'd be there all day doing it yourself.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
Well, Mike, you remember, like in Canada, the worst ones here were National Grocers
And low.
Cisco, and Walmart. Right? If you were
Yeah.
going into a Cisco, a National Grocers, or a Walmart, forget, your whole day was gone. You were, and
14,
by the time-
15.
By the time you pulled that trailer out of the dock, you needed to put yourself in traction. You know, you climbed into your, you swung the truck around, you closed the doors, you parked it, and you went to bed because you couldn't move, dude. Like,
and then you'd fight for your hours.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's one area that, like I said, I haven't been in that game, the reefer game, in I don't know, 15, 16 years. But I do know that there is money in it right now. And like I said, I'm preparing a package that I'm going to present to the owner of the new company, going,
that's cool.
Like, come on, like you just paid, these millions of dollars to incorporate the company KBD. These guys do oversized loads, and they do specialty work, and they do a lot of, one contract with them is worth, $8-10 million. So it's not like money's an option. They do have it.
Okay. Here's I'll give you my averages. I've been doing this since early summer, somewhere in that time frame to now, right? And I'll say this, like with a dry van, I'd say the average, I had one guy, he hit $7,000 a couple weeks ago on a dry van, had a really hot lane, found it, he stayed in it. And then but I'll say this, for a reefer, $7,000 a week is easy work. Like, that's a really easy week for a reefer. I don't care what time it is, ever since the summer, even to now. But like, even now, this time of year, I'm averaging more between that $8,000 to $12,000.
Nice.
Now, take this. Now look at,
is that what you're grossing? Okay.
That's what I'm grossing. Now, net, like I said, now if you want to take net, what I'm netting, all right, like for me, right, my truck's paid off, all that stuff, trailers paid off, the fuel is my expense. So you take that $12,000 minus that $2,500, I'm making about $9-10,000 in my pocket. So
right.
Now, if you want to take it, if you want to say net, we'll just say average. I'd say average truck, right? If with your company, I'll say average truck a week payment, fixed costs and all this other stuff might be maybe between $2,000 and $3,000. I'm gonna say average. So if you had one reef,
I'm a little higher than that. If I run, okay. I just finished my last 4 weeks, right? Because we're coming up the end of the month. Okay. So on my last four weeks, my average was about 5,800. That's after everything. That's what was in the bank left over.
A month.
A week. 5,800 a week is what we put in the bank.
Now consider this. Take a reefer that is averaging, we'll say $10,000 is a good average, right?
Okay.
With somebody, if you take that a week, take your cost out of it and put that across the month, what's the difference?
A lot. Not just a little, a lot.
Yes.
Now, Brian, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is that transferable to Canada, Brian, easily, or?
What's that?
Because those are U.S. Numbers. How is that transferred to you as a Canadian if you hold reefer?
Believe it or not, up here, most of our reefer freight is paid in U.S. dollars.
Okay, cool.
Right, like National Grocers, all of National's incoming freight is all coming out of Cali in Florida.
Yeah,
and that's all paid U.S. funds. So yeah, we
Cool.
do. We get the exchange. So let's just say you run a load and it's you know you gross. Let's just say $7,000. Or Spectre would gross $7,000. That's almost $9,200 to me.
Yeah, sorry, Spectre. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
So-
fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell
Hey,
people, like, you got to be like water, man.
I love that. I know that quote from Bruce Lee, and I was offline when you said it, but I love that quote. It's awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey,
it's
Brian,
the
can I
truth.
ask you a big favor?
Sure.
You know I love Spectre, man. I've been dying for him to hear that intro. I sent it to you. I put it on my YouTube, so you can go to the YouTube link and crank the phone up to the mic. I just really want him to hear that. I got
Okay,
so
hold
much
on.
respect for. I got so much respect for this guy.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate you, man.
Hold on. Which one is it, Mike?
I sent it on my text message with the link to my YouTube. I put it on my YouTube, and you can just crank it right up, put it right up,
Hold
put
on,
it right
I'm
up
just
against the
gonna-
mic.
I'm going to reset it here, and I'm going to put it up to the mic here.
Yeah,
and
take your time, man.
Hopefully you guys can hear it. Hold on.
Sweet, thanks, man.
Okay.
Okay,
You guys hear it?
yeah.
The Wheel Burner Express salutes and honors all veterans. And now, please welcome to the Wheel Burner Express live, former Staff Sergeant of the United States Army, Spectre.
You're gonna have to send that to me. I like that. I like that.
Go to the Mike Campbell
Spectre,
channel that's
you
on
want
my
that? I'll
YouTube.
send
I put it up there.
Yeah, send that to me. Send that to me. I'll go check that out on your channel. I like that. I like it. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
sweet.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I watched that live, or yeah, you were on live with Brian. You were talking about your experiences in the Army,
Yeah.
and that show with Brian is my favorite, and it's never left me. I think about it all the time.
I appreciate that.
It was so
appreciate that.
sincere, and I mean, you showed the videos you get in that truck and stuff,
Yeah.
and that has just stuck with me. So that was so cool. So we
That was-
appreciate your service, and thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you more importantly for the support, man. That's a day that will stick with me till my last breath, because that was a day of a lot of release and a lot of healing. So
Yeah, that's my favorite live Brian ever did. I watch that once in a while. Just that part where you're in it, and I just love it.
cool. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
very
you're
much.
welcome, man. Cool. Right on. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Hey, no worries, buddy. Spectre, I meant to ask you.
Yeah.
I sent you a couple of emails that people had sent me about that live. Did you ever
I
get
did,
hold of
yeah.
them?
I
Like, did you
not
ever
get a
write
chance
them,
to
or
read
did you
them.
ever get hold of them? Or I just forwarded it to you.
Yeah, I did
No,
not, and I apologize for that, but I will actually, I'll have some time off, so I will actually make that a point to respond, because I did read their messages, and it once again, it jerked a tear out of me. So I was like, oh God. So I had to recompose myself, and I kind of forgot to respond. I feel like a jackass for it, but yeah, I will. Absolutely.
Well,
That's
dude,
all
I don't
right.
know about you, but when you get emails like that, like Mike, I think there was 3. One of them I deleted, but 2 of them I sent to Spectre, and they
Right.
were really touching, right? They
Yeah.
were really, really like these people, like, and I don't even know these people. Like, they're not members of my channel. They're not members or anything, and these are
They're
just
not a
people
member
that
like me.
just happen to be watching, right? Yeah,
I said
people
they're
like
not
you.
a member like
But,
me.
it kind of
I love you, brother.
sits there. It
Yeah.
kind of sits there and it makes me think. It's like, okay, that night, regardless of whatever else I did, we did
Mhm.
something right. We did
Oh,
something
God.
right, that we had a couple of people take the time to send an email to reach out to Spectre. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
What
that
do
was
you-
to
do
me,
you,
amazing. It was a good night all around.
Do you remember what? Oh, that was your best show, hands down. I mean, I got all your shows in my head because you know my memory, and that was my fave. I've rewatched that so many times and I've gone down the road and just listened to it. And Spectre's got that voice and that accent, and I'm just like, listen to this guy talk about his shit. It's so cool, you know.
Dude, you got a man crush. I think you got a man crush going on here.
I ain't ashamed to say it. I probably do.
I'm finding, for some reason, I'm finding myself flattered. So thank you.
That was the coolest shit I ever heard. Someone just come on and just say, here's what I grew up. Here's how I grew up. Here's what I did. Here's why I did it. And the fact that he was in charge of those people and the shit he went through. And I mean, my grandfather was so goddamn old. By the time he told us anything, I mean, he couldn't really talk about much. And I just to hear someone so forthcoming with that kind of insight, it blew my goddamn mind. Because, you know, I see these movies and I read shit online and all this crap, but you never hear veterans really tell you things because they don't. Yeah. So for you to come forth and say that, and God bless you too, Stuart. I know you were in the armed forces, and I love your Christmas tree, by the way.
Oh, thank you. That's nothing to do with me. I'm a bit of a Scrooge when it comes to Christmas.
Right.
That's the way. I hate getting in the attic and pulling it all down. And what's even worse is putting it back away.
Yeah.
That is the fun part.
That, you know what, I said this, and I think I said this. I told you this, Spectre, and I think I've said this before openly. I never served. And it's one of the regrets that I do have in my life. You know, when I was at an age where I had that choice to go, you know, and maybe do something like that and serve my country, or take the, you know, unfortunately, guys, I made the left turn at Albuquerque, and I went right I went off the rails, whereas I probably would have been a little more successful with my life, and things in my life would have been maybe not as difficult. And a lot of my difficulty I brought on myself. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but sitting here now as a 53-year-old guy, and I see guys like Stuart who served, Spectre, you've served. I have friends that have served, and it is truly one of the things in areas of my life that I wish I could go back and rectify. I wish I could have done that, and that's why my hat is always off, right? Always off to the veterans. Especially the guys, I would say, within the last 15 years, you know, yeah, okay, we've you know, Canada, we've got our Vietnam vets as well. We've still got a couple of World War II vets, Korean vets. We've still got a couple of them kicking around, but it's the guys right now that are at, you know, the last 15 years that have been serving, that are coming home, that are not getting the treatment, you know, the services, the medical attention. They're not getting the shit that they absolutely have earned, in my eyes. Yeah. And it's very hard for me to say, now listen here, these guys deserve this. And they're like, well, what the fuck do you know? You've never served. But I don't care. Yeah. I don't care.
And unfortunately, that is a stigma that has continued ever since Vietnam. You know, in World War I and II, they had no idea what PTSD was. They called it shell shock. That's where the term shell shock came from. That's initially, they didn't know it. They didn't understand it. And then in Vietnam, it was still called shell shock. And then it turned into the term Vietnam War Syndrome is what they started calling it after that, because they kind of caught on to it. But once again, they didn't know how to treat it. They just threw the soldiers back into the fight. And even still today, when they know it, going through the Gulf Wars, Iraqi freedom, you know, to where we are today, to present, they still don't know how to treat it, because, you know, and I'm a prime example, you know, it happens, traumatic events, you see it, you experience it, you live it, and they just throw you back in the fight. Where it's different for, like, you know, the way I try to explain it is like law enforcement, right? Anytime there's an incident with law enforcement, the easiest and quickest way that they combat PTSD and traumatic events like that is they allow the cop, you know, like in the instance of law enforcement, they immediately put them on administrative leave so they can allow them to process it, because the science has proven that that's the leading cause to PTSD, is that all that event happens, it's the brain's not built to process that kind of stuff that fast. So it jumbles it up, it scrambles it, and it fucks your brain up and your memories up. So
Jesus.
that's why they put cops on administrative leave, and they start processing. They say, hey, what happened? What going on? And they get them to keep doing it and doing it and doing it until, hey, it's gone, it's done, and they put
Yeah.
them right back to duty. But where with a soldier, no, you live it, you breathe it, you do it, boom, you're right back in the fight, and then they send you home a year to 18 months later, and then they're like, why are you so fucked up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
you know
it's
what?
a shame. Hold on, Mike. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Brian. Yeah, go ahead.
Shame, Spectre, because my dad was a cop. He served the Toronto, the biggest force in Canada, the Toronto Metro Toronto Police Department. My dad was a cop for 31 years.
Yep.
Now I watched my father as a child have no less than probably a dozen meltdowns through his career.
Yeah.
You know, my dad worked undercover. He worked drugs. He worked, but all of the wicked shit that he saw and did, he said the very worst. And he was on this squad for the 4 years, and it was the youth bureau.
Yep.
Kids. It was the absolute worst, scraping dead kids out of houses and off roads and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the toll it took on my father as a man, as a police officer, as a father, even as a grandfather, because some of his grandkids were born by then, before he retired. The toll it took was ridiculous. And my dad and I have spoken about it not so long ago, a couple of years ago, whenever we were talking about. Nowadays, all of the police departments, very much like you said, they have a setup now. When something traumatic happens to one of these officers that, like you're talking about, they're pulled immediately pulled off the street. You're pulled off of duty. You are sent. They've got counselors, grief counselors. They've got psychologists, psychiatrists, fucking doctors of every fucking PhD and ABC you can think of, set up and in place now to help these guys deal with what they're dealing with. Because in the old days, you know how my father used to deal with it. He used to come home, get a bottle of whiskey and do him and slap my mother around. And that's how they dealt with it. Right. Or slap his kids around, or, you know, and nowadays, but the shame is that it's really good that we have this in place for our law enforcement. But what about the armed forces? These guys are seeing. These guys are seeing. My dad saw this over a 31-year career. You guys are getting all of that same shit, if not worse, compacted into 18 months, and then they're going to bring you home, say, "Okay, thank you for your service," and set you loose in the public. Are you out of your fucking minds?
What's the matter with you? That's the problem, right? And this is where I like to describe it like a pressure cooker, right? If you're in a fob somewhere, right, and then you come off the front line, and then you go to Bastion or Bagram or somewhere like that, which is, yes, it is more of it's not as high alert, right? But you're still, you carry your weapon everywhere. You're always on somewhat high alert, and it's like that constant pressure. Whereas if you're a cop or a firefighter, you go home. You get to have some sort of normality every night, every couple of days.
Yeah.
But when you're in that situation for 6 months, a year, 18 months, that like I said, it's a pressure cushion, and it just gets, that pressure gets more and more and more. And for me personally, I saw some gruesome stuff and some stuff I don't like to talk about, but it doesn't affect me, right? It doesn't. I always found I would talk about it with my circle of friends that were in that situation as well. And there was, like, for me, dark humor. I mean, I'm, call it sick, call it twisted. I always found that just dark humor and sort of get it out and understand that there's just, there's shitty people in the world, and there's people that have it way worse than we do, right? And I try and put stuff into perspective and realize that, you know what? My worst day is nowhere near as bad as other people's, in other places. And
agree.
And that's just the way I look at it, And
agree.
I tell people, anyone that has, is struggling with something, just talk about it and find your way to talk about it. If it's dark humor, if it's to cry on someone's shoulder, there is no one, universal fix. It's different for everyone. Everyone's personality is different. How we cope is different.
And that's another problem. And I'm kind of going to go, like, I'm going to backtrack a little bit, like what he was saying is, like, like the pressure cooker thing. Because here's another little hidden thing that a lot of civilians don't realize about when America goes to combat, and then you hear like the 82nd Airborne deployed, but the 101st Airborne came home, or the 10th Mountain. This is a little hidden secret. Every time there's a rotation like that, soldiers get back, and what's supposed to happen, according to regulation, we're supposed to get like what they call a reset period, right? This is where we come back and we get treated, we do the counseling, we get, fixed up if we broke something or whatever, right? That's when that's supposed to happen, and I'm using air quotes right now.
Right.
99% of the time, this is what happens though. The able-bodied soldiers that don't have any major problems that at least they know about, they will get a waiver and be reassigned to the unit that's already deployed, and they will be sent right back.
Oh, no shit, eh?
Yep, they'll get 30 days R&R to spend with their family, and then they get sent right back. That happened to me 3 times. And
Wow.
all it takes is a commanding general. And I'll tell you the general right now, he used to be our SecDef. It was General Odinero. Signed my orders 3 times. Send him back.
Hmm.
Yep.
On 30 days rest. You'd come home, you get 30 days, and they spin you around and send you right back out.
Yep. They tried to do it a 4th time, but I fought that shit all the way up. I did. I fought it. I was like, fuck that. I've had enough.
Yeah. Good for you.
Now at the end, now as far as the pressure cooker goes, this is a stigma that a lot of soldiers have, and the common thing is that you guys talked about is a lot of veterans don't talk about it, and that's true. And it took me years not to talk about, like literally that event with me getting the truck was the first time that I literally broke down and opened up about a lot of stuff. Like my own father did not even know how much of an addict I was. He did not know what I was dealing with. All he saw was like me exploding. He would receive the phone calls from my wife for me, damn near strangling her to death because of a nightmare in the middle of my sleep or something like that. He didn't know, he didn't understand. And the reason being is because there is a huge stigma, not only in the military, but also in the civilian world, where if a soldier does talk about it, they're a bitch, they're weak, they're soft,
weak.
Yeah.
they're broken. So guess what? I hate to say it, all soldiers, I don't care if you're male or female, you have an alpha mentality. That's what's burned into you. That's what's bred into you. That's what's trained into you. So you shut the fuck up. And you just, it turns into a pressure cooker, and you break. I mean, I broke many a times.
Wow.
It's something that needs to change, and it's going to take a societal change to change it, but it still goes on today. It really does.
Yeah. I was going to say earlier, I didn't mean to cut you off, Brian. I was going to say, one of the saddest things I see is all these advertisements to donate to X charity that helps veterans do this and get a wheelchair and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why doesn't the government
necessary?
Why don't they take their veterans and cherish them and give them everything they need and pay them? And why are there so many charities for veterans? It doesn't make any sense, because the government paid you to go there and do that, and you got fucked up, and then they kind of go, well, fuck you. And then I donate to anything in the world for veterans, but I'm like, but why do we need these social supports? Like, why isn't the government just looking after these guys and girls? That's what I don't get.
Well, I have a partial answer for that, and I'm going to use one of my buddies as an example. He's a vet too. He served in two branches. He served in the Marines. He transferred to the Army. He was a grunt, and he got fucked up. He saw some shit. He's a grunt. He was in the shit.
Right.
To this day, he's been out of the military damn near 20 years, and to this day, he is still fighting to get his basic benefits from the VA. And what the VA keeps telling him is, we don't have a record of you. Why? Because this is how they keep our records downrange, okay? And Stuart will tell you, this is how they keep our records, on pencil and paper. If we get hurt or anything like that, and they can't find a fucking document from it, it didn't happen. Bitch, right. I got the fucking scar to prove it.
Yeah.
And that's the sad part about it. That's really the sad part.
It's fucking bewildering, because there shouldn't be a charity in the world for a veteran. The government should be doing this, because you sent them, you paid them, you know what the fuck they went through.
Yeah.
It's on record, pencil, paper, whatever. But it just blows my mind that we send billions of dollars for all kinds of stupid shit. Well, take care of your boys and girls. Like it's bewildering. It really is to me.
Well, here's the stat. I mean, I don't know if you're sitting in front of your computer or not, but look this up.
No.
Look. You get a chance. Look up the largest population, or I'll say, population of what the homeless is in our two countries. Look it up.
Veterans.
Look it up. Veterans.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's a shame.
It's a fucking crying shame, and there's nothing you can do about it. But and the thing is too, I mean, I could give $10 billion to the fucking charity if I had it tomorrow, but it won't change a fucking thing.
Yeah,
it just won't.
And you know what, my wife, like I spend money, right? And Darlene gives me, Mike, you can attest to this. Darlene rides me like a one-hump camel, right? What are you spending money on that? What are you spending money on that? What the fuck is this receipt? What is that? The one time she never, ever, ever breaks my ass is when I'm buying meals for veterans. Or never mind veterans, we buy meals for guys that are still active. Like if there's, and this is an example.
But isn't that so fucked up though?
Along the 401, we've got what, 3 different bases along the 401 from one end to the other. So you'll walk in and there'll be a bunch of guys, and there'll be like a truck stop, and you walk in and there'll be a bunch of soldiers on duty, and you see the vehicles parked out there, and there's 5 or 6 of them standing there, and they're PFCs, you know, they're corporals, like they're at the bottom of the food chain, these guys, right? They're making $22,000 a year. You know, they're not making a whole lot of money. They're not, and we'll go up to them and you know, there'll be 4 or 5 of them, and they'll go place their order, and then we go up behind them and say, "Okay, I'll take the bill for that."
Yeah,
right?
That's nice.
We'll pay whatever the fuck they want. Let them eat, get their coffees, whatever, whether they're at Tim's or Wendy's or fuck, it doesn't matter. And we'll take the bill for that. We'll cover that, right? And that's the one time my wife does not break my ass about spending. They could sit there and spend $200 and eat, and she won't say a fucking word to me. But if I spent $200 on cigars, oh, good Lord, the fucking roof will blow off the house. Right?
I mean, look, you're
that's
right.
Just something. That's just something. Too.
Well,
and
let me give you an example of how simple soldiers are and how grateful they are. When we were deployed, I had a church in my community that had sent me a letter asking what can they do to, you know, for us. They wanted to send us care packages. And I sent back 3 things. I said, if you want to make these soldiers turn cartwheels, here's the 3 things they want most: baby wipes, hand sanitizer, and reading material, right? So needless to say, like 2 months later, we got like a shit ton of fucking baby wipes, hand sanitizer, and like Sports Illustrated, stuff like that. Just something normal to read, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
I'm gonna tell you what. Them soldiers were happier than doggone like a puppy with 2 peckers. I'm telling you. And it's simple stuff like that because number one, it's just the way it is. I mean, you really do. You get shit on when you're in the military. I don't care what rank you are. The lower rank you are, the more you're going to get shit on. But that's how grateful they are when they go through stuff like that. And it's just like, it's amazing. People, you talk to some people are like, well, oh, the government took care of you. You really have no fucking clue. You're ignorant. No, they don't. They really don't. Yeah. Like you said, a private in the military literally is probably like, you said a PFC, that's an E3. They're probably doing about 22,000, but a guy that's like an E1 or an E2 that's like 18, 19 years old, putting his life on the line, doing all that stuff, he's making less than $20,000 a year.
So they ain't doing it for the money.
No, fuck no. Dude, I was a staff sergeant making barely $36,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's a staff sergeant. That's considered a senior NCO. Fuck no, you don't. Fuck no, you don't do it for the money. Hell no.
There's no way.
No. No, you don't do it for the money.
No.
A lot of people just do it to get out of a bad situation. I mean, for me, it was, look, I knew I needed I needed some discipline in my life, and I had the foresight to realize, you know what, 3 hots on a cot, and they promised me I'd travel the world and I'd get a little bit of money to drink, and you know what, I was good. Get some discipline, and the rest is formed once you're there. You know, you make friends for life, and you know, as much as I would love to sit here and say, in England at least, right? You don't do it for country. I do it for my friend. You know, it got to a point. You're doing it for your friend. You know, you're doing it for the person next to you. You know, it isn't until you come back you think about it, it's like, you know, the whole, you know, freedoms and all this other stuff, right? At the time, that's not going in. That's not in your head. You know, you're not running across a battlefield with a flag. It's like that's Hollywood, right? You're doing it for the buddy next to you. But you know, you went out drinking with 6 months ago at the bar, and he saved your ass in a bar fight or something. You know.
Well, that's what Spectre said. That's what Spectre said in the video. That at the point where the first bullet flew across his head, he realized, I'm not doing this for my country. I'm doing this for the 40 or 60 people in my command, and they got to go home. And that's how you phrased it.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's like literally, as soon as I heard that first bullet crack, it went right through my head. Fuck the rest of the noise, you know. To sum it up, it's about getting these kids home.
That's right.
Getting these kids home, and that's exactly what it's about. Like, I've got good friends that are, you know, from England. I met a lot of good friends in the British military, the Polish military, across other branches, and it's look. The news will pump it up that it's about freedom. It's about all this other stuff. I'm telling you right now.
No, it's not.
You get a soldier down to the bare roots when they're in that combat zone, and ain't about none of that other than getting his buddy and the people that got his back and who he's got to the left, to the right, and around them, getting them the hell home.
It's for the guy
fuck alive and going to fuck home. Yeah.
Yep.
Now think about this. You did your time in the service. You made it home. Well, I was going to say in one piece. Physically, maybe not. Mentally, maybe not. But for the most part, you've put yourself back together. Now you've got your own carrier. You've got your own business. You've got your own thing. When you're working with all these other guys and you're mentoring and you're helping, you apply a lot of that military thinking to the way you help and work with these guys. You're helping the guy beside you again.
Yeah, I mean, I got one of my guys in here now, T-Bone. T-Bone's over here, and he'll tell you I do. The most important thing that I do is, one, I talk about family. I never put one of my contractors in a bad situation as far as take care of their family or anything like that. And the other thing that I really, really harp on is that I will never ask them to do something that either I am not doing, have not done, or wouldn't do. I will never, ever do that. Ever do that. And I do. I take care of them. There's been multiple times where, you know, somebody may be in a bind, and I'll be like, "Hey, where are you at?" And I've deadheaded thousands of miles just to help somebody out, to save them.
Yeah. I am a definite firm believer in that. Like, and Mike's here on the screen with us. Mike used to work for me, and I'm a very firm believer in that. I will never ask anybody in this business to do something that I have never, first of all, that I won't go ahead and do myself.
Correct.
Or that I haven't done, or that I can't do. You know, I'm not about to send somebody into the line and go to work out on the road and do a job that I can't do myself, or at least I don't know how to do myself. And I've always stood by that. I've always stood by that. There's too many guys out here. There's too many people that own trucking companies, that own any kind of business, and they've got people out there doing jobs that they don't have a clue how to do themselves.
There is one thing one thing you asked me to do that you wouldn't do.
What?
Go to San Antonio at 99 kilometers per hour.
I sent Mike on a load from Toronto, Canada, all the way to San Antonio, and the truck was governed at like 59 miles an hour. Poor bastard. Longest trip of his life.
Right.
Longest trip of his life.
Well, I'll use this time of year as a good example of that, is that like a lot of people may not realize it because it kind of gets brushed under. Like this time of year for veterans, right? It's a hard time. This is that time of year where you always hear about, like, I think it used to be 21 veterans a day. Now it's actually up to like 25 veterans a day committing suicide during this time of year.
Suicide? Jesus.
Yeah, yep. Now I take that right there, knowing that information, and I apply it to my guys. I will. Like this time of year, I will talk to my guys at least 2 to 3 times a week at a minimum.
Yeah.
As far as answering the phone for my guys, I answer my phone 24 hours a day, even when I'm at home.
I
don't
wish I
care.
had a billboard with my
Um,
phone number on it all around the world, and I'd be like, dude,
it,
call me first.
yeah, and it's like, and I take that mentality with my guys out here, but also like when I'm on the road and I'm just in the truck stop. This time of year, I get a little bit more sociable because you never know, just by saying something to a guy out, because a lot of people do. They live in their trucks. They're on the
Mhm.
road for months or weeks at a time. Just saying something, you might change their day. You might
That's
change their
right.
mind to
And
doing
it
something
does.
stupid that day.
As a company driver, I can tell you, I got wicked support from my company. I talk to my terminal manager daily, my dispatcher. I mean, it means a lot when someone gives you a pat in the back. It really does.
It does. It does.
Yeah, it does.
It
But I
does.
just got certified for my peroxide delivery today. I had 5 people phone me, congratulate me, and just pat me on the back and say, "Let's go."
Hmm.
Let's keep this
Yeah.
shit rocking. And
Yep.
that to me was huge. I was like, "Holy fuck, these people really
Yeah.
they're keeping track of me. They're in tune
Right.
with me."
Yeah. Because I mean, the reality of this, like in this industry, and this is one thing I bring with me is that there are shit companies out here that will not get their drivers home. There just are.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, depression is a real thing. I mean, it
hmm
just is.
I
And
know.
and it's too easy, and you hear about it at least once or twice a year. It hits the social networks, or you might hear about it in the news locally or something. That a driver committed suicide in his truck.
Oof.
A driver passes away in a truck. A driver, something happens. The
Yeah,
driver lost control because he was emotionally out of control. Um, and honestly, that's one of the worst phone calls that I dread. It hasn't happened, and I
yeah,
dread it. But it's also one of them things where I know that the longer that I'm in this business, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
When
yeah,
Because yeah,
you got it.
yep, and it's just like you can do all you can do to prevent it, but it's sad. It is. It's
yeah. It
sad.
is, and you're right. You can do everything you can do, but it just you can't get in that head and change it.
No, and that's why I say is that sometimes just say, hey, maybe spark up a little conversation when you're sitting down having a meal, or whatever. You just never know.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know.
Dude,
Well, that's what they always say, right? You got to treat people really well. Sorry, Brian. You got to treat people well because you never know what the fuck's going on inside someone's head, and give them
Yeah.
that benefit of the doubt, right? Sorry,
Yep.
Brian. Go ahead, man.
I was just saying that's one area that I've never had a problem with. I've never been shy. I can say, back in the day or even now, we don't do it now because most of the truck stops don't have a sit down, eat in restaurant like they used to. But I got no problem. I'll sit down and have a meal. And if the guy's sitting beside me, sitting there, whatever, he's looking up at the fucking wall. Hey, how you doing? You having a good day? I've got a gift for gab. I got no problem. I'm not shy. And I've always been able to do that. And it's like Mike said, it says, you don't know what kind of day that guy's had. Just simply saying to the guy, hey, how you doing today? Just getting him talk and getting him out of his own head. You were saying that, there's 25, they're up to like 25 a day of veterans that are killing themselves a day. And then you hear the stories of the truck drivers that are doing it. And dude, I can promise you this, Spectre. I can promise you this. The numbers that we have of truck drivers committing suicide in their trucks, the numbers we have for the bodies that they're taking out of those trucks aren't right. They're higher than what we think.
Oh, I know they are. Well,
it just doesn't make the news. It just doesn't make us. There's no board somewhere to put that statistic on, right?
Yeah.
There's not
you're
there.
right. It's not there, and it's something that industry leaders don't want to admit, because it's. I'm glad we got on this topic, because I'm an ambassador a driver ambassador for St. Christopher's Fund, right? And
Right.
I work really close with them, and for years, I'd say it's going on 3 years now. They have been working, and I've been kind of leading on it in the direction, trying to come up with a program for just what we're talking about, right? You want to know what our biggest hurdle is?
What?
We cannot get doctors. Now, we can't listen clearly to me. We cannot get doctors to keep harping about the mental health of drivers in our society to donate their fucking time because they do not want to be sued.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Dude, we got the same thing going on up here. Doctors are not willing to donate or work out of the hospital because they're afraid of liability.
Yep. And that's
Are
a
you-
shame.
And again, I have to shake my head and go, "Are you fucking kidding me? Are you
No,
kidding me?"
Unfortunately, I'm not. I mean, I've been working hand in hand with them for 3 years. We've been trying to do this, and every time we come to that roadblock, it's the same thing, that the doctors and organizations we approach do not want to donate their time because of liability.
Can I ask a question on this?
Yeah.
Are you blaming the doctors here, or because at the end of the day, a doctor has got to protect himself from the powers that be, or are you blaming the society of the ambulance chasers and whatever the hell else you want to call them?
I blame them all.
including the
I
doctors?
blame them. I blame them all because just like I blame them all. It's because just like Will Burner said, the numbers are extremely skewed, right? I mean, it's almost, this industry is a direct parallel to the damn military. I don't care how you carve it. Okay, I don't care how you carve it. We may not carry weapons and be in boots in the sand and shit, but what we do is in this industry is a direct parallel, a direct one. We just do it on the civilian side. And the fact that they do not want to admit nor come up with a way to get assistance for the same things is ridiculous. I blame them all. I blame the ambulance chasers and I blame the doctors. Because when we do lose a driver that hits the public, the first thing they say is, "Oh, he never received help."
Right.
What resource did he have? What resource did the driver have?
Yes.
Yeah, but
I can tell you right now, in Canada, there's nothing. Nothing. Like if I was struggling or I was whatever, if it was going on, I'd be calling my family doctor. And that's about as far as that would go. And he or she would probably push you off onto psychiatric or secondary psychologist but there's no direct help that I can actually go and get as a truck driver out on the road dealing with the mental health issues, the stress, the long hours away from home, the lonely. Fuck, Spectre, the list is as long as my goddamn arm.
Yeah.
But is it really fair to blame the doctors? And I guess this is, at the end of the day, a doctor's a human. Him being a doctor is his job. If he doesn't want to expose himself to the risk of signing off on something or whatever it may be because, he goes out and kills someone or whatever, it's no different to you as a carrier. You say, well, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to expose myself to that much risk.
Right. Now, I'm gonna say this. I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand that. But at the end of the day, as men and women, the only thing we have on this earth are the words in which we stand by, right? Each one of these medical professionals, I don't care what they do in the medical profession, take a Hippocratic oath. And in my personal opinion, this is just my personal opinion, anytime they say, well, he didn't come for help or what resources, how many of them were reached out to, but they refused because of some liability, but yet defy their Hippocratic oath?
But I agree. I really agree with that. But you want to think about this option though. And it started, I think it blew up it didn't happen in Canada. It happened in the States. There was that one doctor and it was huge in your news. There was a traffic accident and this doctor, he was just walking up the street or whatever. Horrible accident. There was casualties everywhere and he started working. He was like instantly doctor mode kicked in. He went to work. He was trying to help the people till the ambulances showed up, blah, 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 blah. Somebody died and the poor bastard got sued. And it stood. Like the poor bastard got sued. He lost everything. He was wiped right out. That made it big. And I think at that time, that's when the trigger got flipped. The switch got flipped. The doctors or EMT workers or nurses, anybody in that field, they're like, well, whereas before when they saw something like that, very much like a soldier, they run towards the danger, not away from it. All of a sudden they have that moment of hesitation. It's like, well, if I go save this guy, what's going to happen to me if something goes wrong? Instead, they should be thinking, I'm going to save this guy, and we're going to make sure he gets the help he needs until the EMTs get here. But now there's that moment of hesitation. And the more cases, the more times it's happened, it's not just that guy. It's happened fucking hundreds of times now that it's made the news. Doctor of Johns Hopkins got fucking sued for millions of dollars because he mistreated something on a sidewalk and the guy stroked out, and shit like that.
Yeah.
Can you fault the doctor?
Well, I guess no, you can't. So the question that I raised then where does the responsibility truly lie? Let's see if you answer that one.
You know what? It's not a black or white question. There's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong answer to that, Spectre. There's way too much gray area in the middle there.
Well, exactly. Now you just said it right there. There's too much gray area, and who lies in that gray area?
My opinion, government.
We as the industry.
The courts. The courts.
No.
The government, because they allow
the courts. The courts and the lawyers. They're at the far right and left of this whole gray area. In the gray area is us.
Well,
it comes down to us as a community. Number one, first and foremost, taking care of ourselves and taking care of each other, and then continuing to raise awareness. Because how many people do you hear talking about it?
Yeah, but what about the first time that one of these cases shows up in front of a judge in a court, and that judge actually allows the case to go through? Like, if you think about it from a morality standpoint, the judge realistically should be going, okay, this is nothing. Case dismissed. Get the fuck out of my courtroom. That's what should happen. But now with the way the laws are written and constitutions are written and this and that and dude, realistically, Spectre, you could turn around tomorrow and sue me for something that you didn't agree with that I said that you thought maybe I slandered you tonight. That's how easy it is. So why the fuck is a doctor or a nurse or an EMT person going to put their livelihood, their life in some instances, their families, livelihood? Why are they going to put all that on the line just so some ambulance chaser can turn around and sue them for $20 million?
Well, and that's why I say is that as far as that gray area, because we can operate within that as number one, we as an industry and as individuals, number one, should become more educated on the situations. Number two, be able and be willing to help each other, because that has left this industry as well. I mean, there are the handful of us that will help each other, but for the most part, we're out here on the road and we're walking around the truck stops and all this stuff, it's like the loner program. Nobody wants to speak to somebody else. Or people are afraid to speak to each other because they're afraid of the reaction they're going to get. But that's why I say is that's where what lies in the gray area is that us as the individuals within the industry raising more awareness about it, getting educated about it, and trying to help first, and then go from there.
I think
I agree with you. In that case, there, I'll say I agree with you for the gray area there.
I think it's a three-pronged thing here, right? That we have to look at, and I think the first area is well-being and community. When I say well-being, I mean like the way we take care of ourselves, the type of food we put in our body. There is a direct correlation between you have a bad diet mentally, there is side effects to that. Working out, community, how we communicate with people. Just talking to someone and actually communicating instead of sitting there like this all day long, right? That's the first area. The second thing I think is big pharma. The fact that we find ourselves getting into a spiral, and what's the solution? Let's pump them full of meds. I think that's a freaking issue. Then you have number three, it's the laws and the fact that we have these lawyers that go around making a business off suing someone for their good deeds. So I think if you could fix them three areas, I think you would see a lot of this stuff disappear. But it's not one area. It's a multitude of areas that they all contribute to make the perfect storm.
I agree.
I agree, Stuart. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
Yep. 100%.
Jesus, what a subject!
I know, right?
What a subject! Now you know what we need now. No, we need a fucking doctor in here. I'd love to. I would love to hear a doctor's opinion on this.
Trying to think.
It would be.
I'm trying to think if
it
I know
would
a
be.
doctor.
A doctor? Give me right now. Give me a doctor or a lawyer. I'd like a doctor or a lawyer in here, just to see the other side. You know, to hear the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, it is. I mean, in this industry, it's like Snorlord said it is like, you know, and you said it too, that the number of suicides that happen in this industry that you never hear about them. They're way higher than what you do hear about.
Yes.
You know, as far as, you know, the suicides, drivers taking their own lives in their trucks, and, you know, or a driver just passes away, and they're way higher and they don't get reported. And it's a damn shame. And I'm like you. Maybe we could set that up. I would love to get a doctor and a lawyer to hear their side of it from this perspective, because
Absolutely. Absolutely. I
It's
guarantee you.
ridiculous.
I guarantee you may not like what they're going to say, but I want to hear them say it, and I want to hear their reason, their thought and their thought processes behind why they would or they wouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has to be an
Yeah.
injury attorney though. Can't get a
Yeah, it
criminal
would be.
attorney. I want an injury attorney on here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
well,
get the
you-
hammer. Well, I guess the easiest way is to find the biggest guy we can. What is it? That guy you see down on 10, the hammer. Call the hammer.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
get one like an attorney like him. Say, hey, look, we just want to hear it, good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah.
Let's hear
Yeah,
it.
I think the problem I would have with a lawyer is I don't know if I'd be able to keep my mouth and my temper in check.
Well, I think you could, just to hear it. I think you could, just to hear it. Because it would be. I mean, whether you like it or not, at least you're hearing it. You're hearing the honest truth about it, whether they're
Yeah.
lying about it or whatever. At least you're hearing about it. You're hearing it.
Yeah. Snorlord
You know,
says, Spectre, we can bring awareness to this via YouTube. And he's right.
Yeah,
He's
we
right.
can.
There-
Absolutely.
You think about it. You think about it, Spectre, between, you know, there's enough of us around with big enough audiences or big enough channels. Like, you've got a decent sized channel. Snorlord's got a good following. You put together a group of us that are dedicated and committed, and they can take our egos out of it as to who's going to run it, right? Because let's face it, truck drivers got big egos. But this is something that between, you know, you take enough people with enough with the ability to expose it and get it out there. This is something
Yeah.
that could be done through YouTube. It would have to be, you know, there'd have to be some level of organization to it.
Yeah.
But if somebody wants to try, I'm not the guy to put this in motion. Somebody, Spectre, you would be the guy or the type of guy to put something like this, or even Stuart, you know, something like this, if you wanted to do something like this. But I would be one of those guys that would be full blown, all in, you know, take my channel, do what you need with it, you know, to
Yeah.
get it out. You know,
and I think it is. I think it is something that definitely needs to have awareness brought to it, if anything, to educate our own industry about it, because it's a stigma. It's that stigma that nobody wants to talk about, but it's a reality. It's a reality. I mean, I have a very good friend in Junior Honduras that lost one of his trainees that way. You know, he passed away in the truck.
Yeah.
I've actually been in truck stops where, you know, you see, you know, I'm parked on the back row, but I see ambulances at another truck, and what they're doing is they're dragging this guy out
Yeah.
that committed suicide. You
Dude,
know,
I've seen it many times.
yeah, and it's like it is. It's just a reality that one, it gets swept under the rug by media. It's not really talked about in the industry because, and I think the biggest reason is because it could happen to any one of us.
Absolutely.
And the fact of the matter is that it's real. It's
It
something that society doesn't want to look at.
Dude,
And
I know.
do.
I know
I
for
agree.
a fact. I know for a fact it's one of Darlene, my wife Darlene. It's one of her biggest fears that
Yep.
when she knows that my alarm is set for 6 and I'm not up and rolling, and then she calls and I don't answer the phone on the first time, and
Yeah.
she has to call back 2 or 3 times. It's
Yep.
one of those things that's gone through her head. You know,
My-
it
my-
doesn't matter how many years we've been out here. It's
my wife's the same way.
you know, and she told
Yep.
me, she goes, well, where the fuck were you? I said, well, I just woke up. I had to run in and go to the bathroom and I didn't take God damn it. I'm sitting here thinking you could be fucking dead. Well, you know, I don't think that way. You know,
Yeah.
Spectre, you don't think that way when you're in the moment, you got to get up and go into the bathroom. Right. But my wife
Agreed.
or our wives do think that way. You know, if
Yeah.
I can't get hold of him, you know, he was supposed to be rolling 2 hours ago and he's still, his truck hasn't moved. What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, like
they,
that's
they instantly
I don't
go to
know.
the worst case scenario.
exactly like me and my wife. We said I'm sure. I'm assuming you guys might use the same thing, but we set up a Life 360 just for me and her and stuff. And she's the same way. Like I'll text her text her or call her before I shut down and go to bed.
Yeah.
And she knows if I'm not up in 8 to 10 hours and moving, she does the same way. Like, and there's even sometimes where I'm driving through the night and I may shut down before she wakes up, and she'll wake up and according to that little Google map, it looks like I'm sitting in the middle of a damn river when
Yeah.
I'm sitting in a new truck stop. And she does. She gets worried. She freaks out. She'll start calling and calling and calling. And if I don't answer, my wife actually she has called the State Highway Patrol and sent them to my truck.
Oh,
You
no
know,
shit.
and-
No, Dar,
Oh God, yeah.
Dar's never done that. But we
Yeah.
we do have a, like, obviously Dar works more of a, like a 9 to 5. So she's sleeping through the night. Very rarely is she up. So on those days or those nights where I do have to drive through the night, I always make sure that before I go to bed, like she turns her ringer off and her phone's on silent, but I will send her, good night, babe. I'm parked. And this is where I'm at. I'll talk to you. My alarm is set for such and such. So at least if she rolls over in the middle of the night and she takes a look at her phone, okay, he's safe. He's okay.
Yeah.
Right. She doesn't have that. Oh my God, where the fuck is he? Because like you, we have the same thing on our phones where she can see where I'm at or where my truck is at. And like you, she's looked at it and she goes, yeah, he's sitting in the middle of a fire, or he's under the Burlington Bay Skyway Bridge. What the fuck is he doing there?
Right. Yeah.
Worst case scenario starts running through her head.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we've all had them phone calls. The amount of times, are you done? You looks like you're parked in a bush on the side of the road. It's like,
Right.
because I forgot to text or something because I was just so tired,
But
Oh,
like
you
for me,
You get that
For
phone
me-
call. You get that phone call, and she's going, "Are you parked? Is that a truck stop you're at?" Well, yeah. There's a strip joint right across the street. Well, no, I didn't know that. But now that you've put that in my head, what do you want me to move? What do you think?
Yeah.
I'm going to park the truck and go watch the Rippers?
My response.
Right, right.
That's why I didn't answer the first 2 times. I was busy.
yeah.
Buttons.
Dude, I guarantee goddamn to you, if I ever said that to Dar, a fucking drone strike could come out of the sky and my truck could be evaporated. That'd be the end of me.
Exactly. And like for me as a carrier, as a small carrier, that is the one call that I do. I dread it. Like I dread getting that call like from one of my contractors' wives and say, "Hey, I can't get hold of T-Bone. Is he okay? Has he moved? Or if I can't get hold of T-Bone and his truck hasn't moved, or I dread that situation, happening. I do. I dread it. It's like I don't even know how I would describe it or how to handle it. It really is. It's a concern.
I'm not in that position now. I've had to deal with that when I had other guys driving trucks for me or working for me, but now I don't have to worry about it. The only one now I worry about is I make sure that regardless of what time it is, I always make sure that she knows where I am, that I'm safe. I've had, I'm in a safe location and this is what time I'm rolling. I try to arm her with as much information as possible, because if you don't, then you've got a wife that's at home and she's a fucking basket case until that phone rings and she hears your voice, right?
Yeah. No, you mean you're right. You're right, man.
Unless you're Stuart, you come home every night, in which case my wife would be throwing me back out.
Yeah, well, I think that's. I think we're at that point to where I'm still trying to find my place. Right. I've come home. I've ruined the routine, and I'm trying to make my own routine now with the kids.
Yeah.
And stuff. Like here's one, right? So I just got the kids on board. Being toddlers, I pick them up from school now, I'm like, the first thing you do, you get home, get all your admin stuff taken care of. But I want your school clothes for tomorrow brought out, and I want it put on the fireplace ready for tomorrow morning, so we don't have a circus in the morning getting ready. So now that's routine, So just these little things that, just trying to add my influence to it to try and make life easier for the wife in the morning, So, but it's
now. Okay, here I got a question for you then.
Yeah.
And Spectre, this apply to you too. I've been home now since last Friday, right? So I've been home. I've been in the house. I'm functioning in the house and everything. Do you sometimes struggle when you've been off that long and you've been at home? Not because you've got that calling. Yes, my truck's parked out there, and yes, I would like to go get in my truck and go to work. But I find sometimes that I get up in the morning. I have some coffee with Dar. We'll have a few, like whatever. She goes out and starts, and then I lock myself in my room, and I've got my TV, my shit, and YouTube, and all that shit in there. And then they all come home, but I stay in that room. I don't integrate myself into the family as quickly as I probably should. Because I hear them out there. They're out in the living room. The kids have all come home, or a couple of the kids are home in the middle of the day before they go back out to work. And Dar comes in and out of the house during the day. And, I realistically, I think, well, I should probably get up and go out and, see them and everything. And then it's like, well, they got their own thing going. Should I? Sometimes I don't know. Just I think I get confused as to what my role and what I should be doing.
I mean, I'll go first. It's like everything you just said right there. Yeah, I struggle with that because for me as a fleet owner, like even when I'm home, I got admin stuff, doing stuff for the fleet and stuff. So yeah, I basically get locked up in my office, right?
Right.
But when I do get out of the office, and this drives my wife crazy. Like I do, I try not to. I basically fall in line with what their routine is. I've gotten really good at doing that. But one of the things that drives her crazy is this, and it's a hard habit for me to break, is I break that phone open, I open DAT up, and I start scrolling.
Yep.
And I start scrolling, and it's like the hardest habit for me to break.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have no intention. I have no intention of going to work. I have no intention, but it's like a habit. It's like
what you're missing out on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I totally. You just described me, man. When I had my carrier, I'd come home, or even when I just had the truck, and I'd come home, and yes, I was physically here, but mentally, I was never here. The biggest thing that I struggle with is not so much integrating it back into the family, but how we do things. Look, me and the wife want the same goal at the end, whatever task it may be, but the way we do it is totally different. Whereas I'm very to the point, very efficient. I'm not doing this to get there. I'm like straight here. Whereas she is like, and then gets there, and I'm like, that creates some arguments, which we're navigating our way around on how to, and I've just got to the point is, look, I'll do this stuff and I'll handle it my way. You do this and you handle it your way. That way we don't have them cross lines in communication on the way we do certain things. But what Spectre just said, I mean, opening up the DAT for absolutely no reason. I have no intention on taking a load. I mean, I just got rid of my subscription. I just canceled it and I said, no more. I'm a company driver. I've got my hours. I know what I do now. It's the same shit every day. Why do I need it? I don't even want to look at it. I don't want to, because it's too enticing, because I know what I'll be like. And, 3 months from now, I'll see rates and I'll be like, damn, I've missed my truck. I want to get back out. And I don't even want to I don't even want to tempt myself. I just want to leave it alone,
My biggest one is with the phone, with my phone, right? I'll get after Dar, I'll go to work. Right. I'll go sit in my room and I'll be on YouTube. YouTube is the worst for me right now. I hate to say it. It really is, because I'm not even watching trucking shit. Right. I fall down. I'm one of those guys. I fall down the YouTube rabbit hole. Right. And next thing you know, I'm just 5 hours later, I'm still doing that. Right. Meanwhile, they've been in and out of the house 4 times. And I'm not even duh, I'm looking at a goddamn device, and their lives are moving on, and I'm sitting in that room just looking at this stupid phone like a monkey doing a math problem.
Yep.
Mhm.
My wife has actually stepped in on situations like that, and she'll take my phone away from me. She's like,
Yeah.
no, she'll get tired of it. She's like, enough. And
Yeah.
then, but then there's also instances where, like, you know, because she does know that I like to work. She knows that I'm one of them guys. I'm very hands-on. I get out on the road still. And it gets to a point where, like, if I'm home for 2 weeks, right? Eventually she gets to a point, because if she feels like I'm invading her space and interrupting her routine too much, she'll be like,
Yeah.
go to work. Go to work. I don't care if you're gone for a day, 2 days, just go to work. She needs
Yeah.
a reset. And that's something you have to respect in this industry. I mean, you really do with what we do. But for the most part, I mean, yeah, the biggest thing that I had to learn was that they don't need to adjust to me coming home. I have to adjust to her and the family. That's the biggest thing overall that you have got to do.
That was a very, very hard lesson. I think Dar just put it in the comments here, and it's very, very true. The first 10 years were the hardest, because it took me a while to learn that lesson, Spectre, because I would come home after being on the road for 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever. I'm alone. I've got my routine. I've got my gig. I've got my deal. I've got my way of thinking and doing. And I'm very much like you. I don't do or like Stuart. I don't do this. I'm very straight, right? Right to the point, get it done. And I'd come in the house and, this isn't this, whatever that. What are you doing there? Come on. No, you don't do this like that. You do it like this. What are you doing? Next thing you know, I've got like 3 or 4 kids in tears, and my wife standing there with a baseball bat ready to fucking take my head off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And no, I'm serious. And believe me, Darlene is very vocal. Like, she's got no problem telling me, like, you're an asshole. Like, you're going to get your head bashed in here if you don't knock this shit off. And it took years for me to learn that the rest of the family doesn't adapt to me coming home. It's my responsibility to basically to integrate myself back into the family and become a functioning part of them. They've got their routines around here. They've got their lives. They're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They've got their lives, their jobs, and they've got their routine. And then I come in, and all I do is I throw a monkey wrench in their whole program. And next thing you know, like I said, I've got 5 people in this house that all want to kill me. When your family's not happy to see you come home, it's not them, it's you.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you ever been told you have no empathy or you have no emotion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh God.
I get that all the time. I get that all
Yeah.
the time, and I think it's me. Oh wait, I know it's me because of just my personality and how I want to get stuff done. And I'm trying to change, but it's difficult. When it's sort of ingrained in you.
This is what my wife says. She calls me emotionally constipated.
Yeah.
That's what she says I am. And it took me a long time to truly understand it. And it's just like, for me, it's coming from that soldier side, but it gets amplified when I'm in the truck because you're by yourself. You don't experience those emotions of everybody all the time. You're in a damn 8 foot, rolling piece of fiberglass, and that's what you're just in your own shit. So yeah, it's like, exactly. And my wife's the same way. I mean, I've almost lost my marriage over shit because same thing. I'm very, when I come home, I used to be, no, why the hell was this done? No, it's not, I quickly had to understand that, no, that's not the way it is. And then, but to go with that, something else that my wife taught me and has allowed for me, I'm gonna assume it's kind of like what you were talking about, is when I come home, I get that one day to unwind and reset myself.
So do I.
I get that one. She says, this is your one day to do what you need to do to unwind and reset yourself. After that, you belong to me.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. I'm completely with that.
That's the way it is. That's the way it is now. And it was almost, it was no doing of mine. It was, it was Dar that she saw what was going on, that I can't come in the door. It's not fair to me to come in the door and all of a sudden I've gotten bombarded by dad this, can we this, can I this, that. Fuck, my head would explode. Right. I need that day, and I'm given that day. Usually, it's nowadays I'm only out for a week, so I leave on Sunday. I'm home on Friday. Usually Friday night, they let me, you give your hugs, hi Dad, good to see you, everything like that. You might have a bite to eat, and then they give me a few hours that evening just to get my head right, for a lack of better way of saying it, right? Just to get my head right. But she's very adamant that, okay, Saturday morning, you're waking up, dude, and it's time to go to work. And we're not talking about the truck. You've got a home here. You've got family here, and you are part of it, and you are going to be part of it. And if you're not, you might as well go get back in the truck and fuck off. Yeah. And it took a while for her and I to come to that, and it works. It truly does work. Give me that time, and I appreciate it. No problem. Saturday morning, let's go. Get in the car. We'll go get groceries. We'll go do this. We'll take the kids for that. One of my biggest problems, like Stuart says, for lack of empathy, is I've got 5 girls, 5 daughters, right? So I'd come in and start barking fucking orders, and I'd have 4 out of the 5 of them in tears and like that. Yep. Like that. Right. And then they'd all go off to their rooms and, no, Daddy, this. And Dar would have to sit me down and go, now listen, right? Now, I don't mean she's yelling at me. She'd have to sit me down. It's like, listen, these are little girls. These aren't little soldier boys. These aren't your boys out on the road. These are your daughters, and they're little girls. They're emotional. They've got feelings, and you need to show a little empathy. You need to show some support. You can't be the big, bad, protective guy and not turn around and have your kids behind you and block them from everything, and then turn around and direct all of that back at them. You have to be able to, apply yourself as a father to the children and be the softy, be the person that they can cry to instead of when they fall and they skin their knee, you don't go, oh, get the fuck up, you're fine. That was me. Now it's like, oh, come here, babe, come here, sit on Dad's knee. Okay, let Daddy kiss that better for blah 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 blah. That took some learning from me. Luckily for me, I did have a patient household. I did.
Yeah. I mean, and no, you're absolutely correct. And Dar made a comment there. Somebody made a comment about talking about truck drivers' wives essentially are like single mothers, and Dar responded, it feels like it's sometimes outside of the financial support. And what I was going to say is it's almost like she's typing exactly what my wife has said to me at times when she gets frustrated, because it's the truth. Yeah, it's the truth, because you can't discount how your spouse or your other half, your boyfriend, girlfriend, don't matter. You can't discount how they feel, because we're not there. No. We're not there. You can't discount that feeling. And I think that for us as drivers, that's, whether you're a man or a woman, is something that you truly need to understand, is that there's a lot of stress on it. And one way that it'll manifest quicker than anything is when something goes wrong at the house. When something goes wrong, my wife will call me and say, hey, this is going on. And at first, for years, I used to just fire back. Well, I can't do shit. I can't fix it. I can't do this. I'm 1,000 miles. I can't do that. Rather than what I had to learn was, okay, call somebody to do it. Just call them and we'll take care of it. That's essentially the best that we can do on the road is financial.
Yeah. It is. One of the worst things I used to do to my wife was she'd call me, whatever, she's having a bad day, she hurt her, fucking whatever, and I would tell her how she's supposed to feel. Yeah. And she'd be like this. And I'd be like, well, what are you feeling like that for? You shouldn't feel like that. You should be this, and you should be feeling like this. You should be thinking like that. You want to shut a woman down, like go from 60 down to 0 in a split second? Tell her how to feel, and tell her how she's supposed to be thinking about something. Yeah, dude.
This conversation right here is another example of why I say the military and this industry are direct parallels, because in the military, the hardest job in the military is a military spouse in the family, hands down. And I feel the same way in this industry, is that the hardest job in this industry is the spouse in the family. It really is.
I agree.
I mean, it's freaking hard, dude. When you really sit back and look at it, you know, whether you're a company driver or an owner operator, at the end of the day, going down the road, that's the easy part. Switch
Yeah.
roles and you go home and do what
Dude, I
they're
couldn't do it.
doing. And
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Nope. I couldn't do it. Spectre, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm lucky in this sense here that, dude, I just drive the truck and take care of the on the road business. Dar does everything else. She takes care of my books, my banking, all my shit, everything that all the business part. Like there's the trucking business that I do, and then there's the business of trucking that she does. Yeah. I'm lucky. A lot of guys don't have that. They're sitting out there with their laptops and they're fucking doing their folders and they're filing and all their shit in their passenger seat, and I don't have to deal with that. I'm very lucky in that sense. I really am.
Yep. And I'm in the same boat. Go ahead, Stuart. I'm sorry.
I say one of the biggest things that as a lot of you guys know, my wife works in corporate America, and she's she works a 70-hour week job, right? And so on top of not being there, she's working her 70 hours a week or whatever the hell she's working, you know. And then when we had the carrier, you know, I would run the carrier my way, and then she would want to make sure I'm not fucking it up. And she'd come and take a look at the books and then start changing. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing that for? And so we've got like these two different systems going on. And there came a point to where it was just like, you know what? This is too much hassle, you know? And it becomes a point to where we were fighting ourselves, right?
Yes.
So, you know, sometimes you just got to step back, right? You know, I remember times where she'd call me and she'd have a good bitch and a moan, and I wouldn't say anything. I would just sit there and listen. And she was wanting a response from me, but I was like, what do you want me to say? I'm not there. You're dealing with the kids or whatever the issue was, or, you know, what do you want me to say? Because I deep down, I know my response is going to be, suck it up. I'm out here and trust me, I'd rather be home. And that's how some people call it cold, or that, you know, that emotional constipation or whatever you want to call it. Right.
Yeah.
It was like, it's like, okay, well, I'm not there. I don't have them feelings right now. I'm dealing with my own shit. And it's terrible. As terrible as it sounds, I recognize it. I sit back now and I look at it, I recognize that stuff. And I see how toxic it is. And there definitely needs to be change and more talk about stuff like that, because you know what? That's the stuff that makes or breaks people at the end of the day. You know,
but Stuart, there's also the other side of that, because there's been times, and it still happens today. She'll call me, and she's not necessarily calling me for help, like to solve a problem. She's just
white knight syndrome.
She's calling me just to vent, and my first reaction is to try to fix it. Well, do this, do that. And what I should be doing is just keeping my big fat mouth shut and just listening. That's all she wants me to do, is just listen to her. Right? That's all. She doesn't need my advice. She doesn't need me to solve the problem. She doesn't need it. But she's frustrated. She's at the end of her rope. She's had enough for the fucking day, and all she needs is a good vent. And she's bouncing it off of me. And too many times I've decided, I can fix this problem. And why don't you do this? And, no, dummy, just shut the fuck up. All she wants is, and when she's done venting, all she wants to hear is, you know what, babe, it's all right. I love you. You know what? Go to bed, have a cup of tea, go to bed, have a good night. Well, you know what? Let's look at this in the morning, or you can do. That's all she wants, right?
Yeah.
But me, I got to be the fucking problem solver and try to fix everything from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, and that's dude, that right there was one of the biggest things that almost cost me my marriage, because I for years I did that, and I didn't understand that lesson, what you're talking about, and like you said, it was she didn't want me to, like you just said, she didn't want me to fix it, and that's where she caused me emotionally constipated because I was too fucking dense in the head and had that white knight syndrome. I needed to fix it. She's wanting me to fix it. She wants you to shut the fuck up and just listen.
Yeah.
And like you said, it did. That right there, some people may say that's minute, but that caused a lot of stress in my marriage. A lot. because
Dude.
I couldn't let that go. And finally
There
I
is
did.
nothing worse. There is nothing worse than she calls you to vent. You throw your 2 fucking cents in, and now you've pissed her off. And then both of you are going to bed angry. Over all you had to do was keep your mouth shut and go, "It's all right, baby. I love you." You know?
Yeah.
That's all she wanted from me. Right?
Exactly.
Damn.
I hate to say I'm 46 years old this year, and it took me 45 years to learn that lesson. So
Well,
yeah.
I'm 53 tomorrow, dude, and I'm still learning that lesson.
You know,
I
they say
still-
Exactly.
Dude,
wisdom comes with age. Wisdom comes with age.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so,
You're right.
because I'm aging faster than I'm getting wise. Let me tell you.
Yeah. I mean, well, guys,
So-
I need to jump off here, and I need to get me some shut eye. But once again, Brian, dude, thank you for having me on. It was a great conversation. Stuart, hey man, as always, and I'll reach out to you tomorrow when I start heading that way.
Sounds good, mate.
All right, guys.
Later, Spectre. Thanks.
All right, man. Yep.
Wow. Not too bad. What do you think, Dottie?
Just been listening to you guys, and yeah, it's trying to add 2 different lives together, and you really got to know how to work them. And I got to say one thing with you, Brian, you've done it, because you still got your family, you still got your wife, you still got your home, and you got someone that understands, and you understand that person. For me, that didn't work. You know?
Yeah. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
there's no manual.
Yeah.
Like there's no written manual. There's no army manual. There's no manual to doing this. It's, you know, Dar and I have probably been on the brink, like this close to just saying, looking at each other and going, "Fuck it, this ain't worth it anymore."
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I can't. She's looking in. She's had the thought in her head, "I can't deal with that."
Well,
Or you.
When your kids tell you that, and this is what my daughter told me, she says, "You don't even know me." That was her exact words,
Yeah.
and she was 100% right, because she had
Dottie, I've had
grown
my
up.
wife tell me that.
And,
I've had
yeah.
Dar tell me that before.
Yeah.
Years ago. She's
It
been
hurts.
sitting there across the dining room table looking at each other, and she just, you know, she got a tear in her eye, and she's like, you don't even know who I am anymore."
Yeah.
Now you want to see a 230-pound guy like me, fucking big guy like me, break down? That just broke me down. Like I got nothing. Like I fell apart when my wife said that to me. You don't even know me anymore. It's like, oh my God. Because I think, well, yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, of course I know who you are, but do I know you? You know?
Yeah.
That takes time. And like I said, especially in the trucking industry or military or anything where there's extended periods where you're away, there's no manual. I really wish there was, but there isn't.
And, you know, there's a lot of, hold on, let me adjust my phone. There's a lot of mental going on in us drivers, you know, and because I was listening to you guys, you know, talking about the PTSD and the military and the doctors and stuff. And I've been to 5 psychiatrists, you know, and I've spilled my guts out to them, and I've learned a lot from them, and I don't regret not going to one. You know, I'm glad I went to every single one of them, because they gave me 5 different views, and there's a lot of views to this subject. But one of the things that I've learned is laughter. You know, it's not just a Band-Aid. It doesn't just blanket your pain.
No.
But it makes you feel like, you know, smiles are addictive. You know, laughter, you meet someone with a funny laugh, you're going to start laughing. And it takes a lot of it eases the mind. I found that out, you know. That's why I've kind of become more of a joker than anything lately. I mean, while I was a cartoonist, I was writing jokes, so I knew all this stuff already. but I broke into some depression where I wanted to kill myself. I didn't find I couldn't find myself until I went up to this one place that I go to. It's in Utah, on top of a hill. And I said a prayer. And, I gave God a gift, asking for forgiveness. And that changed my life. It really did. I felt not just accepted by around the people I was around, but I felt accepted by, the one and only God Almighty. That yes, you're going to be okay. You just got to take care of yourself. And no matter what any doctor or psychiatrist or family member would tell me, it would just go in one ear and come out the other. I had to hear it from, the one and only. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And that's why I've gotten to be, really, how can I say it, strong out here. I'm by myself out here. I do the paperwork by myself. I do everything I can. I screw up all the time. And you guys got your spouses. Thank God. Keep them.
Thank God.
But, Stuart, I was, listening to you. I've talked to you plenty of times.
Yeah.
And, I love this guy. I love you both. But I also wanted to say a couple of things. Thank you, Stuart, for serving in the military.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. My dad, he was a World War II veteran. He passed away 10 years ago. He used to tell me some horror stories of the war. He didn't want me to go in. He didn't want me to go in the military. I was going to go into the Air Force, but he wanted me to go to college. But he used to tell me these, like what's happening there in Ukraine, with the tortures and stuff. Except these were the real Nazis. These were Hitler and stuff. And I could tell you some of these stories. They would just totally freak you out. And, I wish I would have just recorded or took better notes, but I didn't. But at the same time, he didn't want me to go into the hell that he was afraid of this war, this country going into another war. And sure
Right.
enough, that's when the Gulf, what is it, the Gulf War happened?
Yeah, Persian Gulf War.
Yeah, the Persian Gulf War, yeah. That's when that was percolating. And he says, no, you stay out of that. I don't even want you near there. In fact, my brother-in-law or ex-brother-in-law, he went into the Marines. And this is, a true story, because I've not only heard it from him, but I heard it from another driver who was also a Marine. But he came back one time on leave for 30 days, like you said. And I picked him up at the airport in Denver, right? And, he looked at me, and you would think he'd be happy to be home and stuff. He was not happy. He had a pale face on him. And I told him, you okay? Like, because he was coming out of the war. But, of course I'm going to ask. But he says, he just told me, he says, yeah, I shouldn't even be here. I told him, well, why not? He says, and he told me the story. There was this one guy, his, in the military, his platoon. His wife had sent him some videos. They were like the video track tapes. He sent them for everybody to watch, right? Or she sent them to him for everybody to watch. So sure enough, they're watching this movie. It's some of his favorite movies. Right in the middle of that movie, it cuts off, and it's a video of her having sex with another guy. Or two or three guys, and and she's just smiling, flipping him off. And, everybody just freaked out. that all of a sudden they're watching this porno movie, but it's that one guy's wife.
Right. I heard
Well,
about something like that
yeah.
happening.
Yeah, and he went and he wanted to come home, but they didn't let him come home. My brother-in-law was my ex-brother-in-law. He was set to come home, and he says, "Go ahead, you take this place. I mean, you take my place. I'll stay here. You go home."
Yeah.
And they didn't let that happen. Instead, they put him on what do you call it? Patrol, and gave him a rifle. He blew his head off.
Yeah.
And I not only heard that from him, but I also heard it from another driver that I knew also. So
Yeah.
And that's tough. That's because you're so far away, and again, I don't know what his name was, saying that they're like almost parallel and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They kind of are. We're not at war, but there's this loneliness that goes on. And me, as a driver, I can only speak myself. I'm in it. I just decided, I made the decision to go 110% on it in
Yeah.
driving. I lost my family. I lost, so it's my sacrifice. At the same time, I'm serving my country as my country is my yard. This is my home. That's the way I see it. I've told you that before.
Yeah.
And I keep it moving, and I'm not going to stop until I can't no more. So don't feel bad that you're not a service member or nothing, because you are. You're serving your country by the workforce. It's just a different kind. We just don't have the military, badges or nothing.
No.
But yeah. But anyway,
I see today. I see today how truck drivers are looked upon now as a very we are way at the bottom of the totem pole, much like soldiers are.
Yeah.
We really are. Whereas, Dottie, you've been driving a long time. You know that like 25 years ago, we were fucking heroes out here. We were gods, right? We were great. People, kids wanted to be us. Everything was good for us. We were.
You want to know why though?
We held a high stature of the jobs that we did and the reliability of the nation relying on us.
But
we're not looked at like that anymore. They don't look upon us as that. They look upon us now as second-class citizens.
Mm-hmm. Well,
like our military.
This is like my opinion as to why we look better 25 years ago than today. It's because of Hollywood, because of Smokey and the Bandit, because Chris Christopherson, the Convoy, they glorified the trucking industry. Nobody's out there doing that, putting us on the big screen anymore. And
right.
Instead, we get drivers like you Canadians going toe to toe with the government, and the government just shutting you down. You guys tried your best, and it's not that you guys look bad or nothing, but it's like, oh yeah, okay, you guys are nothing. See, even the prime minister said, you guys are nothing.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, people look at that and they see that and they believe that. That's freaking crazy. And
I agree.
Yeah, that's like, no, we are something, and we are strong, and we are united, and we are running the country,
Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
I think it goes a lot deeper than that, though, right? You walk through a truck, right, where there's your average civilian, whatever you want to call them, your average family going through there.
Well, it's me.
You've got a 300-pound guy who hasn't showered in a week. What image is that portraying? I tell people all day long, think of a lawyer. What is he wearing? A suit, a tie. Now think of a plumber. He's got his ass crack hanging out, and he's got a pair of jeans on, right?
Correct.
You know, and I think all this stuff, you know, is relevant when you talk about image and being a second-class citizen and the way we're looked upon in society. Some of it's our own doing. You know, I mean, as a truck driver, right? As someone, you know, I go to a truck stop and I see a 300-pound guy there that hasn't showered, you know, smells like he hasn't showered in a week. It comes back to the mental health. If you're not even taking the time to shower your ass, where is he at mentally? I mean, where is your level of self-respect? You know, you're not taking care of yourself. I mean, that should be, to me, 101, right?
Yeah.
Stuart, I agree. And you nailed something right on the head there. And you're absolutely right. We are partly, and I would even say we are a big part of why we're looked at this way. Some of it has to do with the way we present ourselves, the way we carry on when we're in public, the way we drive in public. Our public perception, or the public's perception of us, is a direct result of. Sorry, my back is killing me here. Is a direct result of our own stupidity and our own ignorance. And so for that, I absolutely agree. But how do you fix that? Because you got to remember, and I hate to keep saying this, but like back in the old days, but back years ago, dude, you know, truck drivers wore uniforms. You know, you had a name tag. You know, your uniform was on your shoulder. You know, you were in a unit. I think even you look around today, there's still some guys that still, I think certain companies still provide uniforms or clothing. I think Schneider does, or they used to. They were the last ones that I saw used to do it.
That's wear a collared shirt, button-up shirt, right?
Yeah.
But they were presentable. They got out of the truck and they were presentable. You got out of the truck and you got in shit. If somebody from that carrier saw you and you were wearing a pair of ripped jeans, you know, you're in a pair of flip-flops, you got a muscle shirt on and you haven't showered in a week, you were going to get your ass torn for that, or you were going to get written up for it, or there'd be consequences. Nowadays, there's no consequences to how the truck driver, how they present themselves and how they carry themselves in public. And I think certain carriers should go back to, like, now that Dar and I have the ability to make our own shirts and shit here. I've actually looked at getting some shirts. And, you know, I'm going to, of course, I'm going to have the Wheel Burner logo on the back, but it's going to be a button-down shirt, maybe a short sleeve for the summer, a couple of long sleeves for the winter, you know, your name on the front of it, you know, maybe not the carrier's name, but if you're an American, a nice U.S. American flag, but something that's, when I get out of the truck, they're not going, look at this fucking homeless guy climbing out of his truck. They're looking at, look at this guy. Okay, he has a little pride in himself.
Yeah. That makes sense. You know, that makes a lot of sense.
When you talk about the image, right, how much of that goes back to mental health? You know, if you're not willing to present yourself and put your best foot forward for yourself, I mean, that, to me, we're broken. You know,
yes.
You know, forget about the industry right now. I'm just talking about if you're going to go a week and not wash your ass. I mean, where do we go with this conversation? You know what I'm saying? Where is that a mental health issue? We need to fix that first. I mean, where do we go with this, right? I mean, that's the stuff that I ask myself. It's so much deeper than, you know, just fixing an industry. There's individual responsibility.
Yeah, start with yourself.
Carry yourself in a good way, in a good manner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, these guys with big beards and, you know, cowboy hats, smoke.
Hey. Hey.
And then there's these people that, you know, it's dress day and, you know.
Really?
Do I need to go and get my hat out? Is that what I need to go and do?
Yeah.
And it's also very delayed.
Hang on a second.
there's all kinds of different people. That's what I like about this industry is
And
you can be
Star.
yourself. That's the
She
thing.
said that they can hear me typing.
Yep, we can hear you typing.
We can hear you typing.
You're doing
So
something
you can
there.
hear me then.
Loud and
Yeah, we
clear.
can hear you.
Oh, cool. How's everybody doing?
Oh, doing
We're
fine.
doing well.
Is
Well,
your
good.
name,
Why
man,
does
I
your
figured it
name
out.
come up?
is your name Tina?
Well, that's my
Why
wife's.
does your name come up, Tina Baveri?
Well, she
Bavaria.
subscribes to you, so
Which
there.
one? Which one?
But it's the only email that the stupid phone would connect to.
Whatever it takes.
Okay, well,
Oh, there you go.
I
There you
feel
go.
really I feel really
Keep it
uncomfortable calling a bearded man Tina. So what's your name?
That's
It's
what I was
Mr. B.
Mr. B.
Mr.
But,
B.
but there's the wife. Hold on. It's very delayed. There's the wife.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Tina. How are you, love?
I'm fine, darling. I love watching your show.
Oh, well, thank you.
Where are you guys
I'm glad
located?
you guys do that. So
Do
we
know
we
where
gotta figure out a way to get Mr. B his own email and get set up here.
Yeah, well, I don't like these whole cell phone things, but I had an old one and I charged it up just for this. So,
Well,
and
very good.
it happened to be her email. So there,
Right
See,
on.
That's a team.
That's
You know
the
what I
only
mean?
way
They
y'all
can
can-
share their name.
Yeah.
If that's the only way I can see y'all, then we're using my phone.
That's awesome.
I wanted
That
to
is
say, Stuart, you look damn good in that hat.
Which one?
Doesn't he?
This one or this one?
No,
I can do
The
either.
cowboy
or.
hat. That one. Yeah,
that one. Leave
Yeah.
that one on. There, you got it.
there you go.
Now, of
I'm a
course,
truck driver, damn it. I don't know about all this stupid phone shit.
well, hey, dude, I don't know if you've been watching since the beginning. I've crashed this computer 3 times tonight. I don't know jack. Okay.
Yeah, I know you're put in tech support.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, the good thing for me is that I yell for tech support and I don't get an Indian voice on the other end. At least mine's just down the hall, right?
And
Thank
she's
God.
cute, too.
Yeah, well, she's not hard to look. She's not hard to look at, eh? Thank goodness.
But at least I figured out how to get on this stupid thing.
You know what? How old is that phone you got there?
Oh, man, it's got to be 7, 8 years, 6 years, 6 years old.
Yeah.
It's 6 years old.
Mr. Bees, turn your phone. Look at me. Turn your phone this way. Turn your phone that way. There you go.
See?
There you go. See how you showed up on the screen? Now you're in full.
Oh,
Now you're
okay.
in full screen.
Okay, it seems to be really delayed, though.
Well, no, it just happens to be because you're in North Carolina. The airwaves, there's all those hills. The airwaves have to fly over the hills. I'm just fucking with you.
He's you know what it is? He's watching on YouTube and not StreamYard, is my guess. So there's a delay from StreamYard to YouTube.
That's probably what it is. That's probably
Yeah,
what
maybe.
it is. There's nothing you can do about it. You're watching on YouTube instead of StreamYard, right?
I had to go to your StreamYard.
Oh, you did? Well, okay, yeah, you are in StreamYard because you're sitting here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get in here.
I guess, yeah. That was confusing, too, by the way. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Wilbur, and the next time you're in North Carolina, you need to hit us up so we can meet.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that. I think there was 1 month I was down there 3 times. I actually did a live twice from North Carolina. Once I was just northeast. Actually, both of them. I was just northeast of Charlotte.
Yeah, you
Right?
were like 5 hours, 6 hours away, though.
Well, that's nothing for you, man. Get in your goddamn car and come visit me.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Look, I can't get him to drive 3 miles up to the road to the grocery store.
I don't fucking go nowhere, bro. My days of driving is done. You know?
Well, that's the same as me, right? When I'm at home here, I drive into town. I drive with Dar into town. I go to get groceries, and that's it, right? I'm not going anywhere. the way I look at it is I don't drive anywhere unless I'm getting paid, right?
Yeah.
So I do it for a
He
living.
can forget getting paid, man. He can forget that.
Well, man, it's finally nice to see you.
Yeah. I've been trying to figure out. Thought I had a camera for the computer. Apparently not. I looked everywhere. And then I thought of this phone thing and I went and charged it up. I don't know how much of a charge is on it. And I said, well, let's give it a try. So that's what we did. So now that I know, I just got to tweak it and stuff like that for what little knowledge I have on these computers, and go from there.
So you're
I'm really
Mr.
glad. I'm
Beast
really glad that you popped in because
from North
I
Carolina.
don't know how many times I've talked to you in the comments, right? It's nice to see people once in a while, right?
Yeah,
Believe
my
me.
beard's still bigger than yours, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm working on it. I'm feeding mine fertilizer every day just to get this bastard going, just to get this thing going here. Yeah.
So you're Mr. Beast from North Carolina. That you always
Yeah.
That's me, guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Got it.
Yeah, I've talked with you guys before.
Yeah, you guys have everybody in this chat knows who Mr. Bees is. Now they finally get to meet the guy.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, cool.
There you go. You got
You're
yourself.
right.
Merry Christmas. There you go.
Mr. Bees, you're a fucking rock star and you don't even know it, dude.
Hey, I didn't know a lot of things either.
And another thing, Stuart, I love that horse. The picture of that horse you got behind you. I love horses. The one,
Yeah.
up on your wall.
Yeah, that's my wife. My wife is a horse fanatic. She
Oh, that's
actually- yeah, she nearly made it to the Olympics riding for Canada.
What kind of horse is it? Do you know?
Say again?
What kind of horse is it? Do you know?
I don't know what type that is. We have we got a quarter horse. You didn't see the
Okay.
video of it throwing me off the other day?
No. I haven't
Yeah, I go to my channel. I put it up. I was
Okay.
riding, the horse doesn't like me for shit, and I'm riding around, and I didn't have my foots in the stirrups, but he got up to a gallop, so I'm trying to put my feet in. Well, I said, "Whoa!" Well, I forgot he's trained to do like the sliding stops. Well, he did the sliding stop, and I just go flying right over his head.
Oh,
Like he
no.
brake checked my ass. I landed square on my back. I was just like, God, Lord, that hurt. Took the wind out of me. So, yeah, it was
Maybe I should put it up here.
bad day.
Yeah, I love horses. My favorite is a Heflinger.
Okay.
A Heflinger is kind of like a Palomino,
Mm-hmm.
except they're smaller
Yep.
and they have like long blonde hair. And I mean, like long, beautiful blonde hair. And they're just a little smaller than
I wanna
the
get
regular
me I
Palomino.
really need like a Belgium or a Clydesdale or something. I need something. I need something big because I'm such a big guy.
How big are you?
So, well, I'm 6 foot, but I weigh 250 pounds.
You don't
I
look
mean-
that big. I mean, Brian looks big on the, on the
Brian's bigger
screen.
than me, I'm sure he's taller, but still, I'm just saying to go on like a quarter horse. If you look at me on a quarter horse, the horse looks like it's struggling. You know,
Wow.
and he don't look happy. So I just need something. I want a Cadillac.
I didn't know we had a
I don't want something that's going to run around barrels or something like. I just want something that's slow and steady on the trail. You
I
know?
didn't know we
are
had a
talking-
couple of John Waynes on here. Cool.
You guys are talking Chinese to me. I don't know, Jack. You want to know what I know about horses? They ride them in Yellowstone. That's all I know about horses. I know
Amen,
that they're-
Brian.
I know enough.
I know that they're big and you can ride them. And when you kill one, they make glue out of them. That's all I know about horses.
Have you ever ridden a
That
horse,
was
Brian?
Once, Dottie, once I rode a horse when I was a young boy. I wasn't a fan of it. I fell off of it and I never got back on it. Now, when the kids were little, we used to take them out to the farm and we could walk up to the fence and the horses would come over and I got no problem being around them. But do I want to get on one? Fuck no. No. Do I want to get on a horse? No. I'll ride a motorcycle. I'll fly a plane. I'll drive a truck. I'll drive a car. I'll get on a moped before I get on a horse. Are you crazy?
I'm not picky. I just, it's an experience, right?
It's a real connection
Gas
between you
prices
and the
keep
animal.
going where they are. We're all gonna be riding a fucking horse.
Oh, you'll never see me on a horse.
You can
And,
walk a
and
bit.
Shannon's got the right idea. They shit a lot.
Yeah, they do. Not as much as Congress does.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're the same up here, right? Our House of Parliament up here. Yeah, there's a lot of shit up there too. You think they were tromping horses around the House of Commons, for Christ's sake?
The problem is it's bullshit, not horse shit.
Yeah, that's true too, eh?
Shit, bro.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Bullshit. Same thing.
I just can't believe that they can stack it that high. That's the only problem.
It's getting stupid, man. It's getting stupid. You need to watch the Twitter files, though, man. Shit's fixing to pop open.
Watch what?
The Twitter files.
What the hell is that? Is that Twitter?
Yeah, brother. He's exposing everything. Elon Musk is fixing to expose everybody.
Wow.
I
I gotta
don't
check that out.
I don't follow Twitter. I don't do Twitter. I don't tweet. I don't twerp. I don't chirp. I don't do any of that.
Yeah, I'm not on Twitter, never have been, but this shit's fixing to erupt. What your government and our government were doing to us civilians and us common people and low life fucking truckers like we are, what they were doing to us, bro, and what they're doing to us is crazy. And it's fixing to come to a stop.
Well, hold on. I gotta. You know what? You guys know what I'm like. If I don't write it down, I'll never fucking remember. So what's it called? The Twitter
It's called
files?
the Twitter files. It's all over YouTube, man. Yeah, Dar, show them more.
It can't be all over fucking YouTube, or I would have seen it because I'm all over YouTube.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second. Even if he does expose all this stuff, do you really think it's going to change anything? Look at Hillary Clinton and Benghazi. But there's emails showing that she knew what was going to happen and she gets a pass. The whole thing with COVID's been exposed. There's been a pass and they masked up the whole world. Do you think if they expose how corrupt government really is, it's going to change anything?
The thing is they never had proof. And now supposedly they got all the proof.
Supposedly. That's the big word there, Mr. B. Supposedly.
I'm full of big words.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are full of big words, but you know, if you can't prove the big words, then there's nothing there. That's the problem.
Saying.
There's a lot of corruption going on.
There's a lot of corruption on both sides. Well, worldwide, really.
Money talks, you know.
We're gonna see. I mean, all we could do is wait and see. If nothing happens, like always, nothing happens. But if something happens, woohoo, hey, here we go. You know?
I think we're already there. I think I said this on one of the live feeds before, and I asked the question: are we already in World War III? I believe it's actively going on, and we're in it because it's not so much going to be a gun war. It's going to be a computer war, technology war.
Yes, sir.
And
Cyber war.
I believe it's already happening.
Yeah, same thing. I believe you 100%. It's already happening right now with this technology.
We got a farmer's in the house. What's up, farmer?
Yeah,
he was.
What happened to the farmer? He left.
I'm trying to get him in here. He doesn't. I don't think he's got a second.
Might have a bad connection. But how you guys
How
doing?
much snow did you finally get?
Okay.
How much snow did you finally get, Brian?
You there, Brian?
Brian. Can't hear us.
I think he muted himself or something.
I don't know if it's connection. I don't know if it's a connection on one end or the other, but I don't know. You guys, there we go. You guys were all frozen for a second. I didn't hear anything if you guys were talking.
I asked how much snow did you get?
I thought at first it was about a foot, but it was less than a foot. So enough. Put it this way, it was enough that I snapped the blades, snapped the pins holding the blades on my snowblower.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. Wet snow. Is it going to freeze tonight or what?
It's froze again. We froze again.
Holy fuck!
You hear us?
Again, you guys are all frozen.
Oh, damn, man.
No, I can hear something.
That's Dottie.
Can you hear me?
I know it's not me. My technology, everything's here working. I don't know if it's a Wi-Fi or what the deal is. Oh, hold on. I know what it is. Yeah. I got a fucking blizzard going on out there.
Damn
Is that what it is? Wow. Well, I'm headed to Massachusetts. So
It's
I
me.
hope the weather's going to be
It's
fine.
me. My signal, my internet sucks because I've got a blizzard going outside.
Good thing you're home.
Yeah. You think that shit's gonna freeze tonight?
I don't think he can hear us. It's like us three can hear each other, but we can't hear him.
Well, we could all talk about him now that he can't hear us.
I know. Yeah, we can tell him. We can say what we really feel about him. See, and he thinks we're froze.
Now he's losing picture.
Yep, he kicked
Maybe,
himself out of his
maybe he
own.
needs to turn his camera off for a second.
I don't know. We might not have a burner show here in a minute.
Yeah, he kicked himself out of his own show.
That's sad.
If we get disconnected, we get disconnected. So
See, it's just us three. Look.
figures we
I
get
guess-
disconnected, you might not get a damn camera going.
How you doing, Miss Dottie?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I just froze my butt off getting loaded a little while ago.
Where
And,
you at?
I'm in like southern Minnesota, and
Oh, okay.
the roads were bad, so I just got loaded and parked it, And I'm headed to Massachusetts.
Ouch.
I forgot that town. I don't remember the town, but I know it's up there. So
Yeah, it's fucking cold up there, Dottie, man. You need to be careful, man.
yeah, well, I didn't want to see I'm getting a new tarp on my trailer, and it wasn't going to be ready until Wednesday. So I didn't want to sit around until Wednesday. That's
Ah,
5
there
days.
he is.
There he is. So
Sorry. You know what it is? Is we've got a storm. We got a storm going on outside. So it might be messing with the internet here. We have also we've got Wi-Fi in the house, right?
Mhm.
And I think what happens once in a while is there's like 7 different devices all hooked on to the Wi-Fi here, so it slows
everything down.
everything down. So
Takes the bandwidth out.
everything working
Curtis,
now.
get the
Well,
fuck off the internet. Stop looking at porn.
well, that's what I got my phone for, dude.
That's what happens when you download BBW porn.
Everyone's got to have a hobby.
I'm just sorry.
What's up, Farmer?
I'm just an old-fashioned guy, man. Pornhub, and that's about it. We don't venture much off that. We're good.
Can't Dar go on the computer and see what Curtis has been looking at through your
Dude,
Wi-Fi feed?
I don't even want to fathom. I will never in my life will I ever go through Dar's computer history or Curtis's history. I don't want to know what these people are looking at.
Oh, come on,
No.
farmsex.com or something.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
I like goats just as much as you do, Dar.
What's that? Christianmingle.com or something? I'm like, no.
You didn't see my comment that I put earlier on your show, Brian, when you were talking that you blew your snowblower. As I commented,
blew it?
or you screwed it up something because of the snow.
Yeah.
Was it
And
just the cotter pins that went, or is it a
Yeah.
shear pin?
No, it was one of the cotter pins.
well,
Oh, okay.
my
Just
question,
weld that bitch shut. Just weld it shut.
my comment was Curtis blowing snow in his thong?
No.
I'd pay to see that. I'd pay to see that.
You're gonna see
It
that.
Yeah.
sounds to me like the cotter pins are doing what the cotter pins are supposed to do.
I sheared two of them, Mr. Bees. Two
Yeah,
of
that's
the
good.
two of the cotter pins got sheared off, but it was probably my fault. It was heavy, wet snow, and
Too
like I
fast,
said,
too hard.
it was probably 9 or 10 inches deep, and I was pushing it a little too hard. I was overworking the machine, and the blades the two of the pins just sheared right off. So it's not a hard. I can go. I'm going into Kingston tomorrow. I can go into the steel dealership or any of the places in town. I can pick them up. But
Don't you have a farmer's supply?
I'm going to replace all 4 of them. There's 4 of them in there. I'm just going to replace all 4.
Go to
But
a
if the
farmer's
pins,
supply.
if the
Save me
pins did
so much
not
money.
break, you might have screwed up your machine permanently.
No. No.
You follow? The pins did what they were supposed to do.
The
It
machine,
got
the
too much
machine's
force.
okay.
Right.
The main shaft is still turning.
Yes, sir.
Right. So the main shaft is still turning, and 2 of the blades where the 2 pins are still intact are spinning
Yes, sir.
just fine. Just the other 2 blades where the pins were sheared, the shaft is spinning inside, and there's no pins holding them, so they're not spinning.
That's
So,
correct.
I
And
know
if
the
they
machine,
didn't break,
the machine is okay. Everything's okay that way because 2 of the blades are still working perfectly fine.
well, if they did not break, then you might have screwed up the machine by overworking it. You follow what I'm saying? So
Yes.
the pins did what they were designed to do.
Okay. I never thought of that. That's a good point. That's a good point. Usually, like I said, usually we get 2 or 3 really good dumps of snow a year. And that machine is actually good. I've got a good size machine. It's big enough. But like I said, this time I think I overworked it, and it might be my own doing, which wouldn't be out of the ordinary. I've done that before, so
Oh, what?
I've done it with my trucks, for crying out loud. I blew the motor out of a Volvo because I overworked it and got stupid, right? So
Maybe you needed shear pins on that.
well, I'm just, you know what? I'm just going to take this as lesson learned, right?
That's right.
It's a machine. If you abuse it, it's going to break. If you take care of it, then you'll get long life out of it.
That's right. Yeah.
Well,
that's
I
correct.
don't know. Curtis was abusing your mower with a phone. It's a different kind of abuse.
Curtis
Yeah, I got that image in my head.
was at work today. He actually made it into work in the snowstorm this morning, and
It was the extra weight.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, well.
Curtis. I'm just picking on you.
But no, he agreed. I asked him. I said, "Would you if he can be home when the snow falls? Like hopefully tomorrow he'll be here when we go out to do it again. So I'm going to go get the pins fixed. I'm going to leave like half of my driveway because you can park 3 cars wide in my driveway, and you can probably put about 4 the length of my driveway. So I'm just going to leave half the driveway tomorrow for Curtis to snow blow. And when he gets home, we're going to put him in that. He's got that same bathing suit or those pair of Speedo underwear he was wearing on the John Deere. I'm going to put him in those with a pair of work boots and get him to plow the driveway, man. Like,
He needs to do a snow angel as well.
Yeah.
Please, for the love of God, don't post that.
What the hell is that, Rob?
That's Curtis snow blowing.
I can live without that image in my head.
There's 3 of you and 1 Curtis,
I
Robin.
don't know. I kind of saw some bikinis there. Like,
Oh, fuck. Holy shit. So
Well,
let me just see if I can catch up on some comments here because everyone's just these guys are talking about food porn up here. Something caught my eye.
poor
Shannon's
Curtis.
talking about food porn. Really? Really?
What, you want to see that food porn that Brian's making tomorrow?
No. I don't want to
More
see
than I want to see Curtis in a
Are
thong.
you talking about whipped cream and like cherries, like maraschino cherries and stuff?
No, I don't eat cherries. Plays on the freeway is trying to get in, but it won't let me. Hold on a second here.
Brian, Dar says he's making Brian dinner tomorrow, but he'll be eating something else. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you, brother.
But I'll still be eating something.
Mr. Bees, it's a good thing I can breathe through my ears. Let me just put it that way.
Gonna make you some of that sauerkraut tomorrow.
Not a chance.
Oh,
Not
no.
a chance. No.
Oh, God. That hurts.
No.
What do you
no.
think of Jackknife and his sorry walk to shame today? Do you think Jackknife is out?
What do you mean? Is he out?
Well, his truck is bust. He can't get a loan.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, we've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there. Plays on the freeway. Turn your volume down, man. We're all hearing an echo. Or put your Bluetooth on.
I don't think he heard us. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
he muted himself.
Well, one thing about the truck, they'll find a way to truck.
Yeah. No, my heart goes out to Jackknife. Are you kidding me? That poor bastard. A week before Christmas, and he blows the motor out of his truck. I feel bad. I wish there was something I could do for him, but there's really nothing I can do. But he's got some options open to him. He's not a stupid guy. He's a smart guy. He knows the business. He knows the business as best he can for somebody that's been doing it for the short amount of time that he's been doing it. But he does have some options available to him, and hopefully he's had some good advice. He's been talking to some people, and hopefully he does the right thing. I offered my 2 cents to him the other day. I know some other people he's been talking to, the carrier he's been talking to that he's working with. It looks like they're going to try to work with him on maybe another deal. But at the end of the day, it's entirely up to him what he does. What can you do? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right?
Yeah, it all depends on the company. Because like me, I'm contracted, kind of like you, Brian. I don't got my own authority. I don't want it because I depend too much on D&E. They take care of me out here. And they pulled me out of, in fact, they're pulling me out of hot water right now because I'm getting a new tarp for me. Merry Christmas to me. And I don't got the money to pay for it right now. But you know what? I got a different trailer going on right now. It's not my regular trailer. But I was telling Mr. Bees a little bit ago and Stuart, because you were froze. I wasn't going to sit around for, like 3 days this week to get my DOT done, and then another 5 days to get my trailer done. I don't got that much time to sit around.
Yeah.
So I was, I just would, because D&E, I talked to them. I told them, hey, I got to roll. I can't just sit around and twiddle my thumbs. And they set me up with a trailer identical to mine. So, like, wow, they take care of me. I'm pretty sure that's where, what's his name?
I think Jackknife, at the end of the day, is going to come out of this okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's a hard hit to take a week before Christmas. Like, you don't wish that on your worst bloody enemy, and even in this business. But from what I understand, he raised, the truck is parked. He's in a car. He's probably either home or he's on his way home by now.
Does he own the truck outright?
No, he was still making payments on it.
Okay.
Right. He was
Is
still
the
making
truck
payments.
completely totaled?
What's that?
Is the truck totaled?
He blew the motor out of it. The motor, it needs a new motor. It either needs an in-frame or it needs a complete replacement.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a 94, I think it's a 2007 or 8 9400i with a ISX, with a Cummins ISX in it.
Okay.
So
I used to drive one like that.
yeah.
International.
They're not bad trucks. It's just, it's It's bad. It's bad timing, is what it is. You know, and
I would actually disagree with you. I think the timing's probably good.
You think
When
so?
is a good time?
Yeah, because look, equipment prices are going down. You look what the cost of labor is right now. Labor hasn't gone down. To rebuild a motor or get a crate motor put in that thing for what you can go and buy the equivalent truck for. Very much of a price difference. If you can hold out to the beginning of next year, I think you'd be surprised. I bet you could get pretty damn close to what the equivalent truck would be, out of truck paper versus what it would be for a complete in-frame. Or because if you're going to rebuild the motor, you might as well do the whole damn thing at that point.
No, I agree. But the problem he's got, Stuart, is he doesn't even have the money for the in-frame.
Ouch.
But there's,
right? And unfortunately, he has had over the last year, he's just had a run of bad luck. So he's run himself into unfortunately, he's run himself into a bit of a debt. So he doesn't have that cushion to fall back on. Like there's nothing there. Unfortunately, at the moment, he's running pay statement to pay statement, trying to build. But every time he gets, we've all been there. You get your bank account to this level and you go, oh, thank God. And then that check engine light comes on and you're back down here again.
Yeah.
And then you build it back up. And he
where
had
I'm
a year of that. He had himself, and I hate talking about him because he's not sitting here and divulging, but he's already put this all out on his channel. So it's not like I'm saying anything that he wouldn't want anybody to know. But, he had himself a nice $25,000 cushion sitting in the bank. He bought the truck. He did it right. He bought the truck, set up the payments that were affordable, this and that. He had a $25,000 just sitting in the bank, like a nice little cushion, emergency fund. And in under a year, he's gone through the emergency fund, racked up the credit cards, and now he's running completely in a deficit. Even when he has a profitable week, he's not making any money because after he pays for himself and the truck and everything else, there's nothing left. It's gone.
Yeah, that happened to me in 4 months. For me, it happened.
Unfortunately, he's not in a position. Yeah, well, right. He's not in a position to make that pivot, like you said, Stuart, for the new year. When the new year comes, I agree. That's what I'm waiting for, dude. That's what I'm waiting. I'm waiting, February, March, if I have to, before I start thinking about new equipment, because it's not the time right now. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, he's in that bind. He's had a run of bad, and it's one of those, a lot of us have said this. Well, he knew the risks when he took the job or he bought the truck and everything like that. But nobody deserves to have the kind of luck this poor bastard's had. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right? Like if it wasn't for bad luck, he'd have none.
Yeah.
So, you said he's making payments on this truck?
He's making payments on it. He's only had it, I think, a year and a bit.
Oh, wow.
It's possible maybe he can get some kind of insurance money out of it.
Well, I know.
No.
The Peterbilt, they have like even on a big billboard. They'll help you refinance for an overhauled or new engine.
Yeah, he already went to the point.
It's all kinds of different trucks. Because I thought it was just for like my truck, and no, I was looking at it just the other day. For Thanksgiving, any kind of motor you have in your truck, they'll help you refinance it. So
I don't know his situation, but it makes it very difficult if you're potentially upside down in the truck, and then you try and finance a rebuild or a motor replacement. No. It makes it very difficult for the finance company to do that, because what collateral does the finance company have if he was to default, right? And that's the. No, I don't know where he's at. I'm just saying, from a finance company standpoint, that's what they're going to look at, because it's going to be okay. Most people that have a rebuild, the majority have the truck paid off.
Yeah,
they don't have a note on the truck still.
He's already gone that route. He talked to the finance company that holds the note on the truck. He's gone the other route. Looked at the third party, outside finance company to come in and do. And everybody said the same thing. The value of the truck, a 2007 9400i, there's not enough value in it to rebuild the motor, right? They're just gonna. The finance company told him outright, we're gonna take the truck, we're gonna repossess the truck, we're gonna put it up on auction, and I can guarantee you right now, we're gonna be coming after you for the rest of it. And they're not even willing. Nobody's even willing to discuss financing a motor for the truck. There's not enough value in the truck at the time. Plus, there's still money owing, right? Like you owe a finance company X amount of thousands of dollars. Plus, now you're going to roll over and maybe refinance a motor. So now you've got a motor and a truck. So let's say the truck's worth $12,000, but you've got a $25,000 note on that truck. Well, no finance company is going to roll negative equity like that. They just won't do it. That's bad business for them, and they just won't do it. And they told him that. So that's the position he's in with that.
What year truck is it?
A 2007.
Okay, here's one up in Canada, a 9400. Okay, look at what they're asking for it. They're asking 13.5.
Yeah,
Canadian.
So you're at about $9,000, Stuart.
Yeah.
You American.
Yeah.
2002, 15.5. I mean, 2005, 17.9. I mean that's a rebuild. A rebuild's more than that on a Cummins.
Yeah.
Buy a junkyard, man. Go to the damn junkyard and buy an old bus motor. If that's what it's got to take.
Well, unfortunately, you know, it's just not in the current. Now, like I said, his his carrier that he's on with, and luckily for him, and here's the thing, he's got a good run. He's got a good run. He's on with Tyson, so it's a good paying run. He's dedicated. He's got a good paying run. It's good miles. It's good money. He's paid by the mile. It's a good deal for him. And now Tyson has come to him and said, well, we've got new T680s, right? Brand new T680s. We can put you in one of those for $1,000 a week. And as tempting as that is, it's like, dude, no. You know, I was screaming no, right? You're going to get yourself into another deal when you've still got you can't carry $1,000 a week note on a new truck and still be paying off an old truck. Like take care of one, then move on to the next. You don't carry one with another. Like one truck can't carry two payments. You just can't do that. Right? Doesn't matter. You've got a new T680 or you've got a new Volvo or you've got a brand new whatever. It's bad business. It's bad business to do that. And I know because I've done it. I've rolled negative equity from one truck into another truck and then carried it. And in the end, I ended up paying out my ass for it. So it's just bad business. But like I said, I excuse me, I put my 2 cents in, and you know, I gave my opinion, and it was asked for, and I gave it. And you know, what he does is entirely up to him. But like I said, a week before Christmas, this is the worst time for him.
Yeah, man.
Well, that happened to me just right for Thanksgiving. And like I said, with the carrier that I'm with, they pulled me through, and I'm pretty sure if you're willing to work, they'll help you because they need a lot of drivers these days. And I know he was a good driver.
Situation, I would just go company and get yourself out of the financial bind and move forward. I mean, why put yourself in a bigger hole? That's silly to just roll negative equity. I mean, just looking at the prices of M trucks and knowing what it costs to do a motor would be stupid to do unless you can get a really good deal. But labor is so expensive, or he knows how to do it himself. I mean, you're going to be more than what the value of the truck is.
Yeah, Stuart, you know how to crunch numbers probably as well as I do, if not even better. And any which way you shake that and move the decimals around, it doesn't add up. Yeah. You can't make that work.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're up to 2007 now. No matter what you do, it's still a 2007.
Correct. Correct.
I don't think if you put a brand spanking new motor in it, still a 2007, bro.
Correct.
Well, that's the thing. You can drop a brand new ISX in that, but if you're doing that, then you're going to be doing a whole bunch of other stuff as well. right?
That's right.
You can't just drop a new ISX in there, tighten up the bolts, hook up some hoses, and go down the road, right?
Right.
Now you're going to be doing other work on that truck, and you got to think about it. A 2007, how old is that? You're talking, 20 or 18, 19, 20 years old.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is, right, even if they repo it and auction it off, right, it's going to be sold as a unit with a blown motor. It's a mechanic special. It's going to be someone that knows how to, has the ability to do it, to turn a profit. But, let's, say it sells for scrap value, $7,000 or something, right? Auction. I mean, that's what it's going to go for. Let's be real. So he's in a situation to where he's going to have to pay off that negative equity, or he can take the hit on his credit and then he just has to pay the tax bill on it, right? So, so at that point, what do you do, right? I mean, at this point, you're best off just going company, getting yourself out of the bind, paying that debt off, and leave yourself with somewhat of a clean slate.
I kind of get the sense, and like I've been following him really closely because I genuinely like him, right? But I get the sense that he's holding on to the idea, and Stuart, maybe you can relate to this. He's holding on to the idea too hard of being an owner operator. Like there's no shame in being a company driver in my eyes, right? If fold up your tent, lick your wounds, take care of your business, get everything cleaned up. And then if you want to take another swing at it later down the road, go ahead. Right. And that's what I would advise him to do. And that's just
exactly the same. Exactly the same.
We're all getting paid by the mile, bro.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Beast. You're absolutely right. Lick your wounds and take another swing at it. And whether next year, the year after, the fucking market's not going in. We're not going to be driving, electric trucks, and they're not all going to be self-driving in the next 2 years. No. There's going to be a job for you. Owner operators are still going to be around 2, 3, 5 years from now. So you know what? If you have to get out of it now, fold up your tent, lick your wounds, and take a swing at it later, do it. Do it.
In my opinion, there is no owner operator no more.
When somebody
gets paid by the mile,
something like that, when somebody asks me my advice on something like that, I try to put myself in that position and go, what would I do?
Right.
What would I do? Take my pride in me. I have a big ego. Okay, I do. But for me to do something like that, it would be take my pride and ego, put it aside, and do what I got to do.
Yeah, we kind of noticed that.
Hey.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
I mean,
a lot of it, though.
I personally don't think that there's owner operators anymore. It's not like back in the day where we were trying to find loads as an owner operator and you got paid by the load. Everybody gets paid by the mile now, so it doesn't make a difference. Let somebody else pay for the thing.
A lot of guys are still paid by the load.
I'm a company driver and get paid by the load.
Yeah,
I go 280 miles and I get paid $280. And I only work 30 hours a week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out there. It's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to the jackknife situation, I mean, he needs to have a good foundation.
Yeah,
if he wants to do the owner operator thing, he needs to have a good, solid foundation to base his business on. Having bad debt lingering, having a freaking huge truck payment isn't having a good foundation. That's trying to get the instant gratification and letting your ego get in the way to think that you can work your way out of it. Unfortunately,
I get paid by the load myself.
But you just said that if you drive 280 miles, you get $280. That's getting paid by the mile. That's $1 a month.
No, it's per load. I go from Bowling Green to Russellville to Louisville. I get $280 for it. Okay, that's it. Okay. Whether it take that, and that's the mileage on it. It's the mileage. They pay for the load. They don't pay for the miles. If that takes me 10 hours to do, if it takes me 6 hours to do, if it takes me 4 hours to do, I mean, I get paid the same either way. I work.
It's the same amount of miles.
About 5 hours a day. So I mean, if you can break it down, I can break whatever number you want down. I could say I get paid $1,000 for the load, and if it takes me 6 hours, I just divide it by the amount of hours or by the amount of miles. However this is the thing, right? however you break a number down, do you want it? I'll ask you, would you like the number hourly or do you want the number in a mileage format? I can break a number down either way. The load pays what the load pays.
Right.
It makes no difference. If you're getting paid on a load, depending how long it takes me to do it, that number's the same. The number they're going to compensate me for is the same. It's the same with owner operators. They're going to pay the same, right? If you do a load which is $1,000 and it goes 500 miles, well, we know right off the bat that's $2 a mile. If it takes me 10 hours to do it, we just divide it by the hourly, and there's my hourly rate. Minus expenses. So and that's the thing with trucking. I had this conversation with Coach yesterday. He was asking about someone getting 75% and this and that. And I said, dude, 75% of what? Let me ask you this question. 75% of $1,000, okay, or 50% of $1 million, which one would you rather have? I'd rather have 50% of $1 million, right? Because it's a bigger starting number. It doesn't matter what you get a percentage of. It doesn't matter what your mileage rate. None of that shit matters. It's what that end net number is at the end of the day. And we try and look, these companies that do this stuff say, well, this percentage, or we do this, or we do that. It's a sales gimmick. It's to get you on board to try and make them sound better than the next person. That's what they're in the business for, right? They need drivers in seats. So they have to pitch something to you to say, well, our deal's better than the next person. A load's going to pay what a load's going to pay, give or take a small amounts depending on what you're doing. I mean, we make this sound like rocket science sometimes, and it's really not. No. It's really not. We overcomplicate it and try and make ours sound better than the next person. It's like the fish we caught that was this big, then it's suddenly this big. It's silly, You
got a good way with words, because
in our industry right now, there are more guys. Like I'm speaking for owner operators, not for company guys, because I've been out of it so long. For company guys, I honestly don't know, but there are more guys, owner operators, getting paid percentage than there are by the mile. I'm paid by the mile, but I've got myself set up this way with the way I contract my deal with the company and the carrier I'm with. But most guys are on the spot market. They're running spot market, or they're running contract rate. It is, this load is 1,200 miles and it pays $6,500.
Right.
And that's it. That's what it pays. There's no mileage involved. We break it down. Like as an owner operator, I would break it down and go, okay, well, it's 1,200 miles at $6,500. You divide. Okay, so I'm making, I don't know what that is, but let's just say, okay, I'm making $3 a mile. And that's how we figure out how much you're making a mile. But that's only for your use. That has nothing to do with the fucking industry. You're paid a percentage of that load. You're paid whatever. If you're a flat rate driver, you make a flat rate pay. But I would say for the most part, most guys, owner operators, the mileage paid driver is not the big thing. It's the percentage.
I mean, like I said, it's all how you count. I can break a number down any way you want it to be broken down. If you want to know how much you're getting paid hourly, tell me how much time you've invested in it and how much you're getting paid. If you want to know how much you're getting paid per mile, tell me the miles on the load and what it pays. You look at these percentages and stuff like that, everything's per load. A load's going to pay what a load's going to pay,
Exactly.
And these whole percentage things and stuff like that, well, you're going to get 75%. Well, 75% of what? How can you ask me what's better, 75% or 80%, when I don't know what the beginning number is? You know what I'm saying? And when we get so sidetracked on the sales pitch from these carriers of who's offering the better deal, that we actually forget sometimes to look at the bottom number and what makes sense. And we have to realize that there is a little bit of smoke and mirrors involved with it, to try and get you on board, to get you in the door so you're moving their freight so they can get their cut. I mean, that's what it is. That's what these carriers do, from the small ones to the big ones. They're all the same, Yes, there's some that have better deals, but that's your job to know what to look for and what you need and how to calculate that.
The difference between like pretty much, I mean, you couldn't have said it better, Stuart. But like the difference between that and a company driver and a owner operator, which like I am, is okay. Yes, we get the same. A load is a load, you know, the same amount, but you get that, and it's all cut and dry. That's it. You get it. You know, I get it, and I kind of got to divide it between my fuel, my all my expenses. So,
but you should know them expenses, so
Yeah.
you should know right off the bat.
Yeah.
You should know if you're running a tight ship, you should know pretty damn close with what the price of fuel is, what the mileage is on your truck. I
Yeah.
mean, I can do it.
But-
I can tell you right off the bat. You know,
that's what
working
I'm
in this
saying.
area,
But that's like the difference between a company and owner operator.
It's just the cost
I
of doing
personally
business.
like being an owner operator with a company because it gives me control as to what kind of fuel I want to put, you know, where do I want to go with these stations or those stations or whatever. I want to look around for cheaper fuel or whatever. And I don't know if you guys do that with your company or not, but I can do that. I can control
Definitely.
my expenses along the way to get the most out of that one.
Yes,
run for that
I
month.
will agree. There is benefits and opportunity to save money. You know,
Yeah.
look, if I drive at 55 miles an hour, right, to save fuel, I don't see the benefits of the fuel. The load pays what the load pays because I'm working for a company. Now, on the flip side of that, I can now put my foot to the floor, not give a rat's ass about the fuel mileage, and get that load done in 5 hours. And now my hourly rate has now gone up a little bit. I'm not investing as much of my time into doing that load.
Yeah.
It makes no difference, right? So
Yeah.
you know, I can spin it either way. You know, I can spin
Making
it
myself pretty for you there, Snorlord.
Yeah, look at the sound of his beard there, man. It's the Beard Club.
There's a lot of beard flying around this room tonight. How you doing there, Steve?
Oh, not much.
I feel like I'm still in puberty right now.
Well, I
You
gotta
are.
admit, I think Stuart's looks the best because he has it nice and trimmed. So there.
Oh, come on. Kick her out. Kick her out, Wheel Burner.
Yeah, no, I could, but I got a soft spot for her.
I'm
Yeah,
just
going back to the owner operator back in the day, okay, if you was an owner operator and you took a load, that's where the truck stops became really, really important because you would take a load for, I don't know, John, and you're driving it to Memphis, Tennessee. When you got there, you really didn't know if you had another load. So you were reliant on the truck stop and the board up there at the truck stop to take your showers, to get your food, to get your fuel, to get whatever else you needed. But at the same time, it was also to find another job to where you were pulling, okay, this job is 30 miles away from you, just pull it to California. I bounced around the country just going to truck stops looking for loads. I didn't have a company to back me up like you guys did. Hey, boss, where am I going to now? Okay, hey, boss, where am I going to now? I didn't have none of that. I had to go to where I was going to go. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have computers. We didn't have none of that shit. We had a fucking board up there that said, this load is going so-and-so and it pays this much. This load is going so-and-so and it pays this much. And wherever you wanted to go, if you wanted to go to California, you took that load. If you didn't want to go to California, you didn't take that load. But you also knew that once you got to a certain area, oh shit, man, I know that I'm not going to be able to pick up another load coming out of there to go back home or to go wherever because it was just impossible to get a load there. So there was a totally difference in trucking nowadays as to trucking back in the day.
Okay, so I gotta hold on, Dottie, hold on. I gotta ask you then, what's the difference on that? Because instead of going into the truck stop and looking up on the board, and Mr. Bees, I know what you're talking about. Instead of going up on the truck stop into the truck stop and looking at, dude, I can pull up my phone right here and go on probably no less than half a dozen apps, and I've got that same board except it's on my phone. What's the difference?
Will your company let you pull for somebody else now?
Will my company? No, but I'm structured.
double
that way.
dispatch.
If I was an independent or if I had my own authority and I was running that way, There's
Right.
no difference.
Right. It was just a lot harder life back then when you became an owner-operator truck driver back in the day than it is now. Yeah, you're an owner-operator. You own the truck. You own all the problems that go with it. But you still work for a company that says, okay, I need you to go here. I need you to go here. Okay, boss, where am I going next? Back then, we didn't have that option. It's either you worked for a company and you drove their truck, or you became an owner-operator and you were on your fucking own, dude. You didn't have nobody.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
but there's
and
now a
that's-
middle ground. There is a middle ground now because you have the leasing onto a carrier where you're working on the spot market and picking your own loads. So there is a middle ground,
Yeah.
which has came about. I mean, I haven't been around in the States that long to know when that model came around. I mean, I'm going to assume that it was probably always there to a certain extent, but maybe just out of the popularity from drivers wanting their freedom to choose where they go and have that independence from the company mindset, you know, of being told where to go. That's where it stemmed from. I don't know. But that there is a middle ground now of working for a company versus being totally on your own and sort of being
Yeah.
leased to a carrier working the spot. I mean,
That's-
I've done it, you know?
That's
Agreed.
exactly like where I'm at, because that's why I'm an owner operator, but I contracted to a company that, so I don't find myself in a situation like Jackknife. I don't know what Jackknife situations. I'm just saying, you know,
Yeah.
where your truck breaks down. If my engine were to go out, I know my company would help me out, whether it be a
Mine
different truck
wouldn't.
or not. It would.
My company's not about to fork out $35,000 for a new motor. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Good
Well,
God.
yeah, they're not actually gonna give it to me like that, but
It's not
you know what I'm
they're not a
saying?
bank.
Yeah.
No,
I need that backup to be out here by myself. I need that backup.
Here's what happens. So if a carrier pays for your big repair, they've got you, right? So now
Alright.
you're a slave to that. You know, debt is the currency of slaves, right?
That's
So
correct.
like Landstar at one time, I don't know if they still do, they used to they'll pay for your repair and you just pay it back in increments. After a while though, they stopped doing that. Now, if you're a Snyder IC with one of their lease trucks, they don't pay for anything. If you don't have it in the warranty or in their escrow, then they will cover it, but you got to pay them back. So now your $1,000 a week payments are now $1,500 a week.
That's
Correct.
So you can constantly be in the hole, and they want you in the hole because now you got to keep rolling. That's why lease payments are weekly, because they want you to keep rolling. Whereas, like me, I was just Snyder IC, but I had my own truck, so my payments were $1,585 a month, and Snyder guys were paying like $1,200 a week. So guess who didn't have to run as hard? Me, right? So that's by design, but it's not the carrier's responsibility to cover your ass unless you're leasing the truck. If you're leasing the truck, then you've got that umbrella, you've got that level of safety. But if you're buying the truck, it's not their responsibility. I had another YouTuber go off on me because he was mad that I didn't loan him money and his carrier didn't fork out, $10,000 for his repairs. So
Right.
I mean that's just the harsh reality. Now, as far as the self-dispatch model, Landstar was the first one to do that, unless you had your own authority. And then Schneider also had it. It's a click and go on their own board.
Yeah.
Yep.
It wasn't until recently that you had these spot market companies like the company I'm at, where you can pick and choose where you go, like if you had your own authority.
Correct. I think Mercer. I was at Mercer. We were the same. I think Mercer is pretty much set up the same way as Landstar is.
Yeah.
I want to go back to what Steve just said there about the adding in repair bills to trucks and stuff like that. You become a slave to the company. And they want that, especially these bigger companies, they want that, because the more you pay down, right, there is a thing called burnout, and people get, if you go out 6 months at a time and look at this, people get burnt out, and the success ratio on a lot of these leases isn't the best ratio, and what does that company do? But I mean, either way, that truck needs to get fixed. The carrier knows this. So now they've backshot, and they're just going to move that truck onto someone else. So, not only have you kept that truck moving for them, you've paid some of the repair bill for them, you've paid some of the truck note down, so now they have more equity in the truck. You now default on your lease, and they now have that piece of equipment which they're just going to sign across to someone else, and it becomes someone else's problem. There is an element of tying people in, and and I think burnout is a big element of of that. I'm not saying all leases are bad by any means, but if you just look at the majority, you hear a lot of horror stories of that type of stuff happening.
I agree.
Even get burnt out.
That's why I didn't go that route. I mean, when my Peterbilt was taking a dump on me, I was like, I need to get another truck. And Schneider at the time was like, hey, you can get a Schneider finance truck. And I didn't want to be a slave to that truck because of the way I like to run.
Yeah.
So I never fell in that trap. Now, the truck I have is an old Prime truck. Mm-hmm. And it was leased twice. I've seen it on the title. And that truck was paid for twice.
How many trucks you got, Steve?
I'm on the truck I have now, I just have one, but it's the second truck I've owned.
Okay.
So my first truck was $50,000. It had 550,000 miles on it. It was a Peterbilt 387. And then I traded that in when I was about 6 months from paying it off and got a 2014 T680. I paid that off, and that's what I have now. My trailer will be paid off in February.
I want to ask a question just to get people's opinions on this. The whole objective, right, of being an owner-operator is you want to be able to move freight from A to B as cheaply as possible with the least amount of, cheaply as possible, I mean the least amount of overhead. You want to keep your overhead as low as possible so you can get, profit the most amount of money. Generally, going into a lease is not the cheapest way. You can go to a dealership, get better deals on a truck, financing, stuff like that. Why do we always jump to the lease model and pay more for it? Now, like you just said, Steve, that truck was paid for multiple times over. When you look at the lease model, it's that instant gratification. People want the title, they want the bragging rights, whatever it is, to say that they're owner operator, or they want the freedom that bad, whatever it is, but they're not. Their business, the foundation of their business is broken. You are now, paying exuberant amount a month, to have that truck. And it's not necessarily the best foundation for your business when you have to compete with someone that has maybe gone to a dealership, bought a truck for 50, 60,000, a late model truck, got it under financing. And this is where you hear the argument, don't move cheap freight. Well, if I can move freight for $250 a mile and I'm being really profitable still, but the next person next to me is having to be $250 to achieve the same profitability, that person's going to be mad at me and say, well, don't move cheap freight. But at the end of the day, we're actually profiting the same amount once all expenses are paid. But that guy is now mad and saying, don't move cheap freight. It's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard. But it all comes back down to the foundation of your business and setting your business up correctly to be as profitable as possible. I'm not saying take cheap freight. If you can get $10 a mile, jump all over it. But what I'm saying is your expenses are what everyone needs to focus on. And I think it gets ignored a lot, for the quick and easy entry. If you can't get yourself in the door, through conventional financing and stuff like that, maybe you're not ready to be an owner operator. Maybe you need to get your personal finances in check so you can get the best deals on acquiring the truck instead of trying to take the shortcut. And because if there is a shortcut, it generally comes with more money. You're going to have to pay for it. There is no shortcuts in life, So if it's if it's a no money down, or if it's, hey, whatever the deal is, but it's a quick way in without you having to put any work or responsibility in, you're probably going to be overpaying. That's the reality behind it. That's with everything in life.
Well, I'll tell you something. So I'm signed on with Like Trucking. Okay. Some of you may not know this in this channel. Jeff owned trucks. He paid them off. And then at one point he discovered a full maintenance lease with the option to buy. So he got one truck. It was, he went through a year lease, and then he was able to custom order a truck to his specs. And it was a 5-year lease. with the option to buy. It was a full maintenance lease. It was a base rate of $2,100 a month plus 6 cents a mile. Now, that's difficult. That's a difficult deal to get. He had to establish a relationship with that dealership to get that, and they don't even offer that anymore. Now you can get a pack lease for like $3,000 a month plus 10 cents a mile. So that's where Jeffrey like mastered the short game. Is it minimizes cost. If the check engine light came on, it wasn't his problem. Now, in the history that I've had my truck, the expense per mile has been anywhere from 12 to 16 cents a mile on the amount of miles that I drove. Okay. So in a full maintenance lease, you're paying about 10 cents a mile, but you're paying it up front. Whereas if you have a purchase, hold on. If you
Turn the volume down on the cat.
We were wondering how long it was going to take you to hear that.
if you have a purchase, you put 10 cents a mile away. If the truck breaks down, you've got money. But if it doesn't break down, you keep that money. Full maintenance lease, the big difference is you're paying that money up front regardless if the truck needs it or not. But we all know these new trucks, they're going to need it eventually, right? My truck has averaged between 10 and 18,000 per year that I've owned it for 5 years, right? Mm-hmm. So leasing is a tool. Like, Chase Bank, they don't own the buildings, they lease them. Most places lease their op because they don't want to get in the real estate business if they decide to leave the building, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of hot shots, they will lease their trucks because they will, run them to death for 3 years and then they'll get a new one. So if you're constantly trading your truck, sometimes a lease is a better deal, but only if it's a full maintenance lease. So Jeff built a company that's got 20 trucks based off of that model that originally started with the lease, with the full maintenance lease. Now, if you can either go to the bank with an 800 credit score and have 50 grand down to get a $200,000 truck, or you can go to Schneider or Swift or somebody like that and be in a brand new truck for less than $1,000. Right? So that's how they get the new guys, because then you become a slave to the truck. But if you're the kind of person that's going to trade your truck in every 3 years, you're pretty much leasing anyways. Mm-hmm. Right. So it just depends on when you get away from being upside down in that truck. So leasing is a tool, and it's utilized by very successful people. Now, there are some really bad lease purchase deals. I can think of like 10 companies right off the bat I would not do a lease purchase with. But I can also think of 10 companies that you can do a lease purchase with that's actually worth its weight, So it's just there's no magic formula. Like Pale Rider TV, good friend of mine, when he did the math on his truck, he's paying like less than $500 a week for a truck for 65 weeks. And he's getting a truck with 500,000 miles for less than 17 grand. Can you get that deal off the truck lot right now? No. And if that truck breaks down, he's in a loaner right now. His truck is broke down. He's in a loaner right now, and they will cover the repair until he pays it back. And he's paid off 3 trucks at his company that he's been with because the lease is attainable. It's when you have. I lost a driver that I dispatched because he literally had $1,000 a week truck note running in the spot market on a 600,000 mile truck. You can't do that. Yeah. It's just, I told him if he didn't get the truck refinance, he was done. And sure enough, within a week, he was done.
See, there was a friend of mine that because he drives a flatbed, works for PNS, name's Jason. I mean, that's all I'm going to say about him. But he just came out of prison. And back to Stuart's question was, why do some people lease some, these crazy leases and some don't? Well, he just came out of prison. He didn't really know what he was getting into. But luckily with PNS, and you've seen them, they're white trucks, he ended up finding a good deal, and he ended up buying a truck And, you know, it was like he gave me the inspiration to buy my truck. He's, you know, I got to hand it to him because he really told me, he came straight out of prison. He had been in there for 10 years or something. I'm not going to say for what, because, you know, that's none of our business. But all of a sudden, he is running with the best of us. And he had never even driven a truck. But like you said, Snorlord, there's some companies that are bad ones, which I wasn't a bad one. And then there are some that are really good. That's my opinion on it. You know, I'm lucky that I found D&E, that they're good. They're good people to work for. They take care of me out here. And I've learned a lot.
On that note, the company that he probably went to work for and stuff like that, get a incentive for hiring ex-con. It's like $2,000 a month or whatever it is. So they get an incentive to hire somebody. And he gets a job coming out of the penitentiary. So
Is that how it
there's
works?
a whole bunch involved there. You know, I'm glad to hear that he's actually doing better, though. You know,
It comes down to something simple.
Yeah, it was really simple. And
You have to do the math and you have to read the contract. How many people in the chat, how many people on this panel actually have read their contracts?
What contract?
Right here. I can tell you my contract page front to back.
I mean, and a lot of people are like, a lot of people are like, I don't read legalese. Well, you know what? OOIDA will read it for you. OOIDA will look at it and say, okay, this company has a history of this, and they will read it. They will tell you the ups and downs, and then actually crunch the numbers. I guarantee that 90% of owner operators that own a truck, especially if they run the spot market, if they actually really did their numbers, they wouldn't be owner operators.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a fact, because I'm an owner operator for freedom. And so in order to have that freedom, I have to have my costs down. And that's freedom. If you have a $4,000 a month truck note, I don't care if you're working the spot market on your own authority, you don't have freedom.
Are
if you need $4,000 truck and you're paying, $2,500 a week for fuel, and you're paying, a godly amount for insurance, and you're having to run, 24/7 just to make things work, that's not freedom. For me, it's about freedom.
All three of you guys are married, right?
Yeah, I am.
That's one reason why.
Last I checked.
That's one reason why I don't go full authority, because I'm single. If I gotta float my own boat, I'm gonna make some mistakes and I'm gonna sink it. That's why I don't want a full authority. Because like you said, Brian, earlier, and you said it many times, Dar is, like the backbone of your business. She takes care of so much for you. And, I know the other two guys here pretty much are the same thing with their spouses and stuff. I'm by myself, and it's scary for me. And I learn a lot from all three of you guys, I respect all three of you guys greatly. But
I appreciate that, Dottie, and thanks. But I think there was something in here that really got my attention, and it had to do with Jackknife. Okay, now, Snorlord, have you followed Jackknife, or have you heard anything about what we're talking about here?
I've chatted with him a couple of times. I know that he switched platforms recently, but and I know he's broke down, but that's about the gist of it.
Okay, so he cacked the motor in his truck, right? 3 days ago. He blew it. It's not worth rebuilding. The truck's not worth rebuilding. He can't get it refinanced. And there's the opinion in here that they should be, and he was offered a deal through Tyson, who he's running for. They were going to put him in a new T680, brand new, $1,050 something a week. But he's still got the truck to pay for, right? He cacked the motor in it, but he's still making payments on it. And it's my belief that you never roll negative equity into a new purchase, or you never roll negative equity or carry negative equity while you're trying to take care of your business over here first, settle the motor or the deal with the old truck then move yourself onto a new platform if that's where you want to go.
Yeah, go company.
Or go company driver, and do go company driver while you're doing it. And there's a couple in here in the comments saying, well, excuse me, that I would definitely go take the T680, and I can't agree with that. And I was hoping maybe you knew about the deal with Jackknife and how it was going. So I just wanted your opinion on that.
All right, so there's nothing wrong with punting the ball and just running company so he can help pay for the truck. I mean, you can probably get a loan for 40 grand, but I agree. I had a buddy of mine, he was upside down in his truck. I said, you got to stay in a truck for at least 2 years at that time, before the COVID raised everything, and then trade your truck in. When I traded my truck in, I owed 5 grand and they gave me 15 for it. So 10 of it went towards the next truck, and then 5 went to pay it off.
Right.
And so I wasn't upside down. And so I knew that if I was to get the next truck, that I didn't want to be upside down for more than 3 years. So the truck's got to last. Whatever you buy, it's got to last you 3 years.
Minimum.
Because, yeah, minimum. So I had, the guy that I was dispatching, he was at $1,000 a week, and I told him, I said, dude, if you don't refinance your truck to $1,500 a month, you're not going to make it. And he's like, so he tried, but the truck had 600,000 something miles on it.
Yeah.
He owed way too much. And by the time and the finance company said, hey, once you get down to 50 grand, then we'll refinance. Well, by then the truck would have been at 700,000. He's already depleted his savings. Right. So that's the problem that COVID kind of created, is if you bought a truck at these raised prices. I mean, hell, MHC Kenworth and Joplin were trying to sell CFI trucks with 500,000 and 600,000 miles for 150 grand. You're upside down in that thing for 5 years.
Yeah,
it was crazy. So to me, if his payments are manageable and he can manage that as a company driver, get that truck down to where he could sell it for scrap or get the motor rebuilt, and then come back. But if your foundation isn't strong enough to handle one owner operatorship, jumping into a lease is not a great idea, in my opinion. Now, I don't know Jackknife very well. I know he follows my channel. I've watched a couple of his live feeds.
Yeah.
And so I don't know his foundation. I don't know what it's like at home. I don't know what he's dealt with, other than struggling in the flatbed market, which is understandable because I've had a driver struggle with that too. But you don't want to be upside down in a truck. I mean, I could literally just say, you know what, screw this and sell my truck for 20 grand and I'll make money. Why? Because I don't own anything on it. My trailer, the trailer is a good investment. When I bought it for 30 grand, brand new. And I know that within 2 years, I could easily sell it for what I owed. So I was only upside down in it for like a year. Now I will never be upside down in it because of COVID trailer prices, right?
Sure.
So I could sell that thing for 15 grand right now and still make quite a bit of money. So that's how I've set my business up, is to be not upside down, or to be upside down for as little as possible. So I had a buddy of mine, he was still upside down in his truck. He ended up trading it for a brand new Kenworth T680. So now this $130,000 truck was now $180,000.
Yeah.
And back in 2018, 2019, when the rates were starting to drop, he lasted literally a month and a half in that truck.
Yeah.
Because he was still upside down in the other one. Now, if the other truck was paid off, he would have had a great deal. He'd still be in business.
Were you upside down with it in payments or the maintenance or what?
No, my payments. So my first truck I bought for $2,000 down. I bought it from Aero Trucks. I bought it for, I think the final price was $61 because I had them at a used APU, which ended up almost killing me. It had 550,000 miles on it, and I got very lucky. I literally put $2,000 on a credit card, and I got lucky with no major breakdowns. But I had probably about 25 in credit that I could have used. So I was okay there. So after about 2 years on a 3-year note, I went and saw the 680 I got now. I traded it in, and my payments went from $2,000 a month to $1,585 a month. Plus, I was getting better fuel mileage.
Right.
Plus, I was at Schneider that had more consistent freight than than Landstar. So it was a raise in 3 different levels. And so I bought that truck for 60 grand plus the APU brand new. So it was 72 final price, but then I got 10 off from my trade-in. Now I did try to buy a new truck. I filled out the loan application. It was a truck spec for Navajo, and it was priced at 126 FET after FET. It was a good truck, right? But it was a 5-year note, and the payments would have been about $2,800 a month.
Good job.
But at that time, that scared the crap out of me. So
yeah,
Kenworth said, "Hey, good news! Your application went through. You're approved. We just need another 10 grand down plus your truck." And I was like, "Well, I don't have that because I just paid for a couple other things, so I didn't have that in the bank." And they're like, "Well, can you borrow that?" I'm like, "No, I'm not borrowing money to borrow money."
That's stupid.
I said, "So let's look at your used options." And they had this truck that was an X Prime, which I know Prime, they take care of their trucks. So I got it for half the price. And in 4 years, well, I paid it off like 6 months early. So 3.5 years at $1,585 a month, it was pretty easy. And so after 2 years, I was no longer upside down because I could have easily traded the truck in or sold it for what I owed.
Right.
So if any time that I needed to step out because of my health or because something happened at home, I could sell the truck, break even, I'm good to go. So that's how I look at things.
I think what Jackknife happened, because I know that he hasn't been an owner operator very long. I think he's just over a year, maybe a little more than that. So if you go back, you say you start now and you back it up a year. Let's even go back a year and a half. That truck that Stuart actually looked up the truck to see the value. Those things are going anywhere from $9,000 to $15,000.
I was just thinking of Stuart.
Let's just think about $9,000 to $15,000 is what it's worth now. But if you go back a year and a half when the bubble was big, that truck was probably purchased $25,000, $30,000. I don't know. Okay, but he could have. I imagine that he bought the truck, let's say, at an inflated price. He's only been paying it off for a year. Now, I don't know what his monthly payments are, but they're probably as low as he could probably get them as his first truck out. He wanted to take a swing at this. He doesn't have enough of that truck paid off right now. He probably owes more on the truck than it's worth, right?
Yeah,
and now that he tried to, and then he went to the finance and said, "Well, can you finance the motor?" Well, let's just say he owes $15,000 or $16,000 on it. Now he's going to put a new motor in it. Now you're another $15,000 to $20,000. So now he's back up to a $30,000 note on a truck that's only worth 10 grand, right? There's not a finance company in the world that's going to touch that, unfortunately. Or there may well be, but you're going to be paying 21%, 22, 25% interest.
Oh yeah, they'll charge you big time.
There's going to be somebody. It's going to Guido on the corner will finance that, but you're going to pay through the nose for it. And I think, and I'm speaking just hypothetically here because I don't know 100%, but I think based on following him and listening to him and everything, that might be the situation he's in. He's got a truck he owes more than it's worth to roll in a truck payment or to roll in a motor rebuild. It's just not going to happen. And then, like I said, the Tyson offered him the deal with the T680 at $1,000 plus a week. You just can't do it. Think about this. Even if he took a job as a company driver, and you got to remember, Jackknife is a married man. He's got a wife. He's got kids. He's got a mortgage. He's got bills at home. He's got a company ride is going to pay you what? $1,200 a week, $1,500 a week, depending. I don't know. I don't know what the company market is. I've been out of that for so long, I can't tell you. But you can't take home a $1,500 a week paycheck, or say a $1,200 a week paycheck, feed your family, take care of your obligations at home, and pay off a truck. You can't do that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Especially with Tyson. I had a friend of mine that drove for KLM on the Tyson account, and he had a lot of conversations with the Tyson drivers, and you know, the spot market's rough right now, so you can't do that. I mean, at that point, you're a company driver paying all the bills. You know, so like if my engine blew on my truck right now, so it's paid off. I have a choice. I can either sell it for scrap for 10 grand, or I could, like, I think a new motor for my truck is about $45,000.
Right.
So and there's pamphlets where they'll loan you that money, and I can easily get a loan for that probably. So now I've got a new truck payment, but would I rebuild it? I don't know. It just depends. But I have that ability. I have that freedom to choose. Well, I can either rebuild it, or I can just let it rot because I don't owe any money on the truck.
Right. But if you were carrying that $1,500, you said your payment was $1,500. If you were carrying that $1,500 payment and rolling over a fucking truck engine on that, it's then not worth it to you. You might as well just take the thing. It's a boat anchor, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so Tyson being a, you know, forced dispatch, you know, no choice, you know, you're doing what your dispatcher tells you. You're essentially a company driver paying the truck payment for the fuel. And right now that's, I mean, if you're single and living the life, then yeah. But if you're a family man, like if I had my truck's got 700,000 miles on it. If Jeff suddenly gave me the bird and said, okay, and then my wife lost her job, you know, I'd be like, I'm not feeding my family on a 700,000 mile truck. You know, I would just sell it and become company, because especially in the market, can you make a lot of money in the spot market? Yeah. But if you're feeding a family of, look, we had somebody that called us that wanted to come over here, like trucking, and
Night, Robert.
He told me how much he was behind on his truck payments, how much he was behind on his rent, how much he was behind on this, and he had 6 kids at home, and I'm like, and he was struggling to make payments because he was a lease operator at a Make Care. I'm like, dude, what are you doing here, man?
Right.
That's, you know, as a business owner, you have to be able to have the flexibility to make sacrifices. Like if I suddenly wanted to open my record store, which I'd like to do, I'm not feeding my family with that, nor would I have the faith to do that, because there's the learning curve. There's the learning the business. There's the whole first year where you don't make any sales. Trucking's no different.
I agree.
And so these guys that get in these high lease payments, I mean, essentially you're a 1099 guy, because how often are those leases successfully completed?
And the failure rate is higher than the success rate.
Right.
Those guys with the lease deals, the more trucks get turned in than get bought out. Put it that way.
Right, and the company doesn't mind them getting back because they've already made their money off. Because I have a friend that was friends with somebody at Werner, and like very deep into their corporate office, and they said that they were only paying $98,000 for their T680s. That's why you go by the yard there in Springfield, Ohio, and there's like, 100 trucks sitting out there, brand new, brand spanking new, and they're just sitting there because they're not paying the same rate. If I want to go get a new 680, I'm looking at $200,000.
Correct.
And they're selling
I
them.
honestly don't know how takers are doing it today. I really don't. I don't know how anybody is actually able to do this with the price of the trucks that they're at right now. It amazes me. My first truck was a 77, and it was only $18,000. I mean, that was an 87. I don't know how anybody's able to do a $200,000 truck. I really don't.
Back then, you could buy a house for $30,000 though.
I bought a house for $30,000. I'm living in it.
Right? Yeah, my wife's first house was 38,000, but here's the thing, man. I have an acquaintance that literally is getting ready to fork over $226,000 for a Peterbilt 389.
Good Lord, man.
Wow.
And he works the spot market. And I'm just like dead man walking there.
I wouldn't float that boat. Hell no. There's no
Yeah.
way I would do that.
So that's why, you know, people ask me, Steve, you're not driving hardly and all. Why don't you sell their truck? Because once I sell my truck, it's a wrap. Because there's no way that I'm going to spend $200,000 on a new truck, and there's no way I'm going to spend $150 on a piece of crap.
No, you're right.
When during COVID, I actually went to the Volvo dealership and looked at a Volvo. I could have gotten a Globetrotter because, you know, sales were low for $145,000. And looking back, there was some regret that I didn't buy that, but then it wasn't part of my 5-year plan to eventually get out of the truck and work from home like I am now. But that's why I don't sell my truck. It's my safety net. Because I guarantee that I sell the truck, suddenly things fall apart where I'm at, and I have to get back on the road. Well, I'm not buying a $200,000 truck, and I'm not getting into a lease purchase that's $1,000 a week. I'm just not doing that.
Yeah.
And that's a personal decision. I know that there are people with the drive and desire to do that, but here's the thing. You know, there was a YouTube circle that thought I was kind of lazy, and I said, no, this is how I've established my business, right? I've established my business where I could survive off doing 50, 60,000 miles a year. I know people that ran circles around me. I know people that tripled their revenue over what I make as an owner operator. And you know what? They're burned out. They've given back their trucks. They've gone out of business. Their wives have left them. You know, there's got to be balance. And the lower your cost, the easier it is to balance that. So $1,000 a week, you got to stay on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you can be a company guy and make $1,200 a week with no responsibility, especially with fuel being spiked as it is.
Yeah,
it's a no-brainer.
I just want to go back to what you just said a minute ago about the, you know, Warner buying trucks for $97,000. Look what they're selling them for as a lease. You know, $150, whatever it is. You got to remember, I'm going to say pretty much everyone on this panel, for the most part, I'm going to say their primary income is trucking. We require trucking. That is where our primary income comes from. You look at these mega carriers that we compete against, they're making money off the trucks, they're making money off the fuel, they're making money off the loads. They've got eggs in so many different baskets. So if the freight market drops and they're breaking even, guess what? They're still making money on the trucks. They're still making money on the fuel.
FreightWaves literally just talked about that. They literally just talked about that today in their show.
Oh, they did?
About that model is actually working right now because they're getting their money regardless of what the market's doing, what the freight's doing. They're getting their money. So what most people don't realize is that you're essentially a company driver. Imagine this. Imagine you're a restaurant owner, okay? And you have some guy that sits out front and is like, all right, today I'm only letting 100 people in. Tomorrow, if you're nice to me, I'll let 200 people in your restaurant. But then Wednesday, you're going to piss me off and I'm only going to let 50 people in. Are you in control of your business? No. So why the hell would you have $1,000 a week truck note with a dispatcher that may or may not be on a razor's edge? You know, you're essentially making the truck payment for the carrier and the fuel payment for the carrier. And if they're getting the trucks at the discount price, then I mean they're making money either way. Whether you move a load or not, they're making money. Mm-hmm. And if you can't pay the bills, they'll brush you aside and put someone else into it.
I've noticed in this trucking business that because I came from an art business, you know, some time ago, but it was business, right? And I've noticed in this trucking business that there's a lot of pride. You know, you get the truck and sure, the truck is beautiful, whether it's brand new or old or fixed up, whatever. But they hang on to that pride and they don't want to let it go no matter what until they're totally in the hole big time. And I've noticed with other business, well, in the art business that I was in, that never existed, you know. And even like you said about the restaurant business, sometimes you gotta know what to do and just keep the ball rolling. And with the trucking business, it's totally different. And we're being taken advantage of by these huge mega companies that, you know, they got money to blow and they don't care about us.
Are we being taken advantage of? Are we really being taken advantage of?
I think so.
Do you have the opportunity to say, no, I'm not going to go into this deal?
Well, yeah, I think so.
And this is my point. We have the opportunity to say no, but is it ignorance? Is it the instant gratification? I see, and this is where this is what infuriates me a little bit. When that comment is said, we're taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're not. Not by a mega carrier. A mega carrier does not take advantage.
No.
If you go into a lease, you know up front you're getting bent over a barrel, to put it nicely.
No, it's not.
There is cheaper ways to do it.
It's not them. It's the parts that we can't control, like the fuel prices, the rates, the government restrictions. That's where we're being taken advantage of, and that's where the big companies, they look at it like they'll run with it because it doesn't hurt them at all. And now they want cameras all over the place, even looking at you.
What you got to remember about the megas, and so many people just when you're thinking about megas, you got to remember me. Let's just say me as a single operator or Snorlord as a single operator. Our costs and all of our everything is like this. Okay, our fixed costs, our variable costs, our all of this. And we have it calculated and we come up with a number. And I'm just going to pull a number out of my ass. Let's just say we'll use this for round figures. It's $1, right? $1 a mile. Let's just say that. A mega carrier only has to make 50 cents. Why? Because they're not dealing in quality. They're dealing in volume. They've got 16,000 trucks out there. And if 300 of them are parked, they don't take the hit.
Yeah.
For example, if I have myself and I've got 2 trucks and one of my trucks is parked, I'm taking a hit. I'm taking a massive hit. Their hit is this big. My hit is that big. And too many people sit there and go, oh, the megas do this. No, the megas aren't doing anything to us. They're just doing what's business for them, right? And the more wheels they have turning, they only have to make 50 cents a mile. And like I said, these are just round numbers I'm pulling out of my ass. These aren't figurative true numbers, but they can do it for 50 cents a mile and still make 2 cents a mile profit, but they've 16,000 trucks doing it. I have to make $1 a mile to make 2 cents profit.
But at the same time, the mega companies are setting the pace because they have control of that. They have control to buy trucks cheap.
I disagree.
For a higher price.
Look, do they have advantages? Yeah, they have pencil pushers that have figured things out. They get their fuel cheaper. They get their trucks cheaper. And JB Hunt once said that all they need is a penny per mile profit for every truck, and they're fine, right?
Exactly.
And they also understand the ebbs and flows because, like there's a lot of businesses outside of trucking that you don't profit for half the year sometimes. I know a guy that bought 3 pizza restaurants and he didn't profit for 5 years, but he just kept afloat. And that's the thing. It's like not every load, not every year you're going to profit. My first 2 years, I didn't profit anything, but as far as the mega carriers go, they just do it better. They know how to handle recessions. They know how to handle freight. They know how to handle driver shortage. They know how to handle all of that stuff. And so that's why they're mega carriers, but they only account for 5 to 8% of the entire industry.
But that's what I mean. They set the pace because they know how to do it. And for us,
what pace
single.
What pace?
Like Snorlord just said, and I was about to bring that up. The megas only account for 7 to 8% of the whole industry. So 7 to 8% don't dictate the pace of the industry. The other 93% does.
The pace is the pace is set by the economy. Nothing more, nothing less. You can sit here and say the megas control the rates. No, they don't. It is basic economics. It's supply and demand. Okay. And let's just take COVID, for example. Why was there such an issue with COVID, right? Why do we see these big spikes? Okay. Let's just take, you can't travel anymore. So now all these dollars that were going overseas, for these trips to Europe or wherever, or going on cruises, that stopped. Well, now people have an abundance of money. Well, we can't go anywhere. We can't eat out. So what do? Oh, now we're going to do home improvements. So now you have a lot more paint moving and stuff like, you've got to understand and be switched on to what's happening, what's going on in the market. Where could we see the next spike? Grocery stores were selling more product. You look at Home Depot stock price during COVID, it was a vertical line straight up.
Yeah.
People are spending money there because now they've got, they're at home, they've got nothing to do. So let's do home improvements, right? And that's just one little industry that we're talking about right there. And that's, you look at all these factors when you talk about freight, whether it be the restaurant industry, home improvement industry, landscaping, whatever it may be, that's what dictates freight. Now, when there is more freight because there is such a demand, you look at toilet paper, right? Toilet paper loads at the beginning of COVID were moving for record prices because everyone went on a panic buy for toilet paper. Right? It's supply that on such a small scale. That's the supply and demand that I talk about. And that's why we had these toilet paper loads moving for ridiculous amounts because people wanting to buy toilet paper. And it's the same across the board. Every bit of this industry, the more people are buying that product or there's the need for that product, if you don't have enough trucks to move that product, the price goes up.
Well, okay,
now as it drops, now we're getting to a point where there's so little freight and there's an abundance of trucks. Now we're just, as the carrier side, we're now just underbidding until we hit the bottom of the barrel. That's the ebbs and the flows of the spot market.
This is what I mean by setting the pace, right? Okay, who's stronger? Us as me and as an individual driver, Brian, Steve, Stuart, Mr. B's, and people in the audience as single drivers, or Warner, Swift, Snyder. That's what I mean. They got a bigger control over the economy as to what's going on.
No, here's the thing.
Believe that.
Here's Edgewood. Here's what happened, and Sage talked about this. Back when we were getting sky high rates because of demand, guess what the mega carriers did? They came in and said, "Hey, we noticed that you're paying $4 a mile to move this stuff. We can drop 10 trailers. We'll do it for $250."
Exactly.
But we gotta lock that. But see, we dictated those prices though. See, the spot market dictated those new contract prices. And so what happened, this is part of the nature. I've been in the spot market for quite a while. What happens is spot gets so cheap that now the shippers paying the high contract rates are like, dude, what the hell? We can move it with Joe Schmo over here for less than what you're wanting to move it for. So those contracts fall apart or they cheapen. But if you look at the bigger companies like that have gone out of business, it's because their contract rates got so low that they couldn't maintain their business expenses. So
like sell it on and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So when rates were spiking, I was saying this 2 years ago when rates were spiking, I said, mark my words, when the rates get so outrageous that we're going to pay higher for labor, high pay for fuel, truck payment was going to go up, everything was going to go up. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. That's why when everybody's like, oh, we need to raise minimum wage in Seattle for $15 an hour, well, we know that the detriments that would happen because of that. Well, we essentially did the same thing. And the mega carriers used that to manipulate their rates that we dictated. Why would I pay, like trucking, why would I pay Snorlord with a stupid ass beard, $4 a mile when Schneider will do it for $250 and I can load the trailer at my leisure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's all about tender rejections. And right now, with the Chinese freight being as low as it is, and the ports being as slowed down as they are, there's the rates and volumes are still okay, but not to the amount of trucks that we have.
Yeah.
There's still too many trucks in the market.
Well, that's I think I said this. I think it might have been to you, Steve, about we priced ourselves out of the market. We priced,
absolutely,
and this is where I my argument comes back to the level of entry is too low, in the sense of look, if you're charging $5 a mile, how much profit are you making off $5 a mile? I mean, I could move the same load. You could move the same load twice for two. It's two. That you're profiting so much off of $5 a mile that we have effectively priced ourselves out of the market. And Sage just spoke about it. But these CEOs, when your shipping cost is more than the widget that you're making, they have to do something. They're not. They're responsible to the share owners of that company. And if that means AI, if that means autonomous trucks, if that means pitting megas versus the smaller guy, and restructuring how they ship stuff, if that means going rail, if that means putting up a warehouse and just stocking this stuff close to where we need it, that's what they do, And so this is what a lot of this is actually due to our own issues in this industry, because we just run like each load like it's the last load we're ever going to run, and we want that biggest buck per mile instead of running a consistent rate, making a certain profit. Yeah. We've got to a point to where everyone's saying we've got to fix this, and now we're in a situation as a bunch of individuals, okay, trying to compete with the big guy that controls the money. And you know what the biggest issue is we can't even agree on the color of the sky. I mean, there is very few trucking companies out there which are unionized, and at least when it comes to a union, and I'm not for unions by any means, at least one thing they have together is they have power in numbers, and they have someone that actually represents them. And at the minute, the minute with trucking, you got Snorlord saying he wants to do what I want to do, what Wilburn, and so on. Everyone's got their whole own ideas on how to fix the situation, and there's no unity there, and it's going to create big issues in this.
It's like a bunch of marbles all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and it's because it's our own doing. It's our own.
Well, here's the thing: shipping containers went from 2,000 to what was it, like 18,000? So let's say you're at home and you want to ship, this mouse, right? A small product, and UPS shows up like, okay, we need $100 to ship that. You're going to be like, screw you. And so as a smart person, you'd be like, well, how do I keep from doing that again? Right. And so the big spikes that we saw, the shippers and the brokers have made sure that will never happen again. The unprecedented will never happen again. So short of some war or some extreme circumstance like COVID, it's never going to happen again, because the economy can't handle us, getting $5 a mile to run a load from, Atlanta to Michigan. So as a shipper, that's in your best interest. When you're Walmart and you're ordering 600 loads of water nationwide, you want that as low as possible so you can still sell the 12-pack of water for $2 or $3. And so the AI comes in and helps price, freight waves, and the AI comes in to manipulate the market. But what Stuart said is true. It's all about supply and demand. And so when the rates became so high, there was this gold rush. It was the rate rush. And you had people paying $200,000 for trucks that were worth $50 just so they can get a piece of it. And now they're hurting because they're upside down in their trucks. And we're at normal levels that don't support that.
Yeah, that's what happened with the housing market back in 2006 and 2007.
Right. So when it comes to the mega carriers, they just know how to survive that better. They just know how to manipulate that better. It's not that they dictate it. It's just they know how to go with the flow. It's like you're in a river, you're in a kayak, and they're in a riverboat, right? That's essentially
Exactly.
what it is. But they don't dictate it. They just know how to manipulate the market. So as a single owner operator myself, what do? Well, okay, so my truck's paid off. I got to have X amount for a rebuild if I needed, and I'm going to run in the most consistent lanes. Anybody who's an anytime, anywhere, I'll do anything kind of carrier, they're still making money. It's the people that are the don't wanters. Well, I don't go here. I don't go there. I don't run on nights. I don't run on weekends. I don't run more than 600 miles from my house. Those are the people that are struggling. Those people and the ones that are upside down in their equipment. But as far as like regular rates and volumes, if you just stay in the regular, that's why I use all the tools. As a dispatcher, my job is to create strategies for my drivers to be profitable. And if their platform sucks, there's not much I can do for them. But if they've got a decent platform, a decent, they work efficiently, I've got a guy that's anytime, anywhere that's still making $1,000 a day because he is willing to put in the work. So it's not like it's impossible to make money now. It's just
harder.
It's who you surround yourself with. If you're sitting there blaming the brokers for all your problems, you're not going to make it. If you're the kind of guy that, well, I don't go into Chicago, I don't go into California, I don't go here, I don't go here, I won't work nights, I won't do more than 500 miles a day. Guess what? Be gone with you, because I'm your, that's my competition. The guys that can't send a legitimate email with a signature, people that can't carry a conversation, when they talk to a broker, those are the people that are going to go by the wayside. So the natural evolution, the natural selection takes place. I've been through this before. I've been an owner operator for 8 years, and I've seen this before. Is it a little bit different because of fuel prices and truck prices? Absolutely. But the concept is still the same. Run as efficiently as possible. Be willing to be open to anything if needed. Because, my main lane when I'm running my truck is Missouri to Ohio and back. Or Missouri and to Dallas and back.
But you can't run just any truck anywhere either, because my truck doesn't fit in New York. And I won't go into New York.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that, so knowing that limitation, that New York's off the table, right?
Yeah.
I don't go into New York. So you have to work within your limitations.
Yeah.
And if that's not enough, then you have to expand your limitations. So let me ask you this. If that was the only way that you were going to stay in business, how would you approach New York at that point? What would you do about that?
I'd have to adjust my tractor or trailer, one of the two, according to the needs that I was handed out.
Right.
But usually
you find a way, right?
Yeah, I'd find a way if need be. But I got that luxury to say that I don't want to go into the Bronx anymore.
Right.
I've been in there, and my truck.
So
it's
you
more
set your
expensive
business
for
up.
me to go into there and damage my truck for that one load than to just say I don't want it. It's way much easier to just pass it and keep my truck in my tires and everything in good standing, because I'm taking care of my equipment. It's not that just all about just the load. And
but I think, Dottie, I think what he's saying is that if the world fell apart tomorrow and the only way that Edgewood could make a living was to run into New York City, what would you do?
Yeah, I answered it. I'd have to go into New York. I would.
Right. So like in the spot where everybody was like, don't go to Florida. Like when Shannon went down to Florida, we gave her crap, right? But here's the thing. What do people live in Florida do? They have to go to Florida, right?
Yeah.
What do people that live in Montana, what do? So they have to adjust their business for their location. I mean, you have people that live in New York City that will make money all day long because they know they've been able to create their business around that. And so they'll do the things that no one else wants to do. I won't go in the Bronx. And the way I look at that is like if someone says, well, so I forget what it's called. That someone said the Chinese know, but I don't know if that's legit or not. But so here's what: if a broker calls me and goes, "Hey, Steve, Will you go in the Bronx? I'll be like, well, it depends. How much money are we talking? Well, what's your price? 10 grand. Damn, that's kind of high. I'm never going to send you to New York. Now I never had to tell that broker no, right?
Yeah.
And I have my price. Look, for 10 grand, I'll go in the Bronx. I'll start my truck right now. I'll go in the Bronx for 10 grand. Because I'll run the numbers. I'm like, okay, so tolls will be this, the headache will be this. I got to be able to recon and be able to spend the night. I need this. As long as I got good directions and fuel will be this. Yeah, so I'll net about 8 grand. Sure enough, yeah, hook me up. I'll do it. But it's
see,
not my most favorite thing.
On the flip side, I'll run the mountains. I don't got a problem with going through the Rockies to Montana to Wyoming. I don't have a problem with that. But like I said, I go where my truck allows me to go. And I kind of set it up. I like it like that. And a lot of people, they will not go through, to Montana. They won't go up. I'm not going to go up to a dead market out there. Obviously, I'm not going to go up there and just come back, deadheading all the way back out or something. But if there's good loads going up that way and I can get out, I'll take that over the Bronx any day.
Well, so what I would do is I'd be like, okay, I'm going to do the Montana stuff that no one else wants to do, right?
Yeah.
So now I'm going to concentrate on how do I get out of Montana so I can capitalize on that.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's how I do it.
I mean,
I've always thought it in a sense, and this is the way I've always run it. Okay, regardless how many recessions we've run through, and it's worked. This is the way we do it, and it's worked for us. I'm willing to go anywhere I have to go. Okay,
exactly.
I don't say no to a load. As long as the value is there. You're not going to take a loss on a load, but I don't say no, and I go where I need to go to make the load. I am more concerned, not so much with how much I'm making each time I pull a load. I am looking for consistency, day after day, week after week, month after month. Add that up over the year. I will make more money being consistent all year long.
Yeah, that's what
somebody else is making 5,000 today, 8,000 next week, 2,000 the week after. If you run all of those numbers up against, say, the way I do it, and I'm not, guys, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I've got this figured out. I'm just saying this is the way I've done it, and this is the way I've been able to sustain myself. I always have believed in consistency. Maintain your equipment. Don't fuck with the DOT. And make sure that you're consistent. And I don't say no to anything. I may not like going into the Bronx. And when they hand you a load where you got 3 drops, Harlem, Queens, the Bronx, and then they call you, oh, we just put Long Island on the end of that. Oh, you did you? Thank you very much. But I don't say no.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's not consistent. It breaks my pattern. I try not to break that pattern. I have a set number. I try to keep all my costs. Stuart touched on this a little earlier, right? Keep all of my costs, my fixed costs. Man, I've got them right down to the fucking penny, and we don't even have pennies in Canada, for Christ's sake. Okay.
I know how come.
I got it right down to the damn penny. But I know what I can function on, what I can run that truck on, regardless of what the market's doing around me. Okay. And that's the way it's set up to go. And I've always found that with my costs as low as they are, my maintenance is always high, right? Or my maintenance budget. Like we have a separate account, and I pay 11 cents a mile into that account. And every week my statement comes every week. 11 cents a mile of what I ran that week goes into that bank account, into that maintenance account, and I don't fucking touch it. That's what goes in there. The rest of it, low fixed cost. Try to keep my variables as low as possible and be consistent. And I don't worry about, okay, I only made this much Monday and Tuesday. Right, I made this much Monday and Tuesday, but if I add that up Monday, Tuesday, then I've got Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Well, you know what? That brings that back up. And then I do that week after week, day after day, week after week. I've always found that all the guys, if you ask any guy that's been doing this for 20, 25 years and say, what is one of the secrets to your relative success? Consistency.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Yeah, when I went from Landstar was feast or famine. I'd have a $5,000 week, then I'd have a $1,000 week.
Right.
Or I'd have a $20,000 month, then I'd have a $3,000 month. And so when I decided I was going to go to Schneider, Jeffrey Like was at Schneider at the time, and he showed me his trucking software and how consistent each quarter was.
Right.
And it was 75% drop and hook, so it was easy to do. If I was empty on a Friday night, I could find the load without having to make a phone call. And so that created consistency. So my rate per mile was the same as Landstar, but my rate per day was a lot better, more consistent. So when I decided to join the spot market, I knew that I had to create, because if you look at any FreightWaves graph of the spot market, it looks like an EKG. Just
it does, yeah.
So you have to create consistency. So what do? Okay, what two states have the highest volumes? Ohio, Missouri, Wisconsin. So I create a triangle in there. I'm not chasing the $4 a mile to Florida. I'm not chasing the $4 a mile to Seattle only to get a buck back.
Right.
You know, if I can run 250 consistently each direction and never have to fight every time I got a call for a load, that makes consistent money. And that's why people hire me is now they're not worried about that. Now I create that consistency for them.
Correct.
You know, I have a reefer guy that's like, I offered him hey man, they've got a load going to Jacksonville for 450 mile. You know, for Michigan, he's like, I don't want it. I want you to put me in the lane that you told me was consistent, and I want to stay there.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, did he make less money? Yeah, but now we're not fighting for every load. We know exactly where we're going. We're getting familiar with the customers. You know, I mean, I'm the kind of guy that will go up down the same highway for like a month. I was doing these JB Hunt loads, picking up in Rogers, Arkansas, going up to Sedalia, Missouri, and I grab a load of pallets from Kansas City, bring them back to Springfield, making $1,000 a day doing that. I did that. I mean, I know every nook and cranny of Highway 13 and I-44 that you can know.
Yeah.
But it created consistency, and that is the key to success. These guys that hop from company to company to company, they're not getting consistency.
A game plan, right? I mean, I
Right.
think that's having a game plan and actually executing it. You know, and that's
and not jumping off your game plan when something goes wrong. You know what? You make your adjustments, you tweak, you make your adjustments here and there, but stick to your game plan.
Mm-hmm.
I will, like Snorlord's triangle idea. I will drive a triangle all day long for a consistent triangle all day long for 255, 275 a mile, rather than take a straight line from one end of the country to the other for 450 a mile. I'll take that triangle all day long and continue to do it all day long.
But I also, in the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with, you know, if you're doing $1 or $1.50 one way, $4 the other way, if that's your consistency and that's checking all the boxes for you and it works for you, no, I don't think anyone here is saying that's bad. It's just what is consistent for you. Does it get you in the area you want to be in? Does it get you by the house? You know, I think you've got to do what works for you and put that plan together that works for you, you know, because it's different for everyone.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. Thanks for having me on, Wheelburner. Thanks for everybody's
My
input.
pleasure, Snorlax. Anytime,
See you
brother.
later, Steve.
I'm going to bed, so thanks for you guys' support. I appreciate you guys.
See you
Later.
tomorrow.
Hey, thanks for the advice. All right, guys, but you know what? Steve's got the right idea, because I don't know what time it is where you are, but it's 1 a.m. here, and I got to go to bed.
Oh my goodness.
This has been a good live, and we've covered a lot of ground, right from
Yeah.
Spectre coming in the beginning of the night, right up to right now. So a lot's been said. So I'm going to call this a night.
All right.
Thank you.
Stuart,
Merry
appreciate
Christmas.
you.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Stuart, appreciate you as always. Dottie, thank you, and everybody in the chat. We're 10-4 and out of here. Okay, you guys all be good. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye bye.